for infrastructure projects in problematic ground, being held on March 22nd, 23rd, 2026, organized by Department of Civil Engineering, College of Engineering, Andhra University, as part of Centenary celebration. It's my present privilege to invite the dignitaries onto the dais for the inaugural function. I first invite Professor PVV Satyanarayana, Coordinator of Workshop and Secretary IGS Visakhapatnam Chapter, onto the dais. I invite Professor CNV Satyanarayan Reddy, Head of the Department, Convener of Workshop and Chairman IGS Visakhapatnam Chapter, onto the dais. I welcome the guest of honor, Professor V.S. Rajgaru, former Director, IIT Delhi and former Professor and Dean, IC&SR, IIT Delhi, to kindly come on the dais and occupy the chair. It's my proud privilege to welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor, Andhra University, Professor G.P. Rajshekhar Garu onto the dais. Kindly occupy the chair on the dais, sir. I invite distinguished chief guest, Dr. Anil Joseph, President, Indian Geotechnical Society and Vice President, Asia, International Society for Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering, to kindly come on the dais and occupy the chair. I welcome Dr. A.P. Singh, Honorary Secretary, Indian Geotechnical Society, onto the dais. Now it's time for prayer by Ms. Indumati.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Good morning, respected dignitaries, professors and dear students. It is a privilege to be a part of this enriching workshop where we have gained valuable knowledge and insights. As we forward, let us begin with a short prayer, seeking wisdom, knowledge, clarity and harmony. Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you.
Lamp lighting by the dignitaries.
Bro, blockchain di camera gitu.
Now report on the workshop by Professor PVV Satyanarayana, Coordinator of Workshop in Secretary IGS Visakhapatnam Chapter.
Very good morning to you all. Welcome to this national workshop on geotechnical solutions for infrastructure projects on problematic soils. We are aware that the Indian Geotechnical Society, Visakhapatnam chapter, has been working on this kind of research seminars, workshops, and curricular activities connected to geotechnical engineering. Has been running from early 80s. It has a life of nearly 50 years. Along with the Department of Civil Engineering, which started in early 50s, which has a life of 75 years. Similarly, Andhra University has a life of more than 100 years. This is a similitude. We can understand that the legacy has to be maintained from the past for the welfare of the civil engineering fraternity. In this connection, the Department of Civil Engineering along with IGS Visakhapatnam chapter doing workshops in 1989 related to Indian Geotechnical Conference, 2020 Geotechnical Conference national level, and as well as various state level and national level conferences also have been running on this platform to conduct various civil engineering and allied fraternity of engineering technologies and sciences. As well as regarding infrastructures, we are aware that infrastructure is the backbone for development of any country. Like a fast-growing country like India, it is nearly 12 lakhs crores rupees is allotted in this budget. This is the hike one can understand about the importance of infrastructure facilities that are going to be generated to connect not only India, throughout the world. This is the main agenda connected to motivated for this conference. And regarding the GDP, we can understand that this is nearly 3 to 5% of GDP. When you connect this world, the world is going to touch its what you call infrastructure facilities and its allied components by 2040 and 2050. It is nearly $140 trillion. This is the hike. One can understand that the importance that is giving to these infrastructure facilities throughout the world. Regarding this, what you call as your infrastructure facilities, we can see that the statistics, nearly 3 crore people are directly connected in India related to this service sector. And allied are also beyond this scope. That a lot of that development activities is running in and around these infrastructure facilities. So regarding this seminar, one can understand that there are a lot of luminaries which are in front of us to educate, to transfer knowledge, to make us motivate regarding this kind of infrastructural solutions. So this is one more motivation for us to connect all these characteristics. For success of any infrastructure project, we can understand that for success of any infrastructure project, we can understand that there are 3 stages one can see. So one is understanding the ground. What is the ground? What are its characteristics? What solutions? Best solution we can adopt for making the structure to be live for longer, for durable. Such kind of things we can make use. And the second thing is we try to understand what are the failures which are to be connected with respect to the structure already built as well as its performance and so many features we can understand that. Similarly, how this is to be materialized onto the ground surface connected to what we call time, cost, that is under managerial skills. So when we see this kind of structures and their durability, we can understood that so many structures live and they are to be still together with more than 100 years. This is the technology that we are facing, we are coming across throughout our life and also to the next generations. So with these few words, and I can welcome all the participants and various speakers related to this seminar and make this a grand success. Thank you, and thank you for all.
Now addressed by Professor C.N.V. Satyanarayana Reddy, Head of the Department, Convener of Workshop and Chairman IGS, Visakhapatnam Chapter.
Professor G.P. Rajshekhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Andhra University, Professor V.S. Raju, distinguished alumnus of this AU College of Engineering. He was first batch student of AU College of Engineering from Civil Engineering. Dr. Anil Joseph, President of Indian Geotechnical Society and Vice President Asia, International Society for Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering. Dr. A.P. Singh, Secretary, Indian Geotechnical Society. Professor P.V. Satyanarayana and Professor K. Rajgopal, coordinators of the workshop. A galaxy of National Executive Committee members of IGS, distinguished faculty members of Department of Civil Engineering, Andhra University College of Engineering, and the teachers from affiliated colleges, invited guests, student friends, and members of press and media. Very good morning to all of you. I extend a very warm welcome to you all to the inaugural function of a 2-day workshop on geotechnical solutions for infrastructure projects in problematic ground. So as Professor P.V. Satyanarayana mentioned, IGC Visakhapatnam chapter has been active and in association with Department of Civil Engineering. It has been organizing number of technical events which are useful to the civil engineering community. So our department and IGS Visakhapatnam chapter are known for hosting IGC in 1989 and the latter very recent one during a difficult COVID pandemic period. IGC 2020 was organized. Of course, it was the biggest online event organized in parallel sessions without any disruption. So computer center people have supported a lot during that. All lectures are even now available on YouTube. So and 1400 delegates from 14 countries participated in that online IGC 2020. And we also organized an international workshop on scour and erosion under TC 213, International Society for Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering Technical Committee. So wherein the chairman of the committee, Professor Shinji has also joined for the meeting and conducted the sessions. Right? So coming to the present event, it is in the series of several events the department has been organizing, particularly during this year, which is a centennial year for the university. The department has been vibrant and we have organized several events. To name a few, during September 25, we have organized an event on nurturing a nation's infrastructure with sustainable geocentric solutions in association with McAfee. And later, we had organized faculty development programs in association with the Bureau of Indian Standards for the benefit of students and faculty members to sensitize about standardization conformity assessment. And I can say this is the hat trick of the event. January 21st, we have organized one event in collaboration with Kerala Ground Engineering on soil retention in deep excavations. So, which was well attended by large number of engineers from different departments. And later in February 27th and 28th, we have organized a workshop on BIS code, on geotechnical reinforced soil structures, in association with the code formulating group, TXD 30 group, who have formulated the code. All the persons involved have come over here and delivered lectures. And this is the biggest one. Of course, I should thank the body of National Executive Committee for accepting my request to come to Visakhapatnam during the centenary year of the university and utilize their expertise in organizing the workshop to deliberate on important topics related to construction of various civil engineering projects in problematic soils. So I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Anil Joseph, the President, Dr. A.P. Singh and other members of MUC for their support. We also seek their support in organizing some more bigger events related to geotechnical engineering from the platform of Andhra University. So coming to the topic, so as long as the soil at the site is good, so engineer job is easy, right? Shallow foundation they can work, right? Even after construction also soil won't be posing any problems to your structures, right? There won't be any settlement cracks, right? All the things. So if you are living with the problematic soils, particularly those who are in coastal areas, where you have rich deposits of soft clay, silts, loose fine sand deposits, right? So all these soils pose challenges to various civil engineering projects, be it laying of a road, construction of a building, right? So whatever it is. So this today workshop is aimed at exposing the challenges in different problematic soils, namely soft clays, expansive soils, liquefiable soils, collapsible soils, and also constructions in the hill slopes will be also challenging. Right? Sometimes you may have a rock, but rock may be having full of fissures and fractures, so which may pose a serious threat during earthquake occurrence. So all these issues will be addressed through whatever lectures we have listed in the brochure. So I would like to inform that 260 people have registered for attending this workshop. Since this is being Sunday, slowly they will come and join. So hope all the participants will have really good time and they carry some good things, particularly knowledge related to various ground improvement techniques which you have to adopt, or whatever design modifications you have to make suiting to the environment of soil. So I request all the participants to take active part and interact with the resource persons, right? So almost all resource persons, right? Mostly members of NEC, they have the experience of delivering keynote lectures on international platforms. So it is very rare opportunity to get all people at a place. So I request all of you to utilize this and see that your friends are joining very quickly without losing any lectures. So on this occasion, I would like to say few words regarding Professor V.S. Radhagaru. He is our guru. When I was doing MTech at IIT Madras, Sir was there as Professor and Dean of IC and SR. And though Sir did not taught us, we are the followers of Professor V.S. Raju. So he owns a geotechnical company after his name, VSR Consultants, offering high quality services for large infrastructure projects. So Sir has been supporting the department by offering some placements to even our passed out PG students as well. And also Sir is always encouraging the department, what do you want I will mobilize some of my contacts and alumni and get it done for the department. So hopefully during this centenary year, SAR is going to support the department in a big way. So with this, I thank all of you for taking interest, for sparing your time and attending this workshop in spite of today being holiday. Thank you all.
I now request Professor V.S. Rajgaru, former Director, IIT Delhi and former Professor and Dean, ICNSR, IIT Delhi, to give his address.
Am I audible? Delighted to be here. Just a second. I will not call him Vice Chancellor, I will call him the head of Andhra University family. In Delhi also, I always said I am not the director, I am the head of the family, so my job is to take care of everybody. So it's your job, right? Okay. The second thing in lighter vein, I always find why the loudspeakers are loud. So, one of my colleagues at IIT Madras said, don't you know that those people who operate the loudspeakers are deaf? They're constantly exposed to sound, so they lose their hearing capacity, so they think that's not loud enough. So that's the second one. Anyway, I'm here not so much because of the conference. Everything I owe to this university. You know, second batch, I belong to the second batch. Without this college, maybe I would have been a small farmer. So at that time, there were only 3 colleges, Anantapur, Kakinada, and Andhra University just started. Of course, I was qualified for both Anantapur and Kakinada, but I was underage. There was the age limit, so you cannot join, so I had to wait for 2 years and join BSc. By God's grace, university that year decided to relax the age limit. So I was able to come here and then continue the journey. That is this divinity. I always tell people, the core principles of us is Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava. Acharya doesn't mean the teacher. Acharya doesn't mean, Acharya means the ecosystem, the university is the ecosystem. So therefore, for me, this university is everything. So that is why I am here. So, one more important thing, that is, see, education is so critical and so crucial, you know, but the challenges are many. There is always the crunch, you know, so resources are important. For example, in 1995 when I went to Delhi, the government said we have no money, so find resources. So then we started the alumni interaction. Of course, then huge sums are generated. For example, IIT Madras got last year 1,000 crores from their alumni. I don't know IIT Delhi latest number, anybody knows? Maybe 400, 500 crores. So all that I am saying is please give. We got free education. You know, so our son got BTech from IIT Madras. As usual, 90% of his batch went abroad. I said, if you don't come back within 10 years, you have to bring the cost of education to the alma mater, to the IIT, at current prices. So I paid 2,000 rupees per their fee. So when he didn't come back in 10 years, the cost of education was 2.5 lakhs. He said, Nangaru, it's a great idea, and he immediately gave that. So that gave me the strength. So when I went to Delhi, I told everyone, you have to give something. Then we raised the fee that year from 2,000 to 15,000. So I was interacting with the students because I always said I am the head of the family. So the students are like my children, right? So, sir, how can you raise the fees 7 times? Okay. Then I said, how much do your parents spend for an evening reception, marriage reception? They said 1 lakh. So that means you are saying that 4 years education at IIT Delhi is not worth even 1 evening reception. They all kept quiet. Okay. So I can go on like that, but I want to stop here. I just want to introduce to you one of my batchmates. That is A. Ramakrishna. How many of you know him? Please raise your hand. I always say he is as good as most of the institutions, or even more. And this institution has produced such a great person. Whenever I think of him, I feel like crying because he is no more. So, whatever it is, so we are very proud of him, and I was fortunate to work with him very closely. He, from here, he went to Indian Engineering College, did structures masters. I went to Indian Institute of Science, Madhavi is here, so many letters here, and I did my masters in Geotechnical. Then later, he went to East Germany, and I went to West Germany. So, he in structures and me in foundations worked so closely everywhere, every project, hundreds of them. I think I lost count of it. People say some 500, 600, innumerable numbers. So I always keep remembering him. So I am proposing to do something big for the Department of Civil Engineering in his name. So we'll try for that, definitely. So I'm going to demonstrate. The second guru is Professor P.V. How many of you know him? Please raise your hand. Only that's all. So here also I have a soft copy, and so whoever wants it. So P.V. Indaresan was the director of IIT Madras. He came from Delhi, and I organized a conference. I think it was Ocean Engineering Conference, first conference in Ocean Engineering. Then I was to give the word of thanks. He said, wait, Raju. Then he came and said, we have a great tradition in this country. We make somebody do all the work, and also you should thank everybody else. Am I right? The word of thanks are given by the organizing secretary or something like this, so I never forget. So I can go on and on about him. Anyway, please read this book. It's wonderful. I had the privilege of co-authoring it. This book, not authoring actually, only compiled his lectures and information along with music. So that is another point I want to make. So many things. One day he asked me, I was building the Ocean Engineering Center, some of you know it, right? So we have a 36-meter span. You have to span 36 meters, I'm talking about some years back. I told Ramakrishna, I don't like ECC routine truss. And then, okay, he said, we'll do precast coated plate. But it is the first time, that much span. I said, fine, if you are confident. So I asked Professor Indaresan, he said, if you are happy, if you are comfortable, go ahead. Then he asked me to be also chairman estate and works, along with my other responsibilities. Sir, don't you think, you know how busy I am, so don't you think I can manage both? So I laughed and said, only busy people have time. So please remember, lazy people never have time. So don't worry if you are very busy, so work hard. I can go on and on. So wonderful. And also, I'll give you my next thought. Actually, I don't know who discovered the word problematic soils. There is nothing like problematic soils. You can be good, you can be problematic. So I'll explain that in detail. So I'm absolutely delighted, grateful to all of you to give me this opportunity and wish you all the very best. And namaste. Actually, I stopped saying no madam, no sir, because it's the British which made us slaves. You see, there were so many invaders, but the British totally destroyed. We made slaves. They said, Indians, you don't know anything, you are dummies, and we are superior, and we believed it. So to come out of that mindset. So we have to discover ourselves, and we should say we are capable. Of course we are. Recently he has been Indian as the Prime Minister of UK, right? So one day we may have the President of the United States also an Indian. It's possible. So therefore nobody is inferior, nobody is superior. So I'm a close follower of Swami Vivekananda. I don't know how many of you have read Karma Yoga or whatever it is. But it says the king and the commoner are the same. The commoner is better than the king if the king is not doing his job properly. God bless all.
I now request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Andhra University, Professor G.P. Rajshekhar Garu, to give his address.
Subhodaya, good morning everyone. So today's chief guest, Dr. Anil Joseph, President Indian Geotechnical Society, and guest of honor, Professor D.S. Raju, proud alumni of Andhra University, and Honorary Secretary Indian Geotechnical Society, Dr. A.P. Singh, and other distinguished colleagues from across institutions, and the organizers, Professor Centenary Reddy and Professor Satyanarayana, and other colleagues from Andhra University and other students. It's my privilege to welcome you all to Andhra University. Why? Because so you are having this very important workshop by Indian Geotechnical Society at a moment where Andhra University is celebrating its centenary. So before I come to that, so let me brief you a bit about what we have been doing. So 26th of April 2025, we had a curtain raiser of our centenary, and since then we have been organizing number of activities under 3 verticals. First vertical is academic excellence, second is infrastructure, and third one is outreach. So it's a challenge because the university system, the entire country underwent a lot of ups and downs, and at the moment for the past 2 decades, most of the universities, state public funded universities, they are running short of faculty. So with 14,700 students, we just have 190 regular faculty. And of course we have about 100, something called assistant professor contract. So this is the biggest challenge any institution can have. But we are doing our best, and in the recent NRF, in the state public funded, we are at number 4. So whether we believe in ranking or not, but the government has instituted a framework, so naturally we have to accept and compare. So what I am trying to say, there are constraints, but somehow we are trying our best. So this is a great opportunity for us, Centenary, to give a loud appeal to alumni and also well-wishers of the university. So, in spite of these constraints, we are going aggressively with various activities. So we had great gatherings. On the Science Day, we had 9 eminent scientists across the country with the 4 Bhatnagar awardees witnessing, and the various then infrastructure. So we have legacy buildings which are as old as the university. So these are the challenges. We started in a small way, renovation projects, etc. And now we are just a click away to release the Centenary projects. Then under outreach, I'm not sure how many of you are visiting Visakhapatnam for the first time. You might be wondering, it's a nice city, and then it's so if you go around 50-kilometer radius also, you will see the same atmosphere. You are mistaken. Visakhapatnam is very unique. City is very well developed and nice, and it's happening city. But you go 20-kilometer radius, you have a complete rural. So at this juncture of Centenary, Andhra University took a pledge to handle the rural education sector. So first time we have 304 affiliated colleges. So we are also hand-holding them, and kick-started number of activities. So at this juncture, I appeal to all the well-wishers to come and join this endeavor. And well-wishers and proud alumni like Professor Raju, he already not only announced, also acted. So he has instituted a postdoc fellowship in the Department of Civil Engineering, fully funded by him for a period of 3 years. And he has already transferred the first phase. So next week we are advertising. And he has several things, and we are looking forward to closely work with him. So on 26th of April, we are having the 100th Foundation Day. But as a run-up, 2 months onwards, we have started large number of activities. Large number, both cultural and scientific. So a Jugalbandi happening, and one day this, one day that. So today, those who are here from on behalf of the conference, I am requesting head of the department to bring them to the AU Convention Center in the evening. So let me brief you. We have close to 1100 international students from 55 countries. So I'm sure not any of the IITs or Centenary Institute has even 1/10 of that. So one idea which we thought we should display their potential. So today there are 40 countries. They are bringing their delicacies. So it's an international students food festival at our convention center. Along with that, some Indian stalls. So we are targeting to serve 6,000 people. So it's a mega event happening starting from 5 p.m. Maybe if your sessions are over by 6 p.m., maybe we can host them. So that's one. And then on 26th, their cultural program. So there are many things happening. So coming to this particular event, so when I joined, and then when I kick-started these Centenary activities, then Professor Satyanarayana was saying he said Geotechnical. I said yes, I know Geotechnical Society, why not? The first name I took because of my good friend, close friend. Yes, I know Geotechnical Society because my good friend Professor Samadia is there in that. I think he was an office bearer for some time, so that's how I remember. So yes, he said the same one. So I said yes, please bring it. So I'm glad that today all of you are here. So I'm happy that I know some of them, and also Professor Madhavilata, we know very well because we worked in a gate. That's how Professor Samadia, we all work like a family. So then the topic also not very far from. So I'm an applied math, but sitting at IIT, we generally interact. So I had an opportunity to closely work with another geotechnical expert sitting at mining engineering of IIT Kharagpur, Professor Debashish Dev, so I should thank him. So we could do some contributions in geotechnical engineering and enhanced oil recovery models. So I know I visited his lab regularly to see the grouting tests and all that. So, so in that sense, now coming to the title, yeah, Professor Rosen mentioned about the problematic ground. Yeah, the word is very, yeah. So I was wondering how, yeah, maybe that's how we should communicate. But if you see who is making this ground problematic, it's we. We are making the ground. Otherwise, as such, it is non-problematic. The humans are making problematic, right? So I think we have to educate how not to make the ground problematic. For example, if you walk around this particular engineering campus, certain areas you won't see the boundary wall. The reason is, it's not that boundary wall was not there. Boundary wall was there, but a huge debris was brought and then it was almost leveled with the boundary wall. So these kind of things are problematic for the environment because that caused a lot of other problems with the environment and with our campus, right? So, and the huge structures that we are getting with urbanization, maybe structure interactions, whether we are considering all those things also matters. The technologies are changing. Like the scope for experimentation, the costs are enhanced. So then people are going for digital twins and then you do the experimentation there. And so there is a lot of evolution. But whether our students are in a position to take those forward, whether we are making those things as part of curricula. So these are some things which we have been contemplating because we are kickstarting the curricular vision from this summer. So I'm sure we need specialized courses of NPTEL, etc. on geotechnical so that students can, for example, in particular institutes like this where we don't have enough number of faculty, so these courses will be beneficial. So these are anyway part of the curriculum, but better with changing technology, we just immediately release a NPTEL course with the state of the art so that students get benefited. So in the morning I was disappointed that not many students are there, but now anyway we are seeing. So I think the department should take measures and we are inviting such large number of experts who are on time. I think students should be on time. So that is one thing I should tell everyone. So please interact with our environment. We have two campuses. You are in North Campus, which is the engineering campus, but much of the legacy buildings, etc., and the South Campus. So if your time permits, please visit us. And the evening event is further on the beach front. So of course that you will enjoy if you visit. So thank you very much for the executive for accepting and bringing this event to Andhra University. And our Centenary won't stop at the 26th of April. Rather it begins. So we are looking forward to host many such events and anything on a large scale international conference we'll be very glad to host. And thank you one and all. Thank you.
Honorary Secretary, Indian Geotechnical Society, Dr. A.P. Singh, sir.
Respected sir, my professional mentor today is Professor Professor V.S. Sargan sir. He professionally mentors me also from academic guidance. Both Satyanarayan
sir. Our most beloved President of Indian Geotechnical Society, Dr. Anil Joseph. Samadhiya sir, my postgraduate teacher, and all living legends who are here from the geotechnical fraternity, the younger generation of today's geotechnical fraternity, and all the fraternity friends. Namaste, and I welcome all of you on the occasion of this workshop. I congratulate Andhra University for completing a century inning of academic excellence, and starting the program and celebrating 100 years of its existence, its glorious existence. So it gives me a privilege, pride, and pleasure to be with you for this workshop on geotechnical solution for infrastructural project in problematic soil, a theme that resonates deeply with India's unique geology and geography. So our mother nature supports all the time, but it gives surprises. If we are not able to understand what the nature wants to tell and how it is going to support us. If we extract from the nature, certainly it is going to surprise and it will give a big setback to us in the form of many structural areas and all. So that we have to be aware, we have to learn, and we have to get professional experience from our elders and senior legends. So that is the requirement of the time. We are happy and privileged that we are having our executive committee here today along with the workshop, and another thing, this workshop is for problematic soil. We have to study the nature of our other so that if we know it, then we are not going to get any surprise and we will not get any success. And for any professional career or any professional growth, we need to have a good professional society, which is a combination of which is made by the serious and experienced by experience and exposed persons. So in that way, our Indian Geotechnical Society is a pioneer and premier professional body, which has not completed 100 years, it has completed 75 years of its existence. So just after independence, this society was formed by our seniors in 1948 as the Indian National Society for Soil Mechanics and Foundation Engineering, in affiliation with the ISSMG, which became Indian Geotechnical Society (IGS) in the year 1970. So we had a lot of things with the Indian Geotechnical Society. It offers various categories of membership, starting from fellowship to member, life member, and student membership available. So those who are not member of this professional society, please take membership. IGS has 56 local chapters spread across the country, and we are targeting 65 total chapters in this Indian Geotechnical. Hopefully we will be able to make it. If not, then in the next, with the next team, we will be able to make it. And local chapters already organize many events of the main body, like Indian Geotechnical Engineering Conference, which is held biannually, and this is particularly for the professionals below 35 years of age. In real sense, the young geotechnical engineers. IGS regularly hosts prestigious international events. Very recently, it is the first Geotech Asia 2025, which was concepted by Dr. Anil Joseph, Brigade, and India proudly got this to organize this conference. all credit goes to the entire team of IGS, organizing team, Dr. Anil Joseph, Dr. Saka Murthy, who is here, was the main convener of this conference. So a big round of applause for this team. It hosts every year. It hosts annual geotechnical conference. IGC in the form of IGC, and every year one of the chapter takes the responsibility of organizing it. Another international event this year we are going to organize the international symposium on field monitoring in geomechanics, ISMG, IIT. IGS has signed an agreement of cooperation with many international geotechnical societies across the globe. IGS publishes a journal since last 54 years. 54 years this journal has completed. Got impact factor, and now it gets started getting a huge variety among also for the benefit of Indian Geotechnical Society. IGS gives various awards, 34, 37 total awards, 22 for everyone and 15 only exclusively for the young geotechnical engineers. It gives industry is sponsored prestigious award for academia as well as industry professionals. Then for 47 eminent geotechnical engineers delivered keynote lecture, annual lecture during the IGC Geotechnical Conference. Last year it was at Andhra, and the next year it is going to be Centenary. IGS also facilitates the publication of technical papers by its members in geotechnical conferences such as International Soil Mechanics and Foundation Engineering and Asian Regional Conference. So these are the activities being carried out by Indian Geotechnical Society. We need cooperation from all the fraternity events for the growth of the society, and for this annual this 100-year program, IGS is always with Andhra University. We are available here. Any kind of help you need, support, we are always with you, sir. And with this, thank you very much. And I look forward for the useful takeaway from the workshop, and my best wishes to the organizing team and the participants. So thank you very much. Dhanyawad.
I now request the Chief Guest Dr. Anil Joseph, President Indian Geotechnical Society and Vice President Asian International Society for Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering to give visits.
We are lucky to host Anil Joseph. It is the first meeting after the election as Vice President Asia.
Very good morning all. Vice Chancellor of the University, Dr. the Bhishmacharya of Geotechnical Engineering, and my Guru. I undertook training about 80 years back, for how to do geotechnical association. And that was a 7 years as I learned, and I carry forward till now with the basics. And the way we interact, we work on the methods together. We must collect all the data from us and then pick up the work. Thank you very much for that. Going to the root, who is exactly doing the job, we talk to them like understand things, because the stuff of I was there to class doing the process side and was supporting him. So I found that it takes so much of patience to understand what exactly is there and down rather than going to the work. Thank you very much for doing that wonderful person in the initial space of area. Today's many people, Centenary and MPV, Centenary organizing the conference, the conference secretary, MPC, fellow members of the National Executive Committee, the delegates who have come here, the students who are the future of the country. Good morning once again to all of you. In fact, I have not come to the Vice President here so far. The Vice President are everything on June 14 at Vienna, where we are celebrating the 100 years of formation of the International Society of Social Cancer. So, very similar to Andhra University, we are also celebrating 100 years of formation, and the theme is very old gap. So the geotechnical engineering or formation engineering started the man called Organised in 1926. We started the first laboratory in Vienna, and that is where we have all been together in June 20 to commemorate that occurrence. And he was a mechanical engineer, not a civil engineer. And he derived almost all the theories we are studying now. So that's the beginning of journey and capacities, especially for the states, knowledge matters, degree is matter. You should have knowledge to deliver what is needed. Second aspect is that the journey of ours is to your engineering knowledge. IGS are completed 70 years of journey. So engineering college engineering college has also completed 70 years of journey. So we are still growing. So if you look at the history, Society formed the association back in 1924, started the practice, and by 25 you realize that I believe so it is an element which varies for Zone and Berkeley, and it is very difficult to change its behavior. And another something don't realize. So in 1985 he made the Austria Geotechnical Society, and in 1936 he made the first international conference. So in between there was World War II, so there was a delay in meetings. So in 1948, the second international conference on soil mechanics happened in Rotterdam, and where 5 people from here went. He was invited. They started the Indian Geotechnical Society, like our secretary called Society of Soil Mechanics in India. And from there we have grown a lot. From that 5 members we have more than 6,500 members. Specific chapters, and we will make it better much better as we move forward. And this year we want to build 64 chapters. When by December 2026 we will be averaging to 64 chapters. And because of why the numbers and this is more important because unless other engineering, our engineering is very below the ground, and this is actually maybe substance. So it's very difficult to predict or get oriented. Especially the speakers are about the problematic soil. The soil is not problematic. We want to come up with a conversation that idea. We want to transfer the load. It's very mathematical. It doesn't make anything wrong. But it is for us to put the load on that and make it behave the way we want. There are other problems that are coming in, and we have to try solutions accordingly. But it's important to realize that these particular areas are a problem. So it is very important that we share the knowledge, tell our stories to the people that what are the successes we have, what are the failures we have, share the platform and grow bigger and learn from that. And that all these conferences together, networking and mentoring like Rajasthan and all of us has helped us to reach great heights to understand the basic circumstances. In today's scenario, we are trying, Organised Geotechnical Society, trying to make sure that the responsibility and the professionalism of engineers is improved. We are very active in the Indian Board committee revisions, and we are happy to inform you that the current version of National Board is coming with the aim of geotechnical engineering on our target. So any building more than 15 meters solar constructed in India should have a geotechnical investigation mandatory. And of course, we have used that as I was just mentioning, the standard is 90% of the purpose is no good. So we have to set standard, and I for one who always say that all this is good has to be published online. So that people can absorb that data, then we can find out who is doing the wrong things. Why should we hide? So this is so that I think not getting a very opportunity. In Europe, this standard, I was chairman of the board of Institute of Engineering, and I was representing in India. So I was facing the same problem. You bring everything in open, collect data, show to people to see that, and the government of India that this is a fake. This is not the right soil that happened here. If you see, I am from the Kerala, and if you have seen the photographs in the last failure, these are are traveling, you have to be very careful. Because so much of hardwood collapses are happening. So much of hardwood collapse is happening. Soil collapsing. So much of you have to take insurance for hardwood. That's the situation. Why? The analysis now we become these are going society. That people are also so many are going to country and we realize that there is one solution. So I told that there is no need of solution report if it is not a brick or a wire. For all this, without understanding the soil, we have equipment are involved. And the basic soil, what problematic soil, we need to know that you will be loaded so much of load and he somehow got away. And like Sir says that soil goes for a walk. Once the dog comes in, soil cannot sustain it anymore. The portions of the more than the efficiency and efficiency negative, total stress much more, and then soil goes for a walk. That is the only way you have to run away. So we are one more creating the problem of the poor soil without understanding its nature, without improving its property. We put load on that and we play on that. So the investigation is being made by me. Now we have one more new system also. All the foundation engineering drawing. So these are understand. You have to sign the drawing that the foundation is. Without taking the property, we are not able to structure otherwise they are get away. So we have to know what we are doing. We have to sign on our drawings. That is also going to come in soon. So that will make our geotechnical engineering more visible and more responsible to our shoulder, where we have discussed our problem. Nobody is going to hijack our job. I practice more as a system engineer. I always say if I get good structure, this is a copy from another place. I can just bring it to another side and copy it there. Nothing is going to happen. That same. But you cannot do the same operation and everything there. Because it has to be local touch has to be there. Local knowledge has to be there. So that is where the geotechnical society is important. And I this is what these membership of Indian Geotechnical Society learn from us. There are a lot of we have a lot of technical community and we have to come up with a lot of manuals also to improve. We are growing well. So we have asked in the last 3 years, I was just looking back yesterday, we have our membership has 1,300. So from 5,100 to 6,500. So it's 22% growth in the membership is happening. It's time for us to grow because India has got a lot of problems. You compare the countries in America and our developed region. America made 100-story building back in the 1920s. In India, still we don't have a 100-story building. We are going to be the third biggest GDP in the world in a few years' time. We are the country with the maximum population. Why not even a 100-story building? In 1929, March same year, they did a foundation for the university building, and exactly after 367 days, on April 2nd, 1980, they inaugurated the 190-story building. So we have almost 96 gates, not even 100-story building in India. So the message is that India will grow in leaps and bounds, especially in engineering. Don't jump to computer science. Don't go to where you don't apply your engineering. You let us bring artificial intelligence and machine learning to our engineering. Our engineering is very interesting and beautiful. And tomorrow you can see the products coming out of that. You are a software engineer, it's all right. But don't go for a data analyst job because you are paid. Learn our engineering properly, and I can tell you, people pay you well if you know the subject well. I am not a demolition man of India. I do an engineering where you press a button, the building, a building of 40-story building comes down in a matter of 9 seconds. In fact, you might have seen this protected in the demolition where we demolished 500 crores of assets in 9 seconds. But for the 9 seconds, we did 6 months engineering. 6 months detailed engineering to do the job. So I charge 50 times more than my structural consultancy fees. Because when you are not a consultancy fees, so I don't want that. I charge 50 times more than the structural consultancy fees to work on a demolition project per hour. So that is important because geotechnical engineering is not getting recognized. This is the most important aspect. Nothing can happen without a foundation. We good foundation is basic for everything, and I am sure that we is going to be leaps and bounds, and I always speak. One day they will come from Europe, America, and China. I am years of China. Every 2 or 1 year I go there for presence and just like anything. they make this is only 20 days. 6 zeros only 20 days. That is the speed of technology going in China. They will not come to India to see some of the most tallest, elegant and beautiful structures, and it has been created by the young engineers, girls and boys sitting behind. It is your future. The area of engineering properly. There is a huge potential for engineering, especially civil engineering in India, and that is all be proud of engineering and be part of our leadership movement. Thank you very much.
Now it's time for presentation. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate Dr. Anil Joseph, Vice President Asia, International Society for Oil Analysis and Geotechnical Limited. Felicitation is being done on his election as Vice President Asia, International Society for Soil Analysis and Geotechnical Engineering. I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to felicitate Guest of Honor Professor V.S. Radhakan. I request our Vice Chancellor sir to felicitate Professor V.S. Radhakan. I request our Vice Chancellor sir to present a memento to Dr. A.P. Singh sir, Honorary Secretary, Indian Geotechnical Society. On behalf of the organizing committee, I deem it to be a proud privilege to propose vote of thanks. Firstly, I thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Andhra University, for his encouragement in organizing such fruitful event. I thank Dr. Anil Joseph, Chief Guest of today's event, for his gracious visit. I thank the Rest of Honor Dr. V.S. Rajbaru for his enlightening talk. I thank Professor C.V. Satyanarayana, Head of the Department, convener of workshop, for his strenuous work in bringing out this fruitful event. I thank the coordinators, Professor P.V. Satyanarayana and Professor C. Rajbaru, coordinators of this workshop, for their efforts in organizing this event. I thank all the dignitaries of the dais, the participants, the students, the scholars, the press and media. I wish all the participants all the best. Thank you.
I request all of you to join for ID that is arranged outside this hall and quickly return within 10 minutes so that we can start the first lecture. Thank you.
Shona, olche.
Private Limited, a leading foundation and structural consultancy firm based at Kochi. He has provided foundation and structural consultancy for more than 3,500 high-rise structures, including many landmark multi-story and infrastructure projects in India and abroad in the last 31 years. His design of Nippon Toyota showroom at Kalamasri, Platinum Mall at Maradu, Lulu Grand Hyatt Hotel and Convention Center, Bolgati Island, Kochi and Hyatt Regency, Thrissur, Lulu IT Terrace. Kochi has won ICI Ultratech Award for the outstanding concrete structures of Kerala in the building category in the year 2012, 2017, 2018, 2020 and 2025 respectively. He was also honored in 2026 with a special award recognizing his outstanding dedication and professional expertise for the V Grand Innovation Campus at Kempura, Coconut. He is the now welcome sir for the lecture.
Good morning all. So our National Executive Committee meeting is supposed to start at 11 o'clock. Now it will start at 12 o'clock immediately after this lecture. And first of all, I would like to congratulate once again Andhra University for the 100 years and Satyanarayana Reddy and team for bringing this conference here. So I was very impressed by the number of activities you are doing as part of the 100 years celebration. Congratulations to the team. Let us give a big round of applause to the ideas which are conference. And today I will be going in a much speed tracks in the 14 minutes because it was prepared for 1 hour. So from distress to stability, geotechnical solutions for infrastructure projects in problematic ground. Can we have the slide moved? Yeah, I will just talk about, like we told, there is no problematic ground. We want to create something and we call it problem. So I take about a few case studies. One case study is of an embankment failure of a bridge at Mahi Taliseri bypass. It was done before. Right now we can have 100 case studies now because most of the bridges are failing, most of the RE walls are collapsing. So similar failure is happening, so many numbers is happening now. And we had a failure of one of the metro pillar, and interestingly, after 4 years of running, in the 5th year, metro pillar started tilting. So we did a forensic study on that, what is the grassroots problem, and came up with a solution to the problem. That's the case 2 which I am touching upon. And case 3 is that it was a different subject, but the other day Satyanarayana called me and told that you should talk about demolition. So I'm talking about a case where we have a gas pipeline which is live, the Gale gas pipeline, and we are bringing a 40-story building just 15 meters away from that. And what all engineering we did to protect that, and how we stimulated it in various softwares, and understood how the behavior is going to happen, and how we monitored thanks to the team from IIT Madras, who was part of the team. Subhadip, Bhuminathan and Tarun and team was supporting us in this project in Delhi. And some conclusion out of that. Yeah, let's move on. So infrastructure development is increasingly expanding, challenging ground condition, excessive settlement, slope instability, foundation failures. Yeah, so I expect unpredictable or adverse engineering behavior. Common type, we have a lot of expansive soil, especially in India. That middle we have the black cotton soil, which shows the expansive nature. So clay. So deep deposit of marine, we have 7,000 kilometers of coast. So beautiful coast we have, and we in India, in Kerala, we are known as God's own country, and also Cochin is known as the Queen of the Arabian Sea. But that has one of the worst soils in the world. So my experience is Mexico and Moscow has, St. Petersburg has got worse soil than that. We have soil every day. We do 60 meters pipe. And if we go through some European literature or European journals, they say foundation companies say that they can do pile up to 60 meters. That's a routine check for every foundation engineer in Kerala, because our starter starts at 60-65 meters. So that's another challenge. And organic soil, loose field, lot of reclaimed land. Lands are less, so we are going into the sea or dredging it and making it. So the progress is bound to happen. So again, risk, excessive settlement, differential settlement, cracks on the structures. More. And leaning tower of Pisa is a good example. That so there will be a differential settlement happening. A story itself to tell. I am not taking time on that, but all of us know how beautiful that case study is. It's a bell tower of a church. In 1990, tower was leaning at 5.5 degrees and increasing, and they spent a lot of restoration work to drill the soil below, put a copper wire on that, apply pressure and make it corrected. And they came up with this theory to how to make it corrected. And the cost encountered this entire operation was that you could have constructed 10 leaning tower of Pisa. 10, not leaning towers, straight Pisa. And there is a very interesting story connected to this. When they were doing this leaning tower of Pisa, the engineers were in the committee. So we have Dr. MD Desai, we were students, myself and Chandra Solani were students of Dr. MD Desai, and he was one in the committee of the ISSMG, where now I am representing as Vice President Asia. He was one in the committee, a 10-member committee was constituted, he was one among the committee, and he used to discuss this problem with us. So they spent this copper wire, bridges, and applied pressure and corrected it. That money they could have made 10 leaning tower of Pisa. 10 straight towers of Pisa. And when they came up with the engineering, they found out this problem was first discussed in Italian Geotechnical Society, went to Europe Society, then to International Society. They came up with a theory and they made a concept that it can be made straight. But then when it was ready to be made straight, people in Pisa didn't want it to be straight. So there was an opinion poll, 96% people voted against making it straight. Because the attraction of that entire city and the earning or the revenue of the entire thing is on tourism for people coming to see the leaning tower of Pisa. If it is a straight tower of Pisa, it's just a bell tower. So nobody will come. So these foundation problems are also so interesting lessons to learn so many things. Now it leans about 3.99 degree and it was always a dream for me to go there, visit that. So maybe about 14-15 years back I was there and trying to make the leaning straight. Yeah, let's move on. So typical distress, I'm not touching about the theory part and moving on. So stability, time characterization and risk assessment. We all keep telling, I don't know how much of lectures happen, but go to reality. These were the so many retaining wall collapse. One geotechnical investigation report is not there. We talk now we are doing it every 30-meter interval. Every 30-meter interval. So we should have been careful. Yeah, Munikrishnan is part of the some collapses he is investigating. Some IIT Balagad is investigating. Now everybody is investigating what went wrong. So we create problems and look for solution. But if you look at history, it's also like that. Leaning tower of Pisa people created problem, then look for solution, which was 10 times more costly than actually what we have spent at the right time. So for instance, remember, spending money in geotechnical investigation is not a waste, it is a very important aspect and proper judgment is important because it varies horizontally and vertically. So we have, if we don't, it will surprise us. So identification, diagnostic, solutions, monitoring. This should be the distress to stability. Identification, diagnosis, solution, monitoring, shift from reactive repairs to proactive geotechnical design. We are all good in making reactive repairs. So much of things are happening. Road washed away. This happened. This collapse happened. This failure happened. Slow fade. But we don't do proper proactive geotechnical design. Now first story. Now I just make it a very short stories because of the AC meeting coming up. This is the embankment failure of a bridge at Mahi Kalamasheri bypass. Similar, almost 50 to 60 stories are there. So there was a story quite some time back. Everything was ready. It bypasses and it takes only 20 minutes. We spent, the government spent a lot of money. And this is EK Infrastructure was the contractor. We are talking about Kalamasheri Mahi bypass. And subsoil investigation clearly shows that there is no value, N value is 0. At least they have done the investigation. And we have due respect to all the geosynthetic engineers, geogrid manufacturers and everyone, this is not magic. You cannot load on something without a 0 N value and expect the soil to take the load. And you can do beautiful calculation. I will show the calculation. The calculations are so perfect, in 5 decimals they have done the calculation. All a geotechnical engineering problem. Let us understand, it's an art than a science. You have to understand the behavior of the soil. Like Rasaki says, go to the field, touch the soil, have a feel of what exactly is happening. That makes the difference. So we'll just see that 12 to 15 N value without soil stabilization construction is not possible to achieve. Look at the value. Then straight away rope. So this was the strata. So they have to construct this. So their approach obviously, there were different ideas came in. PVD was suggested, stone columns were suggested, geocells were suggested. and this geosynthetic company came up with that. There is nothing needed, only this magic material you provide and it will take care. But the contractor was smart. He went for coconut piling. He was sure that the soil is so bad. So if we go to our ancestors, like the entire Venice is constructed on timber piles. So go to different parts of Kerala, Kuttanad and all, we all know that we have a lot of coconuts there. Kerala is not a land of coconuts. So whenever there is something wrong, they have doubt, they cut the coconut and drive the coconut into the soil. So it creates as a material to formation to bring in strength. So they did the coconut up to 7 to 11.5 meter depth and made the geocell on top of that. So this was the design. I don't want to name the company, I have removed the name of the company. So this is the TGU 300 GeoGrid, GSP filling 1 meter and non-woven geotextile, GeoGrid, geocell with DCB and thickness as per design. So I am just skipping this, will show the photographs. So this is the calculation. All calculation done, they know that about 20 ton per meter square is happening there. They say that by bypassing through this, it will come with 1 ton per meter square. No magic happens. So soil goes for a walk. Like SR Gandhi sir says, it goes for a walk. So this is what exactly happened, and this is all the detailed calculation, and everything, filling, everything was going on, stages of construction. So here you can see that they have, so look at the soil condition, they did the filling, they started driving the coconuts, then 200 to 250 mm GSP banked above coconut, laying of tech non-woven geotextile, then 200 geogrid above the geotextile, then geotech cell above geogrid, geocell filled with GSP, then laying of TGU 300 biaxial geogrid on top of that, and the layer formation and PCC on top of that, then the raft concreting and wall construction on the side and embankment on the top. So when it weighs 6.5 meter, settlement starts happening, and 10 centimeter was noted, and it was supposed to commission in the month of May. So there is no time for us to react. So we get into problem and we want solution next day. So the gap started widening, and then in January again the gap kept on increasing. It was monitored, and geocell is designed for 14.5, and even without a 10 ton meter per meter square coming up, it is going down. So it won't withstand the load. So this was thanks to team from IIT Madras to Professor Bhuminathan and team was part of this investigation. So we were visiting the site to see that the entire walls has moved away. The soil has got collapse didn't happen because coconut pipes were there below. Then see the cracks formations. It was in very bad shape. Everything moving away, and we marked the cracks. The cracks were pretty bad, and it was widening with the day. So then we did lot of investigation, and again we spent money after that. We spent almost 5 times the money which was spent on investigation in the initial phase after having the failure happening. So SPT, vein shear, light cone, static cone, everything was conducted. So this was the test being carried out. We found out that this was the SCPT results. After that, the light cone penetration results. And after the study, we told that these are the options available. You can go for a PVD, sand piling, stone column, deep soil mixing, or micro piling. And this was the numerical analysis which was done to carry it out. And we compared the study and we found that the SPT value, after doing all this and almost 1.5 years of providing this, has not improved much. Because clay takes its own sweet time to release the pore pressure which is formed. Take the case of Leaning Tower of Pisa. 1176 they started, 1300 completed. After 700 years still the problem was there. So these sort of things do happen. So this is the numerical modeling study, and we came up that we will make the bridge by putting new piles itself as time was short. So we constructed new piles from the top of the embankment itself, made it into a structural element, and only 2 meter filling was there, and we didn't want to remove the soil. So we come up with a theory, with a lot of analysis, we came up with a balancing beam theory, because sufficient land was available. So we came up with a balancing theory so that the underground movement can be prevented. And these were the remedial measures which was carried out, and the work is completed now, and the road is functioning now. But lesson, if you don't do your investigation properly, there will be problem. This is the case study of metro pillar number 347. So this is the beautiful city where I come from, very similar to Vizag. We have a beautiful coast. So do take time to come to Kochi. It's a very, also known as the Queen of the Arabian Sea. and we have a beautiful water metro also. You can see the entire city sitting in the water metro itself. So we have 3 metros, like everything, airport, water metro and rail metros are connected well. So this is the phase 1 of the metro. So started in 2012, inaugurated in 2017 by our Prime Minister, and it was functioning well. And generally it's quite interesting problem because failure generally come very fast. This, after 4 years, the pillar started sinking. So let's see what exactly happened. So this was pillar number 347 of Kochi Metro at Patalipalam. The MRC was in charge of the construction. One of the best contractors in the country was doing the project. They completed the job. And that year we had heavy monsoon. So the entire water went up by 1.5 to 2 meters. So this was a valley between 2 hills, and naturally the unsupported length of the column was very high. Because the valley and the hill, the alignment of the metro rail will be the same. So it was observed that the drivers who were driving the vehicle started hearing voice. So they started discussing what is problem. So they found that some alignment has gone wrong. So they reported, they checked the alignment and found that there is no problem in the alignment. Then somebody told that we have to check the levels there, and they found that it is tilting to one side, pillar. Then we did further investigation and found that the foundation itself is tilting. So it both in allowed. So the discussion was happened, then all the consultants were there, and obviously a committee, because whenever something goes wrong in our country, we are good in making committees. A committee was formed. I was called in as one of the engineering expert on the committee. So first we reduced the speed from 35 km to 25 km. Still we saw that it is again settling. Settling is continuing. We discussed we conducted soil investigation to understand what is happening. It's a weak soil and suddenly followed by rock. So we told that we should stop metro operation. But MD was an IPS officer, retired DGP. He told what is the problem. We told that this is tilting to that side. He told there is a two-way track. No, he told we don't allow vehicle to pass on the other track. Where it is not settling, we allow the vehicle to continue at slow pace. Very simple solution. But we engineers in certain times we are very conservative. We don't want anything to happen. So we did that and made this thing. So whenever the metro stops functioning, we started investigating and find out what is the problem. And we came up with the root cause of the problem, which was, I will just tell. So this is the soil there, below there. So we told that we wanted to verify. So we bring it into the rock. So we found that the rock, so somebody suggested it might be a boulder. So we drilled 3 meters, then again we drilled 5 meters into the rock. So here you can see the sample. And this time we used hydraulic calyx drill. So not calyx drill, hydraulic drills. Because in most of India we do calyx drill. And because of the vibration of the calyx, the rock gets broke. Nobody understands. And if you do proper this thing with a systematic approach, you get a good sample. And we retrieve the sample and show that rock is continuous. Then we call geodynamics. So the person is there whenever there is a problem. Ravi comes in, Ravi did the testing, and we found that there is a softer formation below. So we did the back study, went through the report, and Kerala is known for its strike. Once the pile has reached rock, 3 piles was left without concreting for 4 days because of non-availability of resources due to strike. And the 5th day night, 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock, they completed all the pile. The 4th pile was anchored on rock at the same time and immediately cleaned properly, and the concreting was done. The other 3 piles started settling. So I think I have the drawings of that. So these are the photos of that. 4 numbers additional pile of 1000 mm diameter was suggested, and we anchored it into the wall foundation and connected to that. So this is where the work was happening, because we cannot bring hydraulic rig. Already the train is running on top of that. So the mast height is 11.5 meter, clear height is only 10.6 meter. So this was the problem. So conventional drilling into the rock was done with calyx drills, breaking the rock and then chiseling it out, and the anchoring and the concreting was done. So here the integrity test being happening. So here you can see that is the old pile cap. So thanks to Hilti, 2,800 numbers of Hilti were driven in to get the anchorage to make the new pile cap. So here you can see the new pile cap ready to concreting, and the concreting was done. The work was completed, and both the metros are running. Both the tracks are now having the metro running comfortably. Now coming to my last story, and again the demolition story, which I wanted to skip today. Demolition of a twin tower in Noida, and we are going from Kochi to Delhi for this job. Previously, I am basically till 2019, I never did a demolition. Because somebody from NIT Calicut, we have a professor called Shankar sir who passed away recently. He was a student from IIT Madras, PhD, this is PhD from IIT Madras. So in our fundamentals of soil behavior, he always comes with this video of the demolition of building and shows these videos. And that was my only exposure to demolition till that time, listening to his class. Then 2019, the High Court, Supreme Court of India ordered demolition of 17 to 20 story buildings, and all the 5 was structurally designed by me, way back in 2005. So it was the building who was just designed by me. They found out that it is violating the coastal regulations on criteria. CRSN norms were violated. As a structural engineer, you are not involved in the sanctioning. Architects take care of that. So we told we are not involved in that. We did the structural design. We are not part of that. But then somehow they wanted these buildings to be demolished. So we searched for people. There was no one available. And then suddenly the district administration told, you create a problem, you solve the problem. So they appointed me with a GO, asking me to find out an agency which can do the job and make sure that it is done properly. Since you know the structure, you are the right person to do the job. So I got this job in 2019, and always we are in a very small well. We think that it is all complicated problem, bringing 60-meter building down without adjusting, affecting nearby building is a very challenging task and impossible task. We were thought like that till we learned engineering. When we start learning engineering, we understood, we thought, we tendered it, and to our surprise, we thought that nobody is going to come. Because buildings are very sound building, nothing is going to happen to the building. And we thought that government will take over, we will make it some orphanage or something. That proposal we sent, we thought it is going to happen, and we tendered, and we thought nobody is going to come. To our shock, 28 companies came. And out of that, the world's first demolition company from South Africa, there is no need for them to come from Johannesburg to Bombay and Bombay to Kochi. They came and they taught us what is demolition engineering all about. Next 4 months we fought with each other. I was hell-bent on telling them, not letting the demolition to happen. I was telling a number of questions, this thing, and they keep on explaining to me what the demolition engineering all about. And in 4 months' time, I become part of them. I know what it was all about. So most of the time, because our ignorance uses that this is not possible. We don't spend the time to go deep dive into the subject and learn what it is. Once you do that, solutions are there within the problem itself. So we learned the trick, and then this came up in Delhi. This demolition has to happen, and they called me and asked, can you be part of our team? I told, no, I am a construction engineer, I don't demolish. Then he told, you think either you do or we will send someone from Johannesburg or London, because they are the experts who are in this field, they will come and do that. Next day he called and I asked him 50 times more than what I charge. That is why I told I charge 50 times more for my demolition engineering hours than my structural engineering hours, and straight away he agreed. So for the youngsters, don't quote low. I should have asked 100 times more. They would have paid. Then I realized that my rates were low. So this is the step what we do. If I am taking the theory class, it is very easy. Step 1, survey the area. Step 2, study the building plan here, where explosive can be placed. Remove toxic substance. Remove non-load bearing wall, because the weight has to be controlled when hitting the ground. And step 5, drill the hole. Step 6, move away, press the button, building comes down. But in reality, when you are about to do, when the counter has, there are so many butterflies in your stomach. You are not sure it's going to work or not. So this is what happened. So vibration measurement, actually again to the team from IIT Madras who was with us on this project also. So this is that if I can control the vibration to 3.5 centimeter per second, there is not going to be any damage. If it is more than 11.5 centimeter per second, there will be huge damage. So let's see, can we play this video?
Good evening. The enclosures on tonight's special edition of Team Capital News.
We begin with the disastrous aftermath of yesterday's implosion. It's estimated a crowd of 100,000 people lined Lake Burley Ribbon to witness history. What followed will be etched in the memories of us all for years to come.
Organisers had intended yesterday's demolition to be spectacular. They couldn't have imagined the traumatic effects it would have on the national capital. Instead of a safe, fully contained implosion, boats on the lake and crowds on the other shore were showered with debris. shards of steel warped and twisted by the force of the blast. The 12-year-old girl was hit and instantly killed. 9 others taken to hospital with minor injuries. Even today, no one could tell why the implosion turned into an explosion.
There will be a painstaking and detailed investigation by the police. It's largely a matter, as you appreciate, I guess, of structural engineering questions, questions of physics, to determine the cause of the fatality and the injuries that were occasioned.
The girl was killed 480 metres from the demolition site, nearly 10 times the prescribed safe distance set down by contractors. But today, witnesses gave...
So you saw that the girl was about 480 meters away and she was killed on the other side of the river. So that was where they put more explosive than what was needed, and that was a tragedy. Let's see this video. Now, please. Go back one step. No, this one. You keep this. Yeah. So after the failure in Canberra, all the demolition engineers were very careful. So instead of putting enough demolition, they put less demolition. So building didn't fail. So the Joe is our team leader. He's from South Africa. Joe always say, if you don't do your engineering properly, the building will stand there and laugh at you. So that is exactly what happened there. So let's see this video. I have a lot of stories to tell like that, but due to scarcity of time. So that means there is a lot of challenge, lot of failures happening, and it's a very tricky engineering. And more tricky engineering, more interesting it is. So this was the challenge. 7 lakh square feet building, 40-story building has to be brought down as per the order because it was meant to be a park. So the builder thought that we will remove the park and construct a 40-story building. It was in Sector 99 in Noida. So they constructed the building. It's a long court case started in 2005. Ended up in January 2022, and this time Supreme Court was smart, told that there is a guy from Australia, bring him, he will do the demolition. So the Supreme Court itself in the verdict wrote, bring that guy. So he called me and I told the story, how I could become part of that. But here it was so challenging that it is surrounded by buildings. And 9 meters there is a 12-story building, and we have to bring it down. So highly populated area, and the biggest challenge is that we have a live GAIL gas pipeline, and GAIL won't allow to shut down the gas pipeline. And you can see that there is a GAIL gas pipeline below, and my paper is on that, how we protected that GAIL gas pipeline by different modelings in various elements in structural design and in geotechnical design. So this is that what I was talking about. These are the lines of the blast. This is where we put the explosive, and this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you are seeing is the line seconds. In 7 seconds, that demolitions will get completed. We play around horizontally as well as vertically. And the entire weight is about 60,000 ton. And one time we will allow less than 1,000 ton because we study what is the soil. We predict what is the vibration going to happen. Thanks to the team from London who are specialized in that area. So we are working along with them. They told that this mass you control to 1,000. With this soil, you will have this much value of vibration happening at this distance, and you will be seeing. So based on that, we did the stimulation modeling, and these are the primary and secondary floor, because we have seen in that video, the shear wall won't fail. So we have attacked shear walling, that is the central dark area, where we have attacked most of the shear walls and went for the blast. So this is that, and 9 seconds time, 500 crores gone, 6 months engineering. Yeah, so this is the 9-second job. So all the building nearby was mapped. 50 meters was the critical circle. So 3 towers and 4 towers of ATS village. Every wall was recorded and submitted to Supreme Court. And thanks to CBRI, they were the one who was on the other side. Like I was there in Cochin, CBRI was on the other side. I was in part of the South African team to do this job. So everything was measured, studied, prepared. This is the steps, and all these documents were submitted for pre and post pass assessment was done. and the damages were verified and proved that we have insured the entire thing for 125 crores. We have 2000 police, 400 bed hospital ready, 20 ambulance ready, and the entire thing was going when we went for the blast. And to be listing for the your information, same time we have India-Pakistan cricket match, and we had a better TV rating than what was happening there in the cricket match. So this was being covered more in TV channels than what was happening in the other side. So here we did a lot of NDT testing. We got a testing pulse velocity test, made all documents submitted to the court, and all was modeled in ETABS. So this is the three-dimensional modeling and the simulation of vibration of the adjacent building, how the building is going to move, what will happen during an earthquake. Can we just put the video? Just keep it there. So this was simulated what will happen during an earthquake. Then we studied what will happen during the blast loading, and we made a comparison with the relevant IS codes. Now 1893, what was happening, and again thanks to the team from IIT Madras and geostructures who were doing the measuring and monitoring. The other thing was done by, structural was done by my team only, geostructurals. So ground vibration measuring team was there in 100-meter radius. So these were the points where we had all these 3D geophones placed to pick up the vibration during the blast. And this was the team from IIT Madras, and that girl is my daughter. She was part of the team. She is currently an earthquake structural engineer from University of California, Los Angeles. Why I tell this story? Because people are very, when your children want to take civil engineering now, they say, no, civil engineering doesn't have. Oh, I have two children, both are civil engineers, both were part of demolition team. And now one is just completing his PhD in artificial intelligence in geotechnical engineering from University of Texas A&M along with Jean Louis Briot in USA, and the second one is currently working for Los Angeles Metro in this thing. And if you know the subject well, you are well paid, but you should know the subject well. So this is I just wanted to tell this story for the youngsters that there is scope. You should know the engineering properly, and the vibrations were picked up. And this is the vibration of the pipeline which we were talking about. So this was the pipeline. Gail was very worried. So we made so much of precautionary measures. A protect shallow gas pipeline, a layered safety system, 3-meter wide trench, rubber pads, geosynthetics, rubber crumb field, thin steel plate. And over that, this is the protection layer. So this is the vibration source, and we predicted what is the vibration going to happen. So this is the protection layers. Steel plate, rubber crumb, geogrid, rubber pads, layer, geosynthetic layer, and these are the properties stimulated, and we predicted what is the vibration going to happen. And can you just play this video? This is actually what happens during the blast happening when we pick up from the reading from the accelerometers. Yeah, so these are the labs predicted as actual, and this is the demolition video. Can you play this video? So this is the before situation that has become history. It is gone after, and this the debris were recycled. And this is the Professor Bhuminathan and Mohan Ramanathan. That was the this was the along with the team from South Africa before the demolition. Kevin and Joe were the team leaders from the demolition side. Just the last photo before we went to our points, because we were within the fire range where we were monitoring, picking up the data about the blast. Geotechnical approach, investigation, analysis and design. Always involve your geotechnical engineering. Don't get the geotechnical report and think that they are not needed at all. They have to be here, like the Chernobyl story, how she was involved right from 15, 20 years, 2005 to 2020. So 15 years, so much of work has been happened on that. Selection of content-specific ground improvement techniques. Thank you all for a patient listening. And I just want to give a quote: the only place where success comes before work is in dictionary. So for the youngsters, please remember, the only place where success comes before work is in dictionary. Keep working, keep moving and enjoy the process. Develop the passion for the subject and automatically things will grow. Your salaries will be lower now, but we will keep on improving once you pick up the specialization. Thank you very much.
So if there are no questions, I thank Dr. Anil Joseph for making an excellent presentation. So hope with his lecture, the participants who are here are not going to skip the remaining sessions. Right, so you have a lot more to come. So you have been introduced to not only to the failures caused by a lack of proper investigation, but also how an unwanted building can be demolished without affecting neighboring structures. Right, so on behalf of Department of Civil Engineering and IGS Visakhapatnam chapter, I thank Dr. Anil for his excellent lecture. So thank you all. So I request all the NEC members to proceed for the meeting. Cars are there outside. The venue is walkable. If some of you wish to walk, I will guide you. Otherwise, you can get into the car.
Very good afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. T.S. Raju. He was my teacher. So many of you may not know. He was my teacher when I did my MTech at IIT Madras in 1981. He is one of the most practical leaders. I would say leader because even when he was teaching us on so many aspects of investigation design, and at that time he was head of the Department of Ocean Engineering, and then he was taking care of the construction of the entire Ocean Engineering Center. She is still one of the wonderful centers in ocean engineering. Then later on he became Dean ICSSR, and then the director at IIT Delhi. He is one of the most recognized geotechnical engineers, and we are all very fortunate to hear from him. And I now welcome Professor Raju.
Hello. Yes, how many of you are sibling in your choice? Please raise your hand. Well, I am asking you because my granddaughters and grandsons. That's all, huh? You cannot put like this. Either you do like this or not raise it. Not any. Okay. Engineering is a fantastic course. Right? All our infrastructure, everything is done in the country. Absolutely. How many of you wanted to only computer science but could not get it? Please raise your hand. Wanted to study computer science but you didn't get it. Don't be shy. Don't you credit your grandfather? Just like that. So, I have already forwarded this presentation to the organizers and wanted them to distribute to others. How many of you have got it already? Anyway, you will get it. I don't want to lecture, but I want you to ask me questions so that you will understand. One thing, most important thing, last row. Are you able to see this slide? Are you? Or not? So when you make a presentation, you have to make sure that what is presented is read out by the last row. Okay? You have to make presentation, sometimes you rank like videos or whatever. That is it. Next one. Next four, I have done. What is problematic soil? Everything is vanity. We can also be problematic, right? Isn't it? Children, grandchildren, wife and husband. Either you are good or problematic. So it's very good. There is nothing like a problematic. Suppose you take soft clay. foundation, it's problematic. But if you want to dredge it for a core, no core, no? Where ships come and burst and you have to dredge. So subsoil is wonderful, it's a friend. But you want to put a structure there, it's a problem. So it's all relative. So you can be in life either problematic or very good. So it's your choice. So it depends on how you deal with it. Like that. If it's problematic, if you put a foundation within a depth of 3 meters from the ground, because the soil sinks and sells. But if you put a foundation at 4 meters, it's no problem. Sandy soils with high water table. Okay, if you are in the north, Gangetic belt, how many are you from North India? Raise your hands, probably not. There, because North India is such a precisely cascade. So if you have sand in those conditions and if there is an earthquake, everything will liquefy. So everything is on top will pay. But if you are in south, sand is a beautiful material. Sorry. Similarly, you read it outward because anyway you are getting the power point. For example, the problem is not with the soil. I think Anil Joseph has already explained that. The problem is with us. You don't understand how the soil behaves. You don't understand how to make a foundation. Whose fault is it? Is it nature's fault? Am I right? Can you give me an example? So, we are the problem, not the soil. So, for every type of soil, you need the right solution. If you don't understand the soil, and if you don't adopt the right solution, then you can. Our biggest problem is last line. Improper soil. See, we do so many projects. 90% of all the soil is for Kolkata. 90%. So that is what it is. That is the bottom of it. Here I have given a comparison. What is the best practice in the world and what is happening in India? Atmanirbhar Bharat, you read? How many of you heard the word Atmanirbhar Bharat? Please raise your hand. Come on. Raise like this or don't raise? That's also a good exercise to raise the hand. How do you become Atmanirbhar? What does it mean? Self-reliant. And you want to become a developed country. How do you become a developed country? You should follow not only should follow the international best standards, but you should make standards for the world. They should follow us. Okay. That may be a very good example. Hindu thought is more ancient than anything else. That is it. So, this is too much for the students to understand. So, you read it later. And you know my email. You are always welcome to send me an email and we'll get back. So, what we are doing is, it is like summary, you go to an agency, especially the package who are approving the report. Please be careful. You go to an agency, the agency does the soil investigation. They don't even know which type of structure they are doing. They will simply give some recommendation. It is like you go to a clinical laboratory. Okay? Of course, the youngsters, though, hopefully are not going to the clinical laboratory. But of course, you start eating junk food. You don't go to the clinical laboratory, you will get sick. So don't eat junk food. Okay? Then you go to there and that agency who does the blood test, they will also give you the treatment. Isn't that what you want? So no agency which does this soil investigation should give any foundation. Their job is only just to test. That's all. But every report gives a report, which is totally wrong. I think there is a little more text and then maybe it's difficult to read, but you read it. So the essence of it is you must get a good soil investigation done, but not a recommendation. The recommendation will be depending on what type of soil and how high multi-story, or is it ridge, or in a embankment, or in dam. Everything depends on the weather. Sorry, there is too much there. But, actually, the projection is not all right. Actually, can you not make it bigger? The screen, there is more space. How can you have a mic system and not have? Why are you not bringing it with you? You had it right. So why you didn't take it? No experience. Your Indians are masters. I only want Versa to answer. Next time you never do. Very classical. So I asked somebody, have you done it? Then tell us so. I'm not interested in your story. Tell me yes or no. That's all. So we let you hear and not. Look at this. They are doing SPT test. On the left, 4 people are pulling the wire to lift the thing. And all the 4 people, how can they release at the same time? See, 4 people, how can they release at the same time? So we need automatic trip happens. Okay, then everything is automatic. And look at the people who are working. They are supposed to be highly trained technicians. So one of the person who was investigating, who unfortunately got a degree, PhD from IIT Madras, he says agricultural labor are the best people to operate the rig. Whereas in Germany, where I did my PhD, they have to train themselves for 3 years. Okay? And then once a week they go to the university to be educated. So where are we? I'll explain more about that. Yeah. One more terrible thing in this particular state, which I feel very sad. Boreholes are done by one agency. Laboratory tests are done by another agency. Report is done by a third agency. How will it work? That means somebody is doing a surgery, right? Cutting, one person does the cutting of your belly or whatever is to do the surgery. Another one is something, and third one comes and stitches. Does it work? Okay, anyway, you understood now what I am saying. Okay. This is the typical cross section of a dam, at the dam, to store water. Okay? I think some there are BTech students here or MTechs, I don't know. Raise your hand, all doing MTech, please raise your hand, students. Only BTech? Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter if you work at that. See, in an earthen dam, you have a core, a shell, and a cutoff. Right? It's written there. English saying, Mama said, who is projecting it? I think it is fun. Okay. So, a dam like this has been built 3 kilometers long to supply water supply to Kurnool. Anybody from Kurnool here? Okay. Anyway, you know where Kurnool is, right? You are from there. Water was never stored. So always the reservoir is empty, all the water is seeping. No storage. So somebody told the chief minister, that was, of course, the senior people know it, that was N.T. Ramarao. And his father-in-law of the current chief. So then they called me and I went to site. I said, dam seems to be alright, why is it there is no water storage? I was not able to understand why there is no storage. Then finally I was told by somebody that the contractor found it difficult to excavate in sandy soil with water table. You know, if there is water in sand, you go to beach, Vizag beach, go there and stand there, and then one wave comes, there is water, and try to make a small hole. Then what happens to the hole? It will collapse. Okay, it's not. Go and try. Tomorrow I want you, all of you to go to beach. You know, as students here, we used to sleep on the beach during the night. Go there, enjoy. Then the contractor said, nobody is going to see the cutoff. Okay? Cutoff is not required. Engineer objected it. He was transferred by evening. Some of you know who are working from the government. And he completed it. So I found it, and then I just explained to them. Then Chief Minister wanted to have a meeting. Okay? So I was there in the meeting. Irrigation Minister was there. Chief Secretary of Irrigation was there. Engineer in Chief was there. Everybody was there. So I explained to him, this is the problem. They didn't do Secretary said, I also don't know, I'll find out. Engineering said, no, no sir, everything we did correctly. Okay, some of you are from government, right? Everything was done correctly. But anyway, Professor Rock has given a solution and adopted. So I told them how to install a cutoff. Then I said, you drive some sheet pipe to the dam right up to the water. So that the water is stored. I hope the water is stored. Not days. The contractor, I don't want to mention the name. Okay? I used to travel a lot to Delhi every week. So you'll be also on that flight, politician. You'll come to me and shows me album. Sir, see how many pujas I have done. You know, what is this? You do pujas and think you can do whatever you like and God will, whatever. Of course, that company is bankrupt now, so I give you some more case studies. We did lot of projects in Vizag. Vizag port, refineries, everything, you name it. Gangavaram port, everything. So there are also many other industries. So there's lot of, if I want to explain to all of you, I need weeks, because that takes time. But one example I'll give, there was a pelletization plant belonging to SR. And then after the plant was completed, it sank by 1 meter. So they came running to us. So we went on found that the piling contractor compromised. He said nobody is going to see how deep my piles are. So he did not make the piles into firm ground. He left them in soft soil. Obviously it sinks. So is it the soil's fault? Whose fault is it? Tell me whose fault is it? Of course then we struggled a lot. Professor Avarindan and myself then we did new piles all around, integrated the pile caps with the new piles and finally, but it took 2 years and they became bankrupt. If you have spent so much money and you can't, people, you understand what I mean. Actually I wanted this slide earlier than before. Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. All of you know about Ram Mandir? Of course seniors will know, but I am asking the youngsters. How many of you know heard about Ram Mandir? Please raise your hands. Okay. Okay. Alright. So this is how the mandir should look like. And you know the problem. Next slide. Next. Oh, sorry, I have to do that. Yeah, the foundation challenges. There is a 12 to 14 meter thick fill. Okay. Of course, fill is not defined. What is fill? It's a question. So this investigation agency simply says it is fill. So this temple has to last 1,000 years. That is the dream. And no steel should be used. Okay, why no steel should be used anymore? I can answer at the time. Steel will corrode, no? So steel won't last 1,000 years. Its life is only 50 years or 60 years. Or so they then appointed a committee of 7 people, and suddenly I get a call saying that Professor Raju, would you please share this committee? I said, of course, yes. That is direct blessing from Ram. I don't have to go to a temple or anything. So we debated a lot how to handle this, and that was also COVID time. So we thought of 2 options. Because excavation in fill is very dangerous. Because you don't know what happens 14 meters. So finally we gave two options. Open excavation, which is very dangerous, so they have to be very careful. The other one is ground improvement using the technology of vibrostone columns. I don't know, I think it's textbook you all know what vibrostone columns are. Okay. So finally they chose open excavation, which I was a little worried, because if you are in open excavation, if something collapses, and especially during heavy rain, people working below will die. Remember, when you go to site, you must always wear a helmet. Even this size stone falls on your head from, let us say, 3 or 4 or 5 meters height, you are down, you are dead. Suppose if the pill comes and then covers up to this, your legs will be broken. If it comes up to this, you are dead. So you should be very careful, and I don't want anybody to die of this. Nobody wants anybody. But fortunately, they gave the job to Larsen & Toubro, which is the biggest construction company. All of you know L&T? I double right. So they did a tremendous job actually. So they successfully excavated and filled the excavated portion with roller compacted concrete, which is very compact, and the temple has been beautifully completed. I am sure on YouTube or TV you can see it. Instead of seeing junk on the YouTube, please see something like that. So as geotechnical engineers, you try to understand how this really has come. Can anyone imagine why are you suddenly finding a field there? So I thought about it, then it found that small temples were built about, let us say, 1,500 years back. Then after 50 years, the temple will collapse. So they just roll it, level it, then they put the next temple, gone, next temple gone, and finally you end up with that. So that is what you have to learn, not the finite element methods and one software and another software. Okay, that also you learn, but you must understand basic behavior of the field. This is the cross section and roller compacted concrete and all that. So the 3 geotechnical engineers for my seniors I am saying were, the other 2 were Professor S.R. Gandhi, and the other one was Sitaram, Professor Sitaram, who is now he was the director of IIT Guwahati, and now he is chairman of All India Council for Technical. I have already said, rigid monolithic RAB, permissible settlement for 12 mm. Somebody predicted 40 mm, which was a wrong prediction. I said 10. The actual measured is 5. So why one somebody says 40 and somebody else says something else? I said 10. So you must understand how the system works. What are the parameters? Then use any software you want. But before that, no use. No software is of no use. Of course, how many of you have flown to Delhi airport? Please raise your hands. Not many, but anyway, you will get a chance. There is Terminal T3, which is a very huge terminal. Okay? GMR owns Delhi airport. GMR stands for GM Rao. He is an alumnus of this institution, this college. So, they gave a contract to L&T with Pile Foundation. So, because I have been consulting to L&T for the last 46 years, so they found it very difficult to do the filing and finish the project on time. So the project was getting delayed. So then I reviewed it, I said no files are required. There is not a single pile under their military. So they saved 6 months of construction time. And you don't understand, experts don't understand, but on a 12,000 crore investment, it will save 6 months. The interest itself you might save so much, leave alone the cost of the piles. Bangalore elevated expressway. The tender says 1.5 meters diameter piles. Capacity required is 670 tons. The pipe should terminate into hard rock by 1.5 meters. Okay? So that, see, you must also understand, you are all taken a geology course, right? What is the type of rocks we have in Vizag? Anybody? Condylite. So I wondered, that means the condylite is a form of granite. So very hard. Bangalore is all granite. It's so hard, it's very difficult to drill through granite and take the pipes down. So they were not able to penetrate the required depth. Equipment was getting spoiled, everything was getting delayed. So we went through that and we changed it by diameter 1.5 to 1.2 and then reduced the penetration from 1.5 meters to 0.5 meters and load tested the piles. So that means hard rock 0.3 times D, but there is also moderately weathered rock. So you cannot have the same solution for everything. So as you go along with this metro, somewhere it is hard rock, somewhere it is weathered rock, somewhere is moderately weathered rock, somewhere is sophisticated rock. So I have the results there, you can read see later. Even with the reduced diameter and reduced penetration, the pile capacity, safe capacity was higher than required. So imagine if you had gone for the original design, how much money and time you would have wasted. Initial design too conservative and all that you read later because I want to answer some questions within the time. My policy is, before I give a talk, the PowerPoint will be sent 2 weeks before. Okay? And everybody should get it and then everybody should read it. Then only the effort is effective. Otherwise it's a waste of time. But anyway, this time I think I had very little time, but I sent it 4 or 5 days back. Similarly, some examples, Delhi, some project, you can see the picture. The soils data, difficult for you to do that. But the point I want to make is, SI agency recommends pile foundation, but there is a loose sand which is liquefied. So they are not aware about that at all. So no recommendation to eliminate liquefaction. So when it came to me to review, so we said we will see the loose sand is liquefying, only solution is you have to compact it. You have to do vibro compaction or vibro stone ball. We did that, vibro compaction. And measured settlement. The predicted value was 67 to 75 mm, actual value is 50 to 60 mm. Percentage value is 75 mm. We saved the piles. Actually, if the thing has been executed as per recommendation of the agency, in earthquake, everything will collapse. Liquefaction means the soil behaves as if it's a liquid. No? Got it? Yeah. Joseph previously talked about why are we not building 100-story structures. No? think that somebody outside the country is great. So, and Indians, no, you are not capable. So they went to a Singapore consultant. Okay, it's usual. And they pay the Singapore consultant 10 times than what they pay the Indian consultant. So the Singapore consultant gave a huge raft, which was 3,700 meters square, and he gave piles. This concept is a pile-assisted raft. So it takes time to explain to you what it is. It's a combination of pile and the raft. The load is taken both by the raft and the piles. If it's a pile foundation, only piles are taking the load. If it's a raft foundation, only raft is taking the load. But if you use a pile raft, pile-assisted raft, part of the load is taken by the raft, part by the piles. So they wanted 345 piles. We looked at it. They said, you are nuts. How can you design that? So we reduced the area of the raft by 50%. Number of piles were reduced by 70%. The structure is completed. We always monitor how the structure is behaving. It's most important that we must understand how the structure is behaving. Only way to know is you have to measure settlements. So we measured the settlements. They said the settlements should be limited to 40 mm or so. But actual settlement is only 25 mm. Imagine how much money would have been wasted if they have gone with the original. It's as simple as that. So I think as far as I know, this is the first pile-assisted raft in the country, to my knowledge. The pile-assisted raft concept was developed in Germany from Technical University, Andhra. They did a lot of experiments first, and then they measured in the field forces in the pile and reaction to the raft and all that. So this is a beautiful publication. You can all read it. I mean, literature, there is so much you can read. Commercial building in Hyderabad. So everybody says, oh, Hyderabad is all rock, so there is no problem, why worry about it? Then this is a 24-story structure, 4 basements, plus ground floor. Soil investigation agency done 5 trial pits, only up to 3.7 meter depth, and he recommends bearing capacity of 40 tons. No relevance at all. The founding level is at 20 meters. He has done only rock, he is not able to excavate, he is not able to core. That is the founding level. Side photograph. We recommended 300 tons per meter square. Okay? The structural designer then bargained with me, sir, can we reduce it to 250? Because I have never designed any structure, any foundation with 300 tons. I said, okay, I mean, if you are less than 300, you work choice. The owner is always going to choice. Okay. This is called L&D Serene Container. You are all laughing because all my project officers who work with me, I make them to stay in the same building what I stay. I'll hire some apartments. And some of you are here and they stayed. So, beautiful. One of the best gated communities in Hyderabad. Seniors, you please come and visit us. And usual soil investigation agency has recommended, I think, some 30 tons or 40 tons. So for one tower at the bottom, you see, which is 75 meters by 30 meters. In one occasion, it's hard rock. Okay, and you can have, I think there's a pointer here. Yeah, sorry, I didn't use it. This is hard rock. You can go up to 400 tons there. Next is the hard boron. You can go up to 80 tons. Next is soft clay for the problem. You said that before. Soft clay, obviously. So what happens if you put it on? People who come, they just level it. You can't see the soft clay. Okay, we are closely monitoring with the foundation consultants for this also. And of course it was built by L&T, A. Ramakrishna, I already mentioned that. So, because of this. So, what do? You have to bypass the software layer or you have to replace it. And then you build the structure, then it's safe. But if you don't see the software, the structure will collapse. As simple as that. Very fundamental. You don't need any bunny determinant methods or any big software to understand this. It's all simple. Just most important is when you build these structures, you have to monitor the settlement. That is very important. So, for example, a 30-story structure with 2 basements on sand, we put it only on ground. Whereas original design was pile foundation. If they measure the settlement, we estimated 40 mm, the actual settlement is 30 mm. Permissible is 75. Simple, no? Isha Foundation, Coimbatore. Have you heard of it? How many of you have heard about Isha Foundation? Jiggy about it? YouTube, of course. It's always plastic. So, they wanted to build some accommodation because they are crowded. So, they wanted to build a building. So, they went to a geotechnical investigation agency. He said, only 4 floors we can build on raft. And beyond that, you have to go for pile foundation. But the soil is so hard, you cannot install pile. So they decided to restrict to 4 floors. So, we also helped them with some hospital. No RCC piles, only 900 mm diameter stone columns to improve the ground. And first phase, we did not have the vibro compactors. So we used sand compaction piles. By the time the second phase came, already vibrators became available. So therefore the technology is constantly changing. You should watch what is available. For example, when the first IBM 360 computer came to IT in Calcutta, that was the first IBM computer. It used to be so complicated. Now my cell phone is equal to IBM 360, your cell phone. So technology is changing. You must understand that. A lot of information. Actually, some of it is in my ITC annual lecture, 2002. I don't know, has anyone read this? Please raise your hands. And including the faculty and all that. Nobody has read it, so then what is the use of the conference? If IGC organizes a conference here, and with heavy lunches and high tea and all that, it is like a marriage party, not a conference. So you have to read. So all these things are in that book, some of it. So I have a soft copy. Whoever wants to have it, send me a mail. You will immediately receive it. And then read it. Okay? So what does all this mean? Well, it's over. Now, interaction between education institutions and industries. This is only for the benefit of my colleagues, not for the students. So if you want, you can close your eyes or you do something else. Doesn't matter. You see, now the government said that the projects should be approved by one of the education institutions. IITs, NITs, maybe Andhra University also. Okay? Is it good or bad? How many people think it is good? Please raise your hands. How many people think it is bad? Raise your hands. Nobody thinks. It's an extreme case. Somebody tells me, it is so easy to get an approval from so and so. All that I have to do is I take my report, he stamps it and signs, and I go back. Is it good? Okay. some professors who are very meticulous. They check it thoroughly. And then, in fact, sometimes when I see some stamp from somebody, he happens to be my student, I immediately call him and say, hey, why did you stamp it? You have to give a review report. Right? Oh, sorry, sir, next time I'll give you a review report. Because of my age and grey hair, I take the liberty of scolding. Not scolding, nicely telling them, don't do this thing. So, I want to caution you. Please, if you are improving something, you should be sure of what you are improving. You should know how the investigation has been done. The investigations are wrong most of the time. And then you are responsible for improving it. And then if something goes wrong, not only your reputation will go, the institutional reputation will have to go to dogs. So be cautious, be very careful. Thoroughly check it. But most often the faculty are so busy these days, Rajagopal, I know that. See, when we were doing all these projects, we had 6 or 7 faculty as a team. Okay? And we had 12 to 15 project officers assisting. So that was a different story. Later what happens is everybody wants to do by himself or herself. They don't have any support. How will you do? How will you approve project? So be careful. That's all. That message is for the faculty. Yeah. So okay, this is finished. How many more minutes and I'll go from? 3 more minutes. Huh? 3. How many? 2 minutes, okay. So here I have what is most important, you have to be effective. That is important. So I have sometimes I lecture for 1 hour, 1.5 hours, how to be effective. So you go through all these slides that are given here. So it is you who matters. So how good you are, how effective you are, how knowledgeable you are, how focused you are. Okay? If you are not focused, you are always busy with your cell phone. How many of you use cell phone while riding on a motorbike? Please raise your hand. Be honest. Come on. Don't be there. 90, I have seen 90% of the people. You are going to kill yourself or kill somebody else. So never ever use cell phone when you are riding on a motorbike. Okay. That is the first principle. Second thing is never go on the wrong lane. Okay? I went and saw the hostels. Some of you have put a motorcycle at the entrance. What nonsense is it? How can you put the motorcycle at the entrance to the hostel? Shame. Absolute shame. Okay? That's all I wanted to say. May God bless all of us and all of you for the exchange. Any doubt you have, send me an email. We'll get an answer. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can just take 1 or 2 questions maximum.
Yeah, that's what I want. Go ahead. Always first
At least
answer.
1 question.
I like granddaughters better than grandsons. So one of the granddaughters should ask a question. Not who have worked with me before because they know everything. But the current student. Now the chance for the grandson.
Shivana,
Yeah, go ahead.
light on. Lights on.
Mic is not working?
हाँ नहीं कर
Alright. Thank you.
लाइट लॉन्ग
Yeah, if not, you can correspond with him on email. His email is on the.
It's already there. First slide has my email.
I take this opportunity to thank
No, Yeah, because the reason is I don't take any phone calls unless I know who is calling. You also don't take any phone calls. You are not regarded as someone because they are fake, they will cheat you, they can withdraw money from your accounts, they can do so many things. In fact, you will get the news. So, email is already there, I think, first slide.
Very first slide.
Very first slide is email. Very first slide. First slide, Kedama. Because so many calls come, there is no way I can take email. It's as simple as that. P.S. Raju, you know my name. 40 is the year I was born. P.S. Raju 40 at the rate of Gmail. All small letters, that's all. Yeah, please. Compaction file and conflict file. There is nothing like compaction file. Stone column, they are called stone columns, they are not files. Stone columns. No, sorry, you were referring to the header. See, in the sand compaction piles, what we do is, we take a steel tube with a flap at the bottom, okay, and you drive it down. So when you drive it down, two things will happen. One is you are displacing the soil, and also you are creating vibration. So that is, and then when you put the pipe up, you create this sand. That's called sand compaction pipe. That was used when there was no vibrators to compact. Now it don't need vibrators. We don't use it anymore. So that's it. Next. I don't carry anything because I will be scolded by my wife. Why are you bringing so many things?
for navigating offshore geotechnical challenges. Dr. C.R. Parthasarathi sir holds BE and MA from Bangalore University, PhD from ILSC, with nearly 33 years of geotechnical experience in site characterization, deep foundation testing, and consulting in India and abroad for both offshore and onshore large-scale projects. He has delivered hundreds of lectures on various forums. As a technical partner of File Dynamics USA, he is instrumental in promoting quality testing of deep foundations in India and the Middle East. He has achieved a great expert level in PDI, PDCA proficiency test on dynamic measurement and analysis USA. Now I request sir to carry on with the
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Can somebody help me close the door, please? Thank you. Friends, I am overwhelmed to be in front of you. This morning, Professor Raju and Anil Joseph, before that, briefly talked about success. We all are successful in every walk of life, every day. We go to the bathroom, we bathe, come out without sleeping. That's a success for us. We go to job or work, college, come back in the midst of traffic and potholes without accidents. Success for us. Go to the kitchen, cook food, serve to people, make them happy. Success. But in our life, in our career, we have larger aspiration to go to the higher level, to build businesses, make a lot of money, buy houses, villas, cars. So the goals that we set demand different kind of commitment than the small goals that we are all successful every day. Once a real estate tycoon, Grant Cardano, was asked, what is the secret behind success of his several ventures? He just stepped back, he reflected and came back and said, every single time for every initiative or objective, he has put in 10 times more effort and has taken massive action. The world is moving. The earth is rotating, that's why we get day and night. The waves continue regardless of the season. The ants keep moving to secure its future. The bees goes from flower to flower, cross-pollinating, and we have the beautiful greenery for us to breathe, otherwise this would have become rock planet. So the entire universe is in motion, and we human beings, why we should be stationary? We have to take action. There are 4 categories of people who take action. First, inaction, no action. They are very complacent, in a comfort zone, no progress. And those people go and tell to the other ones who listen to them, they could not achieve the goals once they aspired to. Second is retreat. The fear, they take action but they fail, and they think that it's end of the game. The third category of people who take normal action, and they remain middle class and below. And most of our population in the society are there, and that's what the society advocates do. They go to school, college, get a job, go to work, retire, done. But only select percentage of the population, they just puncture through these zones, they go out and be successful. You can correlate this with any domain, be it an engineering, technology, doctor, politics, artist, sports. Regardless, each one of them, they put 10 times more effort and take massive action. I wish all of you are successful, and you should and you will be successful. You just take massive action many things you can do. First is the technical development or technical skills. That's what we are here to learn from experience, from stalwarts, from different people who have different exposure. And also the university teaches you knowledge isn't power anymore. It is the action that you take to implement that is more powerful than just consuming or having the knowledge, and it's accessible for free. Unlike 30 years before, we don't have access to information. Today you have for free. The second thing for my young friends, you have to invest on developing your leadership skills. And lastly, the third thing is invest on yourself, on the personal development of personality skills. The confluence of all these three things will take you to a different level. For those of you who still have doubts about the future, my dear friends, India is marching to be the developed nation in 2047. Because in Bharat, you have plethora of opportunity in front of you. And each one of us can contribute significantly to meet the goals and aspiration of the nation, not 2047, probably a decade ahead. So the offshore geotechnical engineering has taught me several lessons and shaped my personality too. Just to take three things: the discipline, the resilience, and the empathy. At the outset, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity and inviting me here to present on today's topic, navigating offshore geotechnical challenges, a compass. You have heard two eminent speakers sharing their experience this morning. I'll try my level best to talk about some of the case studies and the challenges and problems that we face in offshore and how did we mitigate that. Just a brief introduction about ourselves. See, we have the core values, and each one of you should develop your own core value and go to the ecosystem, the companies, the organization. They have a core value. All your work shall be aligned to meet the core values in trust, integrity, and happiness. So this is the college of our team. We have nearly about 188 people, still growing. We have global presence, proven operations across India, Southeast Asia, and the GCC countries. The war, I hope it will end soon, otherwise it's too risky for us to go and operate in those regions. Specialized expertise, track record, more importantly, the skill in handling diverse ground conditions. I know Professor Raju has given about 10 case studies, and each one of them are different within the country. But when you work on the oil and gas industry, Southeast Asia, India, Middle East, they are totally orthogonal in the geology, and the characterization of those stratigraphies becomes extremely important. So when you go to the history of oil and gas, it started in 1947. But today, our knowledge and experience, skill, technology has matured so much, we have the ability to drill in water depths of about 3,000 meters. We have never thought of. So the oil and gas industry has categorized based on the water depth. So what I am going to talk to you all today is shallow water, about 150 meters water depth, the deep water and ultra deep water for some other day, some other time, next occasion. Because of paucity of time, I will not be able to speak on those topics. So in the oil and gas industry, we construct large fixed structures. The one you are seeing here is a jacket structure. These are framed steel structures, and you have the piles below the seabed. So the taller the structure, deeper the piles to carry the heavier loads. We have built fixed structures in offshore which are taller than any of the monumental structures that we all know, the Eiffel Towers and other structures. You can see that. So the left top one is a mobile offshore drilling unit. It's a ship by itself. You have 3 legs. The ship is towed to the location. At a location, the legs are lowered down with a rack and pinion. It touches the seabed. the entire ship is lifted out of water. So where the flotation conditions now is go to the fixed load carrying condition, where all the loads from the ship is directly transferred to the legs. So what happened to the leg? The leg will start penetrating below the seabed. So how much it will penetrate? It will penetrate to such an extent where the ultimate bearing capacity exceeds your applied load. So that's your mobile offshore drilling unit, and you have this, the entire ship is out of water where you can start drilling for oil or gas. You could see this cantilever coming out, then you do the exploration. So there are two stages, the exploration stage and the production stage. The exploration stage, these rigs will go and find the oil or gas, they find the reservoir, they do some testing, and you have abundance of reservoir. They install a fixed structures and start producing. It's like our tube wells for water. Likewise, you do the fixed platforms and start drilling wells, and you start pumping and sending those resources to the shore via the pipeline. So now this jackup rig will come for the second time when these fixed structures are installed for production purpose. This time to drill the wells for producing the oil. So the geotechnical challenges that you can face here is the soil structure interactions between the pile foundation and the foundation of the jackup rigs. If it's coming closer, the interaction of these foundations is a matter of concern for us. The jackup rig has a fixed foundation. I will show that in the coming slides. It has a fixed geometry. It will create a huge crater. The disturbance of the soil around the existing pile foundation will lead to the soil structure interaction problems. And I will show one case study how did we deal with that. So here is the fixed platform. It is frame structure. It is fabricated in the yard. It is towed to the location. The entire structure is lifted, placed on the seabed, and then you have this pile foundation driven through these corner cans. Okay, there are 4 corner cans, and these piles are driven through these corner cans, and these piles are driven to the extent that it has to go to the design target penetration below the seabed. The height of these fixed structures is equal to the water depth, and the piles are going through the can below the seabed to the target penetration. And the piles are most likely the driven piles in offshore environment. At some locations like in Middle East, we have other methods like drilled and grouted pile or insert pile that can be adopted. So these fixed structures, when it is appended, placed on the seabed, it has to carry its own self-weight. So this is again a geotechnical problem. This is done through the temporary sea floor support, or we call it as mud mats. You could see the steel rectangular plate. It could be a wood, it could be a triangular in shape, rectangle, circle, square, doesn't matter, it has to be designed. So once it is temporarily taking its load, then you are driving the piles through the corner cans. When the piles are driven to the target penetration, the entire frame structure is welded to the pile, where the load of the structure is also transferred to the pile itself. So one of the jacket, it went to the site, appended. The crane was unhooked, or maybe still holding, it's capsized. Two possibilities. You are not designing the foundation system, there is a mud mat, properly it doesn't have enough bearing to carry, or there are other seabed hazards like your undulated seabed, you have some kind of trough and the crest formation. So we always advocate a integrated approach of site survey. So we perform a geophysical investigation, identify the geohazards, and develop the scope of geotechnical investigation, use all the information together to design your foundation. So how important is the geophysical information to take care of that in your geotechnical design? This is a classical example, and I can quote a few more case studies of failure, particularly of this similar nature. So the offshore geotechnical services carry all of them. The ones that I have highlighted in red will be the case studies I am going to discuss today. you have the site survey. We don't own any heavy assets, but we support contractors who has the vessel who can go and drill at the site, but the rest of them we do driving piles, monitoring the piles during driving is one of our core competence. Pile drivability analysis is a pre-installation analysis for hammer selection. What kind of hammers to be chosen for driving the pile, which can install the piles to the target penetration safely, that is without overstressing. Then the jacketry suitability study, just now we saw the temporary, the mobile offshore drilling unit, and then you have the mud mats. The liquefaction assessment is carried on. FEM studies will also be done. If you scan through different geographies, the stratigraphy is not uniform. And all those geographies, I had my personal experience working in those geographies. We had the challenge first when I started in Southeast Asia, when I moved to India, then the Middle East. The soil stratigraphy are orthogonally different. Even in India, if you look at the Deccan Plateau, Bangalore is residual deposit. Kakinada, Vizag has deep-seated soft cliffs, 30-40 meters is not uncommon. Same way in Kochi. If you go to the northern India, you have the alluvial deposit, cohesion-less material silts, they are prone to liquefaction, is not uncommon. 30% of our central India have expansive clays, which swells and shrinks, are one of the most problematic soils. So therefore, one size doesn't fit all, and so with the oil and gas industry, the offshore environment, one size doesn't fit all. So in chosen, these are the 5 geographies: Indonesia, Malaysia, India, Abu Dhabi and Saudi. So how is the soil stratigraphy in these territories? So when you look at the stratigraphy in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia for example, you have normally consolidated cohesive deposit up to about 120 meters. The maximum shear strength that you could see is around 200 kilopascal. Okay, and this is the CPT cone resistance plot, except 2 intruded sand layers. Rest of them are purely cohesive soils, and you have strict procedures of characterizing those material and the foundations that has to be adopted in those material. East coast of India is Kakinada. You could see the over consolidation ratio, although it's very soft deposit, the over consolidation ratio is less than unity. It means still the residual pore pressure exists. Up to about 150 meters, the piles for those structures built in this stratigraphy has gone up to 160 meters below the seabed. It's unprecedented. The diameter of the pile was almost about 107 inches. And you can see the OCR plot is less than unity up to about 150 meters. In Middle East, if you go, the all clay profile has a least shear strength of about 300 to 400 kilopascal. Southeast Asia, the maximum was 200 kilopascal. Here you have 300 kilopascal of cohesive deposits. The over consolidation ratio in the upper portion is the order of about 20 to 30. As you go deeper, the minimum over consolidation ratio at this deeper depth of 70 to 100 meters is around 3 to 5. So the behavior is not the same in Southeast Asia versus these heavily over consolidated cohesive deposits. At times, you also see there are cemented layers. We characterize them as gypsum, which don't have the carbonate content, and these are intruded at several layers within the top 80 to 100 meters. So when you are driving piles, when you encounter a gypsum layers, you will encounter refusal for driving. If it refuses, you are not reaching the design penetration. Whether a shallow depth, these piles can carry all possible combination of the load has to be assessed. So there is greater challenge if you have multiple cemented layers. Sometimes if these cemented layers has carbonate content, it is even more problematic, and we categorize them as calcarnite, calcilycitite, etc., etc. There is a classification system. Clark and Walker charts are used to characterize these carbonate materials. So a thorough site investigation is necessary and it is required for characterizing the ground. So how these are done? These are done using a dedicated drill ship, using a dedicated drilling system, and we have no way to compare these methods and measurements to our on-land procedures. Okay, Professor Raju already said 90% of our investigations are fake investigations. We are not doing anything. We cannot take risk in offshore, it's too expensive. Right? When you go to an EPC contracts, the vessel can cost somewhere between $100,000 to $200,000, $250,000, $300,000 per day. Any mistake, you are going to delay the project, is coming to somebody has to pay for it. So it's too expensive. We have to be extremely careful in even planning a thorough site investigation in the offshore environment. So I had the privilege and opportunity to work on several of these projects in the last 25 years across these geographies that I have just explained to you. And this is one of the most sophisticated remote operated drill that we have on the earth. The drilling system that we all know is the same thing. This is placed on the seabed and the person on the vessel, on the deck, is going to operate the drilling systems to conduct the
jackets, but if it comes to heavier jacket, you need to have specialized contractors to handle them. It has to be done in one go. Yes, it has to. Yes, bottom to top is fabricated in the yard. It is put in the tow vessel. It is brought to the site. There are two ways of launching it. If it is small, the crane will pull it up and place it on seabed. If it is too big, it will be launched in water first, and then it will upend. So the procedures will have to be followed in the installation. no, it is all fabricated 100% in the yard. Here in the site, they bring the jacket structure, they just put the crane, append it, place it on seabed, then you are pinning to the piles. Yeah. Yeah, you have ONGC, GSPC, there are many projects happening in Kakinada, offshore Kakinada, and one of them I showed is ONGC project as well. Okay, so that question happened. Okay, 10 minutes I will stop, or whenever you want me to stop, I can stop. Give the mic to them. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah. So MDT test will be performed in the fabrication yard. Bring it to the site in jacket structures, but when you are driving the pile, you cannot drive the pile in one single section. You need to drive it in multiple sections. Once you drive one section, then you will place the second one and you do a spot welding there. And those will be NDT tested only when the NDT guys says no problem, then they will start driving. Likewise for the next section, So those are all NDT tests are performed. Load test is not the static load test, but we instrument the pile with a strain gauge and accelerometer. That will give you the capacity of the pile, it will give you hammer performance. I'll show you a couple of case studies as well. So the carbonate soils are extended around the world. You could see here many regions. This is one of the most problematic soils that we all have. We have to deal with them. For example, you are driving piles, the limiting skin friction is only 20 kilopascal. As against a siliceous sand, it can have about 80 kilopascal. So it will be 1/4 to 1/5 of the capacity. So what we do in offshore, we do the driving of piles, we instrument with strain gauge and accelerometer, and then we capture the signature for every blow, we data process, we assess the capacity, energy transfer and the stresses to the pile. It can also help us to assess the integrity of the foundation and assist in safe installation to reach the target penetration. At the end, we also estimate the capacity based on these measurements, how much is the mobilized capacity. So this is how you do the instrumentation for the piles. You measure the length of piles, you put the strain gauge and accelerometers. Strain gauge and accelerometer, and for every blow it measures the strain in the member during an impact and also the motion of the pile. So you do use a one-dimensional wave propagation theory to assess your energy transfer, the stresses and the capacity during driving. Again, you can monitor for these flows. So one of the projects was a 4-leg jacket platform which was driven using a 800 kilojoules hammer. 3 piles encountered premature refusal. So the carbonate materials has cemented layers which are not captured in the geotechnical report. 3 piles encountered the cemented refusal, and 1 pile actually went down to the target penetration. And you could see the cone resistance refusal. So these materials could be uncemented or cemented. So you never know that unless you take the core samples. So the designer thought that he could drive the pile to 120 meters, but the 3 piles actually refused at a shallow penetration than the design penetration. And you can accept these piles when the capacity is achieved, and you can only assess the capacity if you are monitoring those piles with the instruments. If you don't have, then you will never be able to assess the capacity and also assess the performance of the hammer. So what happened here? So these piles, 3 piles refused at this shallow penetration, although the target penetration was here. 1 pile went down to the target penetration with a blow count of 7 blows per foot. Where the predicted blows are around 30 blows per foot, it went down at 7 blows per foot. This puzzled everybody. So they were not willing to accept, although it has reached the target penetration. Contractually they should accept, but all the stakeholders came together, they found something not going well. So when we look at the data from monitoring and measurements, we could assess that these foundation had a negative impedance, that is the tension in the upward traveling wave, we interpret that exactly at one of the weld seams. We could map that from the drawing. So this will jeopardize the performance of the foundation, and therefore the next season contractor were called to install additional piles to mitigate the problem. It was connected to the groove. You see, you have to wait for one season, you cannot use them for production. Okay. So similarly, we had another issue with Malaysia in 2019. Even these piles were Kaizen piles, it was driven underwater. So these piles had the similar situation of the tension in the upward traveling wave, indicating there is a defect in the foundation. Okay, this was very well driven, easy blow counts. Okay, this is the capacity, this is the end of drive, and you have a restrike test. But then look at the data, it revealed that there is some issue here. The tension in the upward traveling wave below the toe, this is the bottom of the pile, below the toe, if you see any tension in the data, it reflects that there is something change in the impedance of the pile. And this is, if it is a forced impedance, it could remain as it is during driving. But what happened here, as you start driving from beginning of drive to end of drive, this negative impedance started increasing, and this can only increase if your damage progresses by driving. So this was a clear indication of the damage of those foundations, even in steel piles, and it was detected. I am not sure what happened to these, the mitigation measures, we don't know, but the previous case, there was additional piles that was adopted. Maybe another 5 minutes I will conclude, so I will not hold you from here to your lunch. I'll just stop in another 5 minutes. So there was one case that designed it to be a penetratable mud mat. Usually the mud mats are placed on the seabed, but when you have a soft clay, the philosophy was changing. They said, okay, let us allow the mud mats to penetrate in the soft clay. So if you could review the undrained shear strength, 4, 7 kilopascal, 10, 15, at 2.9 meters, 150 kilopascal is very competent material. So they designed that 2.9 meters I will penetrate the mud mats that will go through the soft clays, and they designed that they brought this jacket to the site, okay, and then they installed these jacket cans. This is the mud mat. You have an extension piece which is probably around 600 or 800 millimeter below the mat. The engineer did not anticipate that there is an extension piece below the mat. When they allowed this mud mat to penetrate, the extension piece sat on the very stiff clay ahead of this mat. So what is the impact? What is the implication? The implication is the mud mat is not on the competent layer. The mud mat is higher by 1 to 1.5 meters. So what is the impact? If it is higher, the boat landing in the jacket structure is also higher. In low tide, it's not accessible. So it's not performance-wise, it's not accessible. And therefore the contractor has to cut it and weld it below with all additional cost. Geotechnically, it appears is very, very small thing, but if you ignore small thing, it compounds the effect during the course of the project. Okay. The jacket was higher by 2.4 meters. So the jacket, as already said, it has a fixed foundation of circular shape, different shape, but we idealize it as a equivalent circular foundation. When the rigs are coming to the site, the most important thing that you have to keep in mind is the risk of punch through. So you have the desiccated layer available at a certain location. When the legs started penetrating soft clays and come to the top of a desiccated layer, it momentarily stops there. The moment the entire ship is lifted out of water, the crust of the desiccated layer breaks. When it breaks, the legs will punch through. If all the 3 legs punches through simultaneously, there is no problem. But one of the legs punches through ahead of the other 2 legs, then you shift your center of gravity. Even 1-2 degree shift will going to cause catastrophic event. Around 150 people will be working on the vessel. If you look at the statistics and history, so this was one in Malaysia. We last recently capsized because of punch through. This is there available in the public domain. Geotechnical problem constitutes about 40% of the cases of failure in the jack-up rigs, and most importantly, majority of them is for punch through rigs. So we have to keep in three parameters. One is the punch through, the thickness of crustal layer, shear strength of the crustal layer, shear strength of the bottom layer. What we have to keep in mind in the jack-up rig is your factor of safety, the peak bearing capacity divided by the applied load, and measured to required strength ratio. So this is your load. This is less than unity. It's very likely it can get punched through. So you have to keep in mind in making those calculations. So one such case was in Indonesia. You have very soft place, firm clay of the crustal layer, and you have a weak material below that. This is still a stiff clay layer. The contractor actually estimated the leg penetrations, gave the company about 40 meters the leg will penetrate. If it penetrates 40 meters with around 80 meters water depth, you need to have 10 meters of air gap and 5 meters of reserve length. The leg length was insufficient. You cannot use the jack-up rig for the project, which was contracted already for 2 years. So contractual claims, insurance claims will come into picture. The client asked, can you re-look into it? We looked at, I was managing this investigation on the project on behalf of the oil company. I terminated the borehole at 40 meter depth with the intention that the legs will stop in the top 13 to 14 meters. Then you have adequate information below the significant depth. So with that, we made a reassessment and predicted it's only around 10 to 14 meters the leg will penetrate, and client used this. The rig went there exactly, it stopped here, and we also monitored the piles for the jacket that was installed in this location. Last year, I went to see this gentleman who was the drilling manager 10 years back, now became the president of an oil company. So I interviewed him to publish in my book last year, and we just recall those instances that happened. So the last case study before I stop is the punch through case in the east coast of India. The jacket was installed very long ago, and you could see the stratigraphy, very soft clays, and you have a thin sand layer. You cannot miss the sand layer compared to the clays. It will create a strong over weak phenomenon. A punch through is imminent here, and then you have a firm clay below that. So considering this sand clay layer, the leg penetration analysis was performed. For the details of the rigs that is given, the punch through was identified because during the loading, the contractor has to take precautions if there is a punch through in stress. You cannot simply lift the leg out of water and it punches through and it is a catastrophic event. Finally, the prediction was made, cautioning that there is a punch through case. The legs coming next to the platform, this is a soil structure interaction problem. Okay, we need to plot this geometry and see how this interface or interaction of this crater affects the performance of the pile foundation. So we run a finite element study on the soil structure interaction, and we could see that these stress contours are not mobilized until the pile foundation, since the distance of the spud cans or the foundation of jacket is far away from the pile foundation. And therefore, there is no need to take care of any precautions for this, and we concluded. And the VMH loading condition, VH loading curve, you see it also meets the requisite factor of safety for all the possible load combination. I conduct a lot of workshops to train people. In one of them, the rig manager who moved this rig was also present, and he did indeed told me that the rig stabilized exactly at the same depth within the predicted range. Friends, this is a coincidence. Although I have done 300 times, every time when you are doing any work, do it as though it is the first time for you. So the curiosity should have been there with us. Otherwise, we will be complacent to reflect in some other time. So please be curious at every time to do your job. So I skip this slide to conclude the session. As we have seen, different stratigraphy has different geographies has different stratigraphy. I tend to include those information and write a book. Geotechnical challenges, navigating offshore geotechnical challenges. So 5 geography I explained, I have described the soil stratigraphy. 3 case studies in each of the chapters have been presented here, and also the interview with several people, around 14 interviews are made in all the geographies. I have given the extract of those interviews from the leaders from the industry in this book. This was inaugurated last April 2025 by Professor T.G. Sitaram, the book cover, and finally the book was launched in the month of around August, and this I gave it to all the people who have interviewed, and first copy I had to present to Professor Subbarao. He is my guru and mentor, my research supervisor, without whom I would not have been in this position today. Yeah, this was the bestseller in the Kindle version in the Amazon, is available Amazon worldwide. Next slide please. And all the geography we started working. Next slide. We bring in dollar to the country, the state and the central government recognize us in showering the export awards. Next slide. This was, next slide. It was in Vijayawada last year. Even this year also we have been informed orally that we will get the award as well. Next slide. I had an interview in Doordarshan, it is available. Please listen to this in Kannada language, but you can use a translator. Give me your feedback after you listen. And I acknowledge to wherever I am today, to all these people. Finally, last slide. Thank you, everyone. Next slide. Thank you. The book is available in Amazon. You can scan this. 500 rupees for the soft copy, about 4,000 rupees for the hard copy. So please read this, give me feedback, and you have a lot of information. Indeed, it's a pleasure presenting to you. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the lecture. Please ask a person to give the comment.
Very good afternoon. I think the MTech students probably recall his name through the handouts that are given on the file integrity testing and then the quality monitoring of company in the board file. Yes, at least you should realize your connection with him. And I want to personally thank you, sir, for the next presentation. And last year, one of my project students wanted a data, just a phone call to him, and he immediately said yes. He gave the contacts of one of his engineers for collecting the file load test data. That was fantastic. That's very, very.
Thank you for remembering this. In COVID, we all know how difficult it was. Every one of us are affected. I too was a recipient of COVID. My lungs had gone 70%. I was in hospital on oxygen for about 10 days. God did not check me out. Still, I'm alive. At that time, I decided the rest of my life is a bonus. And every moment I live, I will do whatever within my capacity to help people to improve quality of life. So please don't hesitate to reach me out if you need anything you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I want to profusely thank you. And your data is very, very interesting, and it is probably the best available person for offshore filing. And he has also done a lot of work on onshore. And, so maybe during the lunch we can interact with him and have the pleasure of presenting a small. Time for the lunch.
waiting, we can go outside and then come back. Please do come back by 2:30. Don't escape. We have very interesting lectures in the afternoon.
organized international workshop on score and erosion at the prestigious Indian Geotechnical Conference 2020 during December. He is a recipient of Engineer of the Year 2006 award from Government of Andhra Pradesh and the Institution of Engineers, Andhra Pradesh State Center. Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan Best Academician Award 2014 from Andhra University and AP Scientist Award 2020 in the discipline of Civil Engineering from Government of Andhra Pradesh and AP State Council of Science and Technology, AP State Best University Engineering Teacher Award 2022 from Government of Andhra Pradesh on the occasion of Teachers' Day. He has got 14 Indian patent applications and 1 Australian patent granted. He handled research projects funded by Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi University Grants Commission, AICTE and RUSA. He is an established consultant to various local, state and central government engineering organizations. He is a reviewer for Indian Geotechnical Journal, the Institution of Engineers Journal of Civil Engineering, ASCE Journal of Materials, International Journal of Pavement Research and Transportation, and International Journal of Earth Sciences and Engineering. He is a Life Fellow of Indian Geotechnical Society, the Institution of Engineers, and is a Life Member of Indian Roads Congress, Indian Concrete Institute, Indian Society for Technical Education. He is nominated IGS member in International Technical Committee TC213 on score and erosion of International Society for Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering for the term 2018 to 2021. He is a member in Hedgehoe Committee on Embankment, Ground Improvement and Drainage Committee of Indian Roads Congress. He is serving as geotechnical expert in Dam Safety Committee, Water Resources Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh since 2022. He served as a National Executive Committee member of Indian Geotechnical Society during the period 2013 to 2020. He is serving as Chairman of IGS Vishakhapatnam Chapter and ICI Vizag Chapter. He served as Dean, College Development Council, Andhra University and Director, AU Development Center. Presently, he is serving as Director, Center for Industrial and Scientific Consultancy. Now, I request CNV sir to hand over this.
Thank you, Director, for your introduction covering most of my credentials. So, I stand before you to deliver my lecture in the afternoon session. So, always delivering lecture during morning session will be good. Right? So, I will try to make this session interesting because I am going to present a case study and the remedy, right? The remedy to avoid such situation. So, looking at the title, ground heaving in stacking yard, right? You are aware that in ports, large volumes of material handling will be done, right? So, there will be loading and unloading of the materials. And unfortunately, along the coastal areas, you have presence of weak soil deposits comprising of soft clays, right, loose deposits of fine sand, silts or silty sands, right. So if at all, without properly investigating the subsoil strata prevailing at a stacking yard, if you stack material, it will result in large lateral displacement of soil. So soil behaves in the manner just human beings behave. Right? My lecture is scheduled for 45 minutes. If I extend my lecture beyond 1.5 hours, right? If I turn to the screen for 1 minute and see back, some students will go. That means their ultimate bearing capacity, receiving capacity is exceeded. They cannot they can no longer receive my lecture and they will run it. So soil will do exactly same thing. If you overload soil, under the loading, soil will get displaced laterally. Why? Because adjacent to loaded area, only free ground surface will be there. So soil will try to get displaced laterally and move towards the free ground surface, resulting in heaving of the ground. So whenever you see large settlement of ground under the applied load, and on either side if you see heaving of the ground, you should understand that soil is loaded beyond its ultimate bearing capacity. So generally in foundation engineering, if you say about shear failure and settlement failure, students may not pay much attention. But in reality, you can always see, if at all you go to any building and adjacent to your footings, if soil heaving is there, it is an implication that footing size is inadequate to properly transmit to soil. Right? So, anyway, the type of failure that will occur, whether it is shear failure or settlement failure. Settlement failure means if soil is loose, particularly granular soil, as you load, the particles will move to closer positions. It gets densified in the process, you will see large settlements. Unless it gets densified, you won't see heaving. So prior to heaving, you will see large amounts of settlements. In case of coastal soils, settlement is a long-term process. Consolidation should take place to exhibit some considerable amount of settlement. Before that, if it is overloaded, soil simply escapes from its position, right, resulting in heaving of the ground. That is shear failure. So whenever you are designing footings in granular soils, allowable bearing capacity will be governed by settlement failure. Right? Shear failure is unlikely. Prior to shear failure, you have to load it considerably so that soil gets completely densified and it will lead to shear failure. In case of coastal soils, shear failure governs the design, because as soon as you load excessively, soil will start escaping rather than exhibiting a settlement, right? So, though it is a case study from the year 2008, so it clearly explains the bearing capacity failure or shear failure. So that's why I have chosen this. Shear failures are quite common in our Visakhapatnam port trust area. Now it is Visakhapatnam Port Authority area, PPA, because they will be doing stacking of materials day and night, and during night time they won't be watching what is happening adjacent to loaded area, and by the time they notice, there will be large subsidence of the ground followed by heaving. One such thing happened in 2008 near H7 junction also of EPT, and there manganese ore was stacked. Whenever stacking is done, they dump the material will settle in the form of an embankment. Base width of stack was around 32 meter, top width was 10 meter, and height of stack was 8 meters. So when stacking was done up to that much height, there was substance of stacked material in the stacked zone. 2 to 2.5 meters was observed, and on either side of the stacked area, that is beyond the embankment, right, there is a maximum heave of 3 meters observed, and this heaving from toe of stacked embankment extended to 15 to 20 meters, and the length of stacked area was about 100 meters, where this heaving occurred. So you can see this is stacked manganese ore. Since already subsidence occurred and heaving occurred, to further reduce subsidence and heaving, it was raining on that day, so they have covered the stacked material with plastic sheets so that rainwater does not enter and increase the weight onto the supporting soil. So you can see a conveyor belt at considerable distance from stacked area. That's why it was not affected luckily. So you can see from this picture that you have a railway track here used by Visakhapatnam Port Trust. You have one more railway track there. It is appearing as if the railway track here is laid on some elevated ground. Actually it was on flat ground only. Due to large displacement of soft clay from this stacked zone, the soil got displaced and tried to move up, and in the process it lifted the railway track up. So imagine if soil from supporting railway track gets pushed up, what will be the fate of railway track? That you can see from next few slides. So this is a picture taken immediate to of the embankment. The ground surface cracked up, and through that you can see what is there inside. So top there was a debris, and below that there is a yellowish colored one, that is sulfur. Earlier some sulfur was stacked, and while removing some material was left out, and underneath that there was a moram film. So through the crack we have seen greyish black colored soft clay, marine clay coming out of the ground. So soil is weak in tension. That's why if something, some material, underlying material tries to come out, soil will simply split and allow it to come out. So you see the extent of damage caused by heaving of the ground. Even railway track got broken. So you can see the fish plates and all got broken. And immediately newspapers published during 2008, tsunami was popular because that incident happened in many parts of the world, and many properties affected, and many people lost their lives. So here it is like soil coming out of the ground. So they have published with the big heading, Boo tsunami, land tsunami. And people in the neighborhood got afraid that if something happens in that area similar to that, and immediately district administration has ordered for an inquiry. Generally, if any such thing happens, they will refer to university for expert opinion, what is the cause and what should be done. So that is how we are able to enter into this case study. So upon visiting and by collecting information, it is observed that the soil profile consisted of 0.3 meter, top 0.3 meter consists of debris. Underneath that 0.2 meter thick sulfur ore was there, underlying 1 meter thick moram, and below it there is soft marine clay extending to 18 meter thick. Large deposit of soft marine clay was there. And below that there is a soft disintegrated rock and followed by fractured rock. Water table was at a depth of 2 meter below the existing ground water. That means whatever 0.3 meter debris, 0.2 meter sulfur, 1 meter moram, that is 1.5 meter is filled up only. Original ground is marine clay, unconsolidated marine clay. Over a period of time, for using it for stacking purpose, they have put moram, because they cannot put material on the soft ground. They have put moram blanket, and above that, so earlier sulfur was stacked, and while removing some material was remaining, and maybe after that they have put some debris. So like that, that profile is there. So considering original ground level, water table position is 0.5 meter below surface of marine clay. Top 1.5 meter is filled up material only. So imagine the shear strength of marine clay with water table position close to ground surface. If you look at its natural moisture content, it will be close to its liquid limit. So it will possess low shear strength. So anyway, we have collected a marine clay sample and analyzed in the laboratory. It had specific gravity of 2.48 because of presence of organic matter, low specific gravity is seen. And coming to grain size distribution, it contained 88% of fines and only 12% sand. And plasticity characteristics, liquid limit was 65, plastic limit 32, and it got classified as per Indian Standard Classification System as high comparable clay. Free swell index was above 70. In situ density was 1.75 and NMC 56.8, liquid limit is 65. So sometimes you will see much closer water contents to liquid limit. In such a case it will be very soft. Luckily it is in a soft consistency. And underlying corrosion was 1.8 ton per meter square. It corresponds to an value of 3. n equal to 3 means 1.8 you will get. Generally under 16 will take as undrained coefficient. So if you calculate ultimate bearing capacity based on this undrained coefficient using your IS 6403 that is based on basic theory, you will get around 6.2 ton per meter square. So that is the ultimate bearing capacity, not safe bearing capacity. Now let us look at the material that has been stacked, manganese ore. It has high specific gravity, soil specific gravity is 2.8, sand 2.65, gravel for 2.67 to 68, clay 2.69 to 2.72, right? Whereas here it is 4.45. That means this material is much heavier compared to your regular soils. And the grain size distribution, if you see, it is containing less amount of fines, predominantly containing sand and gravel size particle. And looking at its dry density in loose state itself, it is 2.58. Loose state, if you simply just pour into a cylindrical mold. In dry condition, find mass by volume, 2.58. So what is density of concrete? Density of concrete is 2.4 right, ton per meter cube or 2.4 gram per CCR. As you said, 2400 kg per meter cube. Whereas this is 2580 kg per meter cube. So heavier than concrete in its loose. So when stacking is done, dumping is done, it will settle to roughly right a density of dry density of that much. Out of academic interest, it has been compacted by placing it on vibration table because it is corrosionless material, and dry density was found to be 3.2. Right? So looking at the cross section of the stacked embankment, taking its dimensions and taking unit weight of manganese ore in loose state, using Osterberg solution for stress distribution, vertical stresses have been worked out below toe of the embankment, below the point where sloping surface and top surface meet, and at the center of the embankment, at the level of marine clay surface, and they have been obtained as shown in table. You can see at center the induced stress is more, and at edge means toes it is 8.8, and junction of the sloping surface and top surface it is 11.9. Since there is 1 meter thick moron soil, even if you consider embankment load to be uniformly distributed and underlying thing, if you average out, it will come to 4.2 ton per meter square. So the induced vertical stress by stacked material is much higher than ultimate bearing capacity. The moment you cross ultimate bearing capacity, soil will start escaping. You put more and more material, more and more soil will move out. So that is what has happened there. So as per Prandtl's theory, all of you know, in bearing capacity underneath footing, failure zones you will show. Right, one triangular soil wedge. When footing settles along with it, the triangular soil in the triangular wedge also moves along with it. It is what it is called elastic wedge. So as footing along with that triangular wedge of soil moves down, it displaces soil, right, neighboring soil, and there you will divide that moving zone of soil into zone 2 and zone 3, pair of zone 2 and pair of zone 3, known as zones of radial shear and zone of linear shear or Rankine-Sparso, right, pedal zones. So anyway, Prandtl, as per Prandtl theory, for footings in footings resting on soft clay, when footing is loaded, right, rigid plate is loaded, the extent to which the failure zones extended from the edge of the footing is 0.707 times B. So your marine clay, whatever stacking you are doing, it is like a strip footing case. So if at all shear failure has to happen, the failure surface should extend to 0.707 times B. So B is 32. So 0.707 times 32, if you see, roughly it will come as 22.6. But whereas on the field, 15 to 20 meter distance heaving was seen. Why? Because your embankment is not having uniform top and bottom. The effectivity if you take on C 0.707 times, it matches with that, right? So clearly, whatever heaving that has occurred is due to shear failure. So again, for MTech students, what type of shear failure that took place there? Is it general shear failure or local shear failure or punching shear failure? Whatever damage you have seen, right? Large subsidence under the loading and upheaval of ground, right, affecting your railway track. Is it due to local shear failure, general shear failure or punching shear failure? Say loudly. You are telling correct answer only, tell me. General shear failure means only you will see a small settlement and heaving will start. Right? Heaving will be preceded by only small strain. Here, extent of right settlement is large. Right? Only after ground has right experienced 2 to 2.5 mm, heaving you are seeing. So it is a local shear failure. Why not it is punching shear failure? If it is punching shear failure, simply stacked material will penetrate into ground and you won't see localized heaving in the immediate neighborhood. No doubt when stacked material is getting punched into the soil, volume displacement happens, but it gets distributed over a larger extent. So that's why you will not see immediate heaving. Just imagine you are dropping a stone into water body. Do you see rise in water level, considerable rise in with naked eye? No. But strictly speaking, there will be. What is shear strength of water? For all practical purposes, what shear strength you will take? Shear strength of water. Never studied in book. Does water possess any shear strength? No. Okay. So your soft clay has a low shear strength. If you see very soft clay, where in the N values, if you do SPT test, N values of 0, 1, 2, if you observe, in such cases, if you put any load, if you apply any load, you will simply see the putting or test plate settling, punching into the soil without seeing any heave. Right? So, the type of failure which we are discussing is local shear failure. So, luckily, that conveyor belt is not in that 0.707 times B. Had it been the case, the large volume of marine clay displaced under loading would have exerted lateral thrust on piles supporting the treadles of conveyor belt and it would have received damage. So there are the instances you can ask any engineer from Visakhapatnam Port Trust. Some of the transmission line towers right got twisted when excessive stacking was done in the immediate neighborhood. Right? I have visited such failures and that time I did not carry my phone and took photos there. This anyway we have to submit a report, so some photos I have taken. Okay? So if you want to avoid such failure, what you should do? You plan your stacking yards at a considerable distance from existing important structures. Even if overloading occurs, the heaving does not affect your structures. If that is not possible, then assess the supporting strength of the ground and put restriction that stacking height should be 3 meter, 4 meter, specific to material, because they handle different material. They may dump iron ore, sometimes manganese, sometimes coke, lightweight material. So coke, if you dump to 8 meter, 10 meter, nothing may happen. But manganese ore, 4, 5 meters also will result in shear failures. That is one thing. So generally, the motive of the persons, right, owning a stacking yard will be to handle a large volume of material in the given space. So if at all they want to do, knowing that the soil present is right soft in nature or very loose, you need to improve its shear strength. Right, before using it for stacking itself, you need to spend some time and strengthen it. Right, so whatever ground strengthening I am going to explain you is with respect to this, where you have presence of thick deposit of soft clay. So generally, what people will say is whenever soft clay is there, ground improvement technique means stone columns. Stone columns. Stone columns means simply making boreholes into the ground at a closer spacings. As close as possible, the more the replacement of clay stone columns, the more will be its improved strength. But can I use stone column in all types of soft clays? If soft clay is having very low shear strength, N value 0, 1, 2, if I install stone columns and put my load, simply their stone columns will fail by bulging, lateral spreading. So code says you can use stone columns only if the clay has a minimum shear strength of 14 kN per meter square. Subsequently in codes also, the consulting firms, right, the people who are dealing with stone columns, right, they have increased it to make it to 7 kilonewton per meter square. But I have seen a case in Kochi in port connectivity project. So when they started constructing a approach embankment of a bridge, they have installed PVDs, vertical rails, that is right, prefabricated vertical rail is geocentric strip rail. They have installed and in staged manner the fill was placed and compacted. When they approached the bridge portion, the project time was closing and some geotechnical consultant told, why do you go for vertical these PVDs, geocomposite rails, and at the approach of your bridge, right, when embankment meets bridge, the height will be more, 8 to 10 meter. So there, so you have to place fill in phased manner after installation of these PVDs. So a lot of time will take and you will cross your project period, and you advise them go for stone columns, and unfortunately Keller Ground Engineering, right, and they accepted the work, installed stone columns, constructed embankment, and it was opened for traffic. Within 1 day, in the approaches, the embankment collapsed. Right, so they called and asked for a solution. So what you have to do? You have to remove entire fill and install PVDs because it was close to a water body. N values even from the existing borehole, whatever they have shown, 1, 0, 1, 2, like that only, up to almost 20, 25 meters. Even for viaduct portion also, which was supported on piles, the length of pile, it is section pile only, it was 60 meters. Okay? So then, to meet the project time, I have recommended for extension of viaduct portion, and that is how they have closed it. They have supported, they have extended the central viaduct portion with few more piers supported on piles. Right? So never take a risk. Never blindly follow stone column in soft clays. If you come across very soft clay, the only solution is to install vertical rails and place load in stages. You consolidate under an applied bare minimum load. Once it gets consolidated, put some more load like that. and that is important. And one more thing is, even if ground has a sufficient shear strength specified in code greater than 14 kN per meter square also, if it is for stacking, no issue. Even if it settles by 100 mm, 120 mm, not an issue. Can I construct a building supported on soft clay with an value of 3 to 4 with stone columns? Subsequent to my construction, I will have large settlements which are not acceptable, right? And I will see severe cracking different settlement issues happening. So you can use strengthening of soft clay using stone columns only if the structure proposed can tolerate large settlements. Suppose oil storage tank you want to put, you can put it. Only thing is the connecting pipes you need to periodically, right, cut and right, change them. That's all. Uniform settlement you can have. Embankment, earthen embankment, you can support all ground strengthened by stone columns. Yeah, that is true. Okay. Geosynthetic. In case of stone column, to some extent it will work, right? N value 2 like that, but N value 1, 0, literally soil, if you stand you will sink into it. And so don't too much depend on it. You will land in problem. If it is for small application, it may stand. Just like in the morning you were referring to a case, Anil Joseph, right? So better don't take risk in structures with moderate to heavy loads. Lighter structure, okay, as you said, right, geotextile and stone column, because it brings in standards and to hold the stone with concern with that. But even then also you will see the settlements, right, higher due to lateral expansion. Luckily, present we have high stiffness geotextiles. Earlier case, we don't have geotextiles matching stiffness of geogrids. Now almost matching stiffness of geogrids they have come. Right? So they are costly. You can try them, but it is not advisable to go with stone column with even with casing in very soft soil. If time is there, best thing is to N value. Yeah, that is true, sir. But actually, most of the agencies that are there, they are doing SPT tests. So based on SPT, we are doing correlations, and they are matching, particularly in soft clays and all. Right? So strictly speaking, cone penetration test, static cone penetration test is best way of assessing shear strength of clays. Since most of us are familiar, people sitting here are familiar with SPT N values based on the time change. Right? Even for getting a SCPT test done at a location up to 12 to 15 meter depth, they are charging about 1.2 lakh. Whereas borehole with SPT test, you can get it done hardly for 15,000 or so. So that's why people, though even I know static cone penetration test is more reliable in clay, I cannot insist the client. He will not come to me later. But whatever estimations we are making, they are conservative. But organizations like MES, they are insisting, they are asking for CPT, evaluation of the site along with the SPT. Right? So taking both the things into account, we are giving the best possible solution for it. Okay. So strengthening of soft clay using vertical drains means, in the simple sense, you will drill holes into the ground and fill the holes with clean graded sand. That means you are creating in situ highly pervious columns. And on the top of these sand drains, you will put a sand blanket to provide continuity of drainage. And after that, you will place moram fill as surcharge in stages. Suppose the available ultimate bearing capacity of clay, where you are taking up this improvement, is some 4 ton per meter square. So put surcharge, which gives you a vertical stress less than 4 ton per meter square. If you stack more, shear displacement will happen, and your installed sand drains, holes filled with sand, they are called sand drains, they get shear. So while placing fill also, you should see how much vertical stress you are reducing. It should be well within the ultimate bearing capacity of ground. So it is mandatory that whenever what is the effect of, I will discuss at the end, sir. Why? Because if I take up deep mixing of soil with cement and lime, it takes another half an hour time. So I am sticking to it, I will come to it. Right? So if you simply provide vertical drains, it does not help in consolidating the clay deposit. You need to increase pressure in pore water so that it tries to come out of the voids, and you are showing the way in the form of these vertical drains. In the absence of vertical drains, even if you put simply load, water has to travel in vertical direction depending upon available drainage bases. Still drainage path, since it is going to be several meters, it takes long time for consolidation under placed surcharge. So that's why you provide vertical drains and place pre-load. Pre-load means it is not actual structure load. You are placing some moram surcharge to increase forward pressure. Without vertical drains, if you provide a pre-load,
umbrella is umbrella.
If you provide pre-load, that is the scenario. Forward pressures will increase, but it is as good as consolidation time under any constructor structure, right? If you are providing vertical drains, the spacing of vertical drains, if it is sand drains, it will be between 1.5 to 6 meter. If it is PVD or sand wig drain, it will be closer, right? So about 1 to 2 meter spacing, right? So imagine such a closer spacing between vertical drains, drainage path under radial flow will be very less. Spacing is 1.5. If you take drainage path under radial flow will be 0.75 meter only. So you know, for a given degree of, for achieving given level of consolidation, for your vertical consolidation equation familiar one, TV is equal to CVT by D square. So for a given degree of consolidation, TV is constant, CV coefficient of consolidation is constant, then T is proportional to D square. Time required to achieve given degree of consolidation is proportional to square of the drainage path. So by providing vertical drains, I am bringing down the drainage path. So time required for consolidation under applied load will drastically decrease from several years to few months. Right? That is the reason why in ground improvement of soft clay with vertical drains, under each stage of preloading, you will wait for 1.5 to 2 months time only. Within that, you will reach to 95% degree of consolidation. You will again place some more preload, wait for another 1 to 2, like that. In stages, you will consolidate the clay up to the targeted strength. So this figure shows, right, without drains, if you simply apply preload, consolidation takes very long period, several years. If you provide drains without surcharge, that is not going to help. Only water in the immediate neighborhood may get discharged and escape, right? right? Unless there is no weight placed, pore water, right? Pressure does not increase and expulsion of water does not take place. So third case, if you provide vertical drains and right, strip drains, also known as synthetic drains, they have rectangular cross section. They will have certain width and these are the right sections of ground. Just for idea sake. So in case of sand drains, the dia of drain, sand drain will be 250 to 450 mm. Size will be more. Spacing depending upon diameter. If diameter of drain is more, you will go for larger spacing. Right? In case of sandwich drain, only thing is the drain is formed by lowering the fabric socks filled with the sand, so that no falling of sand material occurs. So they are of smaller dia, 65 mm, and they will be spaced at 1 to 2.5 meters. We will discuss about strip drains, because in Vizag also, in many places, in infrastructure projects where soft clays are there, they are using it, particularly in the airport, taxiways, right, extension of runway, overrun areas, right, they are strengthening soft clay using the PVDs, right, even now also one work is going on. So they are using strip drains. So strip drains of strip or band shapes are used. You may also see circular plastic drainage pipes, PVC pipes, circular ones with perforations. By wrapping a geotextile around it, you can use it as a drain. They are called as rope drains. But generally, we go for right, strip or band shaped drains. So as mentioned, their width will be about 100 mm, and thickness, if it is geocomposite drain, it will be up to 10 mm. So I will show you picture of geocomposite drain. Here you see inner core. Inner core is made of high quality polypropylene sheet with channels or corrugations, and it is wrapped in a non-woven geotextile. Right? So the outer non-woven geotextile will act as a filter, and the inner corrugated and polypropylene sheet will drain the water along the right channels. The moment it enters, it will flow upwards and get discharged into sand line. So how do you install such flexible geocomposite drains in the ground? Can I hold a strip? Can I hold strip drain, geocomposite drain on surface of ground and push it? It is flexible. Right? So that's why you will make use of a steel lance and a base plate. So steel lance is a hollow, right, steel casing you can say, which is having its cross section slightly larger than your strip drain, so that you can insert strip drain into it. So strip drains will be supplied to the site in the form of rolls, just like your weapon rolls you see, right, like that they will be brought to the site. So one end of strip drain you push from top surface, insert it, push it down till it comes from the bottom cross section, then place this base plate with the central hook. So take geotextile through this hook, hold it back and staple it and hold from top. So base plate will close the bottom surface of steel lance, and the base plate together with the steel lance you place on ground surface, and by using static force you push it into soft soil. So after reaching to the required depth, you cut strip at top, leaving a certain length that will be embedded into your sand blanket. but for each installation of strip drain, you have to sacrifice one base plate. You cannot take out base plate. Right? So base plate during the process of pushing will prevent the entry of soft soil into the steel lands, annular space between your strip drain and the steel lands. Right? So you can see a picture of base plate size will be slightly larger than the cross section of your sleeve, which in turn depends upon your cross section of strip drain. If you use bigger one, it will cause more disturbance during penetration. So you will always use as a small plate as possible. So here you can see this is a base plate with central hook. This is geocomposite drain. This is steel lands. So here you can see projecting strips cut after pushing into the soft clay. These things will be embedded in sand blanket. And when you put surcharge by placing monofill and pour water rises due to radial flow, when it gets discharged, the water will be collected into this sand blanket where you will keep perforated pipes and they will collect the water and you can discharge it into a nearby drain. So with respect to these vertical drains, whether it is sand drain, strip drain or big drain, we should look at two aspects. One is smear effect, the other one is drain resistance. Smear effect means in the process of installation of drain, for example sand drain, you need to drill a hole. Right? You have different methods of making boreholes, and each method of making borehole has its own level of disturbance caused to surrounding soil. Right? If soil around the area where you are planning to install a drain is getting disturbed or displaced, its coefficient of permeability is going to decrease. Our objective of providing a vertical drain is to accelerate the process of conformation, but it is working in the other way. So that's why don't plan for the installation of large diameter drains. Smaller the diameter of the drain, the lesser will be the disturbance and lesser will be the smear effect. So among all three types of drains which I have mentioned, sand drain, big drain and strip drain, which has got lowest cross section, strip drain. Width is 100 mm, thickness is say 10 mm maximum. Right? So strip drains will have low smear effect. Right? So that's why for that reason you will go for it. The other thing is drain resistance. Drain resistance means the moment water enters into the drain, as it flows through the drain, the resistance offered by material of drain. If it is sand drain or big drain, sand drains will offer more resistance to flow of water compared to your plastic sheet with corrugation or channels. Right? So both in terms of smear effect and drain resistance, strip drains are more efficient. So installation of drains, strip drains is very fast, 1 to 2 meter per second. So 10 meter length strip drain can be installed in 5 seconds. The rig used for installation of strip drains is called a stitcher. Just like sewing machine, process is quick. Right? So depending upon that, it is named as stitcher. So no resistance to flow of water. Once there is no drain resistance, requires lighter equipment than cranes required for equipment and time. Site treatment at a low cost. So the cost of strip drain along with installation per meter length is around 50 to 55 rupees. Right? So giving same effect if you plan sand drain, it will be much costly and it is not that efficient. And not only this is faster, economical, It is also not affected by ground shaking. Even if earthquake occurs during treatment time, your strip drain may lose its absolute verticality, it may get distorted, but still it continues to collect water and convey. Right? So your treatment is not going to get affected. So while designing the vertical drains, you will use a radial consolidation drain, which is based on the circular cross-section drains. If it is sand drain, sandwich drain, they are circular only. Coming to strip drain, cross-section is rectangular. So that's why what we do is we reduce strip drains to equivalent sand drains. For doing that, we will follow two approaches, namely equal void ratio method and equal circumference method. Equal void ratio method means if a percentage of voids in the cross section of strip drain and percentage of voids in sand drain, if both are same, we consider that their discharge capacity is same. Right? So calculate the cross section area of strip drain B into T, multiply with the manufacturer will give you what is percentage of voids per unit cross section of your strip drain. So multiply such parameter called as ND with cross section area, that will give you area of voids. Now you take diameter of equivalent drainage from DE, cross section area will be pi DE square by 4, multiply that with the porosity. Porosity definition is VV by E. For a given length of drain, I can express VV as AV into L, volume as A into L. L if you cancel, volumetric ratio you can say as area ratio. So I can get area of voids by multiplying porosity with the cross section area. So in doing so, you will get that expression. The other concept is when water is entering the drain, if it is a sand drain or sandwich drain, water entry is through its perimeter. If DE is diameter, perimeter is pi D. If it is strip drain, entry is through perimeter, which is 2 into B plus 2. Right? So equate perimeter of your strip drain to circumference of an equivalent sand drain. Right? So if at all exact data on ND and NS are not available, we go for approximation. We use equal circumference basis. I am not going to design water, just. Next thing is how these vertical drains will be arranged, right? During ground improvement at a site. There are two ways of arranging them. Staggered manner, that is triangular pattern or square pattern. So in square pattern, with uniform spacing in both directions, if you install, the zone of influence will be square. How do you get square zone of influence? You take any two neighboring drains, draw line joining centers, draw a perpendicular bisector. All such drawn perpendicular bisectors, will give you area of influence, shape of area of influence. For square pattern, area of influence you can see is square. Area of influence from there you can see is S by 2 one side, S by 2 one side, S by 2 above, S by 2 below. So area is S square, S into S. Equate that to area of a circle. That means I am considering actual area of influence, which is square, in the form of a circular area of influence. So that up to this much radial distance this drain has influence. Right? So equate that to pi r square and find what is R. You will get it as 0.564s. The other mode of arranging drains is in triangular pattern. So the area of influence, if you draw perpendicular bisectors to line joining two drains taken at a time, the area of influence you are going to get is hexagonal. Equate area of hexagon to area of a circle and get R. You will get as 0.525s. So when two modes of arrangement of drains are available, which mode do you prefer and why? Looking at R value, you may say providing drains in square pattern has higher value of R, so I prefer that. But do you expect uniform consolidation measured from center of the drain in case of square pattern arrangement of drains? In case of triangular, staggered arrangement of drains, you will have more uniform consolidation. The thing is, installing drains in the square pattern is easy rather than installing them in staggered pattern. Right? So when you take 3 drains, right, in the form of triangle, the spacing between the drains each will be SS like that. In square pattern, in both directions S and S. So arranging piles in a triangular pattern requires more attention than providing in square. So that is first thing mentioned. Second thing, triangle pattern of drains is most popular because it provides more uniform consolidation between drains in square pattern. Okay, coming to conclusion, ground heaving at stacking yards in boats and damage to neighboring structures you can prevent by doing thorough investigation of the site and by adopting proper strategy for safe loading or by taking measures for soft soil strengthening. So among different vertical drains, strip drains are effective for strengthening of very soft to soft clay and enhance the capacity of soil to support stacked material load. So strip drains are easy to install, economical and efficient or other types of drains. Okay, I'll stop here. So if you have any questions, design and law will be there, but if I teach that anything, at least right, geotechnical student may be knowing because they study, but for others, right, at least you might have got some insight into the process of strengthening of software. So keep in mind, strengthening of clays means removing water from it. The more the water clay contains, the lesser will be its strength. If you adopt any technique to drain out water and reduce its water content, its shear strength will increase. Its bearing capacity increases, compressibility increases. Coming to granular soil, reducing water content is not going to affect strength and compressibility much. You can strengthen them by densifying, right? So that's why deep compaction techniques you will prefer for strengthening of granular soil which are in loose state. Okay, so with this I will conclude because you have 2 more lectures. So thank you all for your patience. Strip is much economical. Almost 40 to 50% we can say. No, sand and strip. Sand and strip. We can normally, people are not using it because by the time you insert it, sometimes collapse is there, difficulties will be faced. Right? But efficiency wise, compared to sand drain, weak drain will be PVDs. Everywhere now people are going for PVDs. And that too, getting sand is very costly. It depends on your location. So no sand is required if you go for the synthetic drains, geocomposite synthetic drains. So in all aspects, this is better. The thing is, we should compare coefficient of permeability of your water mesh with Yeah, if it is equivalent, then you can use it. Percentage fines are also less, then you can use. But the fly ashes we cannot tell, because if it is classic fly ash, so cementation may happen and permeability you cannot guarantee. Okay. So any more? PVD? By installing PVDs at a closer spacing, you are strengthening the soil uniformly. Because strengthening is not based on location of these drains. You are placing preload and forcing water out of the voids. If you place them at larger spacing, there can be intermediate pockets which are not consolidated and they may result in difference. Will be very less. Yeah, larger spacing means beyond radius of influence. If you by chance adopt, that will definitely bring in difference. Yeah, 1.2, 1.5. Generally, not bring any difference. Okay then, for 2 more lectures are there. So thank you all for your attention. So tomorrow workshop will be in department Vishweshwaraya Conference Hall, where regularly we will have our workshops. So venue will be that, right? So don't come here, come there only. And try to bring some of your colleagues and some of your classmates. Tomorrow our Professor M.R. Madhav is going to come. Our students have listened to him during September on Engineers Day. He is going to come and in the morning session there will be release of a book on Geosotras. Geosotras will tell you what good things you should do with regard to working in soil. So he is the main contributor for that. So actually it was planned for release in the inaugural. Since he is available, he is coming today evening only, we have postponed tomorrow. So tomorrow try to come on time, not like today. Our Vice Chancellor, though we are organizing good program, he advised department to take care that the students and all other delegates come in time. Right? So punctuality, we always speak more not about Moshun Vishweshwaraya. At least 50% of his qualities we should have. Right? So anyway, on Sunday you are attending by sacrificing your quality time with your family members. So we should appreciate. But at the same time, any good event is there. If we say 9:30, 9:15 you come. If I say 9:30, you are coming at 9:45. All guests, including VC, they are coming and waiting for you. It's right approach. Right? So hope you will understand. Right? Nearby only, our civil engineering department opposite side. Vishweshwaraya Conference Hall. Okay, thank you. Professor Samadhya and Professor Nilma section, right? They will come and deliver lectures. I will go there and relieve. Okay. So our IGS executive committee meetings will happen.
open for a long duration. It started in the morning around 11 until 45 or so. It will go up to 6 or 6:30. We can't say when it will be. So in between we keep sending. Keep sending.
Indian Institute of Technology, Indore, where she also served as head of the department. She holds a PhD and MTech from the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, and a BTech from Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati. Prior to joining IIT Indore, she served as an assistant professor at the Earthquake Engineering Research Center, International Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad, and has been visiting researcher at the University of Tokyo. Her research and consultancy work spans geotechnical earthquake engineering, seismic microzonation, site response analysis, landslide hazard assessment, rock engineering, field monitoring, and geotechnical instrumentation, with significant contribution to rock mechanics, tunneling, and slope stability projects across India for several government and private agencies. She currently serves as chairperson of the IGS Indore chapter and is a National Executive Committee member of the Indian Geotechnical Society and has been conferred honorary membership from the Kazakhstan Geotechnical Society, a member society of the International Society of Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering. Madam is a principal member of... I request Ma'am to continue with the workshop speech.
Thank you so much and good evening everyone. It's always pleasure to be in Andhra because I'm basically from Andhra. And so anytime if anybody asks me, I never say no. I used to come to Vizag almost every month last year because of some Bharatmala projects. So it's like, very frequent visitor to Vizag. I should thank and congratulate Visakhapatnam chapter and Andhra University for celebrating their 100 years celebrations and also for being decided to several activities under IGS. So my topic actually, Rajgopal sir asked me, it's my honor to present before you. I was supposed to join PhD with him, but somehow that didn't happen. So I'll be, so sir said only half an hour I have, so I'll be briefly presenting the presently ongoing PhD research of my student Vikas Raman. You see in the last 2-3 days, a lot of buzz is there on this particular thing because this particular topic where we were working is very important, especially to protect our coastal land or coastal soil. Okay, because that is our strength. At least, if I talk about my home state, Andhra Pradesh, our strength is our coastline now. It can be because of defense or blue economy or trade, you call it whatever it is. Our very important is our coast. So let's see what are the challenges we are having it and how to work on that through nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions are I'll start with what are the global challenges and how can we contribute as a geotechnical engineer. You take any problem of the road, there will be some issues where we can at least some 1% of contribution we can make it as a geotechnical engineer. Climate change, I am not an expert in climate change, but we are seeing a lot of changes in the pattern of the rainfall. That is rain properties, the cloud properties have been drastically changing. I was in Himachal the 2025 after major disaster happened in June, July. So there was a high-level committee made from Ministry of Home Affairs. So I visited the site. So when we were talking to the people in the upper part of the Himachal, Lalasmiti areas, there were locals were saying, the person was around my father's age, he was saying to us we never had experienced this kind of disaster. Several unexpected high frequency events have been very common and throwing a lot of challenges to us. As for SDG goals, whatever we do is we should have a larger picture or the larger vision of the global vision or the national vision. This is several 2030 agenda for sustainable development or 2047 our Viksit Bharat also. So many problems are associated with respect to civil engineering and more precisely on the geotechnical engineering. So to address some few of those challenges, I would like to present some of the works which we have been doing. This is a very common picture to most of you. Okay, especially when you are going around, even in Kerala or in Uppada, lot of erosion we've been seeing it. It's not just only we are losing the land to the sea or the ocean. We are just actually more than that. It's not just about the land. Okay, of course India is very big. We have a lot of land, but it's more than that, we are losing it. So how to protect it? Conventional approaches, we do have several approaches, hard engineering approaches, but where are we going to have a, built with nature? Let me tell you, especially to the students over there, our engineering or the designs has been like, very, very sensitive. Nowadays, client wants, of course, all for any major project, the super client is Government of India. Client wants our designs to be sensitive environmentally. Okay, I'll tell you, as I said, like I keep visiting the city last year almost every month. So we used to have a lot of discussions for the Bharatmala tunnel project. So in that, like, we used to design monkey canopies, elephant tracks, and reptile tracks. So we have to make our designs. It's not like I need to build from here to here, nothing that. We need to be beyond, like, more than that, we have to be environmentally sensitive. Sustainability is a buzzword. We know that we have to look at the sustainability from 3 different aspects, like from the material side, analysis and design. So generally civil engineering has 3 different phases, right? So we need to look at the sustainability at all the 3 phases. So I'll try to bring those 2 aspects. In addition to all that, another very important challenge with all of us before in the country is, like, of course, Make in India is one thing, and then second thing is, like, how much of natural materials we are going to use it, or recycled materials we are going to use it. So wave-induced coastal erosion, it is going to be a very serious threat, because I'll show you the statistics of the country. So let me take you. The erosion is highly dynamic, okay, because some locations, many site-specific characteristics have been there. So some locations you have a single wave, some locations you have a double wave, like, somewhere there is a deposition, somewhere there is a erosion. And rate of erosion is very different from different parts along the same coast. So if you see here, how to, first of all, we have to quantify the hazard associated with this coastal erosion, and then once we have this hazard quantified, then we need to look at the solution for it, and a more of nature-based solution. So to look at the solutions, because as a civil engineering, people expect you to give the solutions, right? But without understanding the physics behind the problem, like giving a solution is of no use. At least this is what I believe. So if you see the solutions, too broadly we can divide it: hard engineering approaches and the soft engineering approaches. Both has its own set of pros and cons. If you see hard engineering, like, building the walls, okay, or some kind of hard solutions, they are very expensive and they are not sustainable, because you use a lot of concrete and other such kind of materials. And then if you go to the sustainable issues, like the main important question that comes to us is the durability aspects of it, sustainability aspects of it. Okay, you made something with this approach, but how is it going to sustain for the next whatever lifetime, like 15 years of its design life, or like, whatever the kind of thing. So let's see that part more in detail in my coming slides. So these are some of the statistics, and this is, like, which we collected from the open sources and of course from the government sources also. So in India we lost almost 234 square kilometers of land to the sea. This is between 1990 to 2016. So that means, like, in the span of around 25 years, I can say, this is the amount of land mass that we lost it because of, of course, reasons are many. It's not just only natural processes, a lot of anthropogenic activities, or like mining also, many reasons are there. So let's see that how is it been there in the east coast and the west coast. So just divided this into east coast. When you look at the data and the phenomena happening, it's more prone to erosion, because as I said, like, erosion is very site specific. It has not just only geotechnical properties, it has like tidal, atmospheric related characteristics, environmental factors also. So and more broadly, I can say that this eastern coast is like basically sandy shorelines, and then, like, they're very much easily erodable, and then frequent hurricanes and storms do happen in this eastern coast, high energy. And then if you compare it with the western coast, which is less prone to this coastal erosion, it has rocky kind of thing, because if you see the western ghats, mostly laterite formations too are there, and then rocky cliffs are there. Even in Kerala also you can see a lot of laterite cliffs, and then fewer hurricanes, but they are happening. value results into coastal planning. Coastal planning and management is something very major scale, multidisciplinary. People have been working and under the Ministry of Health Sciences and leverage natural regeneration process by restoring a lot of biophysical and social conditions. And we will be following, and as I said, like it's nothing like we are just something reinventing or something. We are already, the thing is there. We are just trying to mimic the nature and understanding its process in a more sensitive way. That's all. So coral reef also, as I said, the second major effectively implementable thing, especially for the Indian coast, I can say that coral reefs, they are something like a limestone formation kind of structures which have been formed in the water, and like it will help like how to do this approach in implementation. So we have to integrate, considering this integrity of the existing reef and repairing that already there are any coral reefs, how to do that, recover them, and how to help other living beings to artificially also create such environment so that it can be developed naturally later. So coral reef are estimated to reduce the wave heights physically up to 70% and energy to even up to 95%, which is very, very effective. Similarly, the seagrass, they are dominant forms of shallow level subtotal kind of vegetation which is found across the world, and especially more in tropical and of course Arctic latitude. This is very common in Japan also, and they protect existing seagrass beds, and there is a lot of they immobilize if there is any contamination in the water, so it can they are also used to immobilization of that, transplanting and broadcasting seeds from the labs to the plants, etc. So this is just, I would like to take you brief about what are the existing methods. So this is a different coastal mitigation approaches we have, as I said, like from grey to green, hard engineering approaches, then hybrid and soft. As I said, hard and soft, they have its own set of pros and cons. So we have to, based upon the project requirements and of course the cost, so we have to work somewhere in between, that is for the hybrid methods, which can be more durable and highly sustainable also with respect to cost also. So when to take this call, like where should I stop, like from grey to green, where I have to make my line or pressure. So we need to look at like what is the need for, as I said, like economical costing, sustainability, and what is the approach, and of course its effectiveness with respect to durability also. So in nature-based solutions, we will be trying to look at that as a complete ecosystem and how the interaction of the living phase and is happening under different environmental and atmospheric conditions, and then how they can improve by required properties mitigating this particular problem. So with this introduction, I would like to go to actual work which we have been working. So we have been working on MICP, microbially induced calcite precipitation. So it's like it's a bacteria. So you don't need to get scared when you use bacteria, because there are many species of bacteria which are non-pathogenic. So these are non-pathogenic bacteria. So what it does is, like, we culture every day in the lab. So please don't need to worry when we say bacteria. So what it does is, like, it's a specific kind of strain which has a capability to do production, and during this production it generates or form CaCO3 crystals. So we know that sand particles, like soil granular particulate, and we have 4 spaces, and this bacteria will go attach on the So once you add that bacteria to attach on the surface of this grain, and then slowly you have to feed it also because it is a living part. So you have to give some growth solution or the nutrient solution, and this is what is called treatment process. So from Geotechnical lab, that's my lab, there may be almost like 50 papers of top international journals on this for different applications in the geotechnical engineering. So this bacteria, once you heat it up, it will grow, okay, colonies are formed, and then CaCO3 crystals form, and this will be, filling the gaps, that's pore space. So with that, like, let me tell you, I can show you some of the pictures. Sand literally becomes sandstone after treatment. How long to treat, how much to treat, all these things, you have to work it out in the lab. So this is the overall process, and bacteria will not live for a long time, right? After it died, what happens? Even if the stain get died, the crystals are still there. Okay, so we tried for durability. Actually, when we started COVID time, we made the treatment, and suddenly lab has to close. We closed it and we left. After, when the lab was opened again, when we came up, let me tell you, there's no bacteria because like it died. It has its lifespan. So it died, but it becomes so hard. Okay, we just left it in the lab without any treatment. So I try to see the applications of MICP as per our UNDP goals as well. It can be applied. People always say that bio-grout, right? Now, a lot of companies have been started, in this bio-grout approach where they are giving solutions instead of using chemical grout. There is a commercial name, bio-grout. Okay, there's a company. Okay, they're based in US and Portugal also. So it is having multiple applications. Okay, you can look at the geotechnical things, some of them are here. So one of the main application there we work extensively is on the liquefaction part, how to increase the shear strength and how to mitigate the liquefaction. And we did that at the field scale because as I said, like there's a Hisar power plant which is on valuable soil, so we could get the benefit side, and they did SPD before, and they gave us a space, and because I was a consultant to 3 nuclear power plants of the country, so at that time, so we did this investigations, and after treatment, again we did the test, so we have the data at the field scale. But for coastal erosion, we are still at the large scale studies, which I will be showing you now, and similarly, heavy metal immobilization, like we have a lot of lead, arsenic, zinc, and other things, especially in landfill sites. So you can also use the same technique to immobilize these heavy metals and bring it to some acceptable threshold as per the environmental laws we have. And then people even in concrete, people use it like bioconcrete or like self-healing concrete, whatever it is, nothing but it's the same thing. And we also worked extensively on wind erosion, and we did that at Jaisalmer because in most of the these desert areas, like especially for defense people, they do not even build a small wall there because a lot of wind erosion was happening, and there was some solar panels. So foundation for that was also challenging. So we have tried this at the localized foundation level, to improve the shear strength characteristics. So these are some of the applications, but now as I said, like title, so I'll be focusing on coastal erosion mitigation, and we started this at 2 places. One is like Vizag beach, and then second one is from the Chennai beach. So Marina beach and Andhra beach. So because the soils are different, right? It has a different racial distributions are different, like mineralogically they are different, and the effectiveness of MICP depends on all that, right? The effectiveness of MICP is not same as it is in gravel soil, sands or clays. Clays is not at all effective. So it depends on many soil characteristics. So we started doing that. So both starting with these 2 fields and we started working, and then later we added Narmada sand also, though we don't have any ghost in the indoor, but a lot of river erosion happens in some structures along the river Narmada. So we started with Narmada river, that is our own sand, so we started with these 3 sands. So mostly as per classification, IS classification, this is a 2D graded sand, and then like as I said, like it doesn't have any US producing strain, so we have to do augmentation method. So for that, like we make bacterial solution and added to the soil where we want to treat, and we started with a large scale. Since we have been working for like last couple of years, like since 2019 on carbon fibers, basalt and TP fibers in different percentages, because our idea was to make big blocks with this one, and then which can be defense for coastal mitigation in the shore, on the shoreline. So that's how we started. You can see here, you can make a sand sample like that, right? After treatment, you can create a sample and you can do UCS, fracture, everything actually. And so these were the 3 different fibers and 3 different combinations, and try to calculate all the mechanical properties. So these were the chemical compositions or the solutions which we use for the treatment process. So let's see some of the SEM images. When we see that the untreated samples, the lines are very clear, right? In the top left, you can see here the first photograph, untreated sand, the crystal, is very clear. We also tried for the crystal morphology also using 3D scanning method. So next, if you see this printed sample, you can see some crystals being formed, and there was we used some fibers also. So there was a lot of polarization and crystallization happened on the surface of this granular material. So UCS and the calcium content, percentage. So we use a calcimeter to find out amount of calcium carbonate that is being formed in the entire process. So different samples. So the main important thing in this one to demonstrate to the industry is durability. So durability of this one, especially for coastal mitigation problem, we started looking at mass loss ratio after WD cycles, wetting and drying, because that's commonly happens at the shoreline, right? Common regularly wetting, drying happens. So we try to see that mass loss UCS samples also after different WD cycles. And then next one is now these are some of the findings from the this particular piece of testing. So we found maximum strength enhancement was observed, especially with basalt fibers, which are reinforced. Then we try to make big blocks and then show some of the samples, and fiber content of 0.4%, and which was treated for 18 days. That means you can do that at the site for almost 18 days or maximum 20 days. Entire process, culturing, using the same water. It's not like we are using distilled water. When I use culturing, people always ask me, is it bacteria is cultured in the lab? No, we don't need to do that. We have method where we can do that entire process at the site also, which we did also at that. And then we also try to see this one. Why we started this one? Why? There are a lot of thermal plants, ash ponds are there. So that time there was a question can we use it for stability, because there are some thermal plants. I was a principal consultant for the MP Power they have 4 thermal plants. So every year there is a lot of things comes up, and one day there was a breach also, and breach was very interestingly because of some kind of animals which were making burrows. So that was the kind of problems that we had. Anyway, so we tried with the coal ash and mixed with MICP process so that we can use some waste material also in the blocks and see how it goes. So we use both bottom ash and fly ash, and so this is the details how we do the treatment and how we are making the samples. Then to understand in the entire sample also, to understand the homogeneity, how the calcite formation has been made homogeneously. So we try to see that 3 different heights, H by 3, middle, and then somewhere to H by 3. So 3 different, try to see that some more tests. Again, for this one also we try to understand what is the durability with WD and FT cycles. With fly ash mix one. So WD cycles we use 12 hours wetting, and then it's in the submerged condition at 25 degrees, and then again we use 12 hours of dry at 50 degrees. So freezing and thawing also at minus 30 degrees for 12 hours, and then for 25 degrees for another 12 hours. So after doing this part of it, we found that fly ash and bottom ash can also be used as one of the effective additives, along with this MICP, which can accelerate and increase the shear strength of the material. So after doing this small scale testing, then we started looking at a large scale. So what we did is we fabricated a large flow, which is around 4.5 meter, and then along with a wave simulator. So where you can generate single wave, whatever wave characteristics, frequency can alter, double wave, so everything. So for that we like that. Okay, so then like after treatment we try to understand the surface strength. So for that we use a pocket pelorimeter to evaluate the surface strength of the material. And this is the fluke. Okay, so it has been installed in the lab along with the wave generator. So once you start using this, like as I said, like you can use different methods of treatment. So in this case, we use the spray method because that is the only feasible approach in the site. So we try to look at this, and then after treatment for 80 days, then we try to see the surface strength. Use the same sample in the fluke, and then let me tell you very interestingly, we have so many videos on that. We left this test for more than 7 days also after treated samples. I'll show you the photographs, and samples have been made with different slopes also. Okay, because assuming that the field, like you have a shoreline with different angles. So let's see is there any influence on that and so on. So there's a control samples, and as I said, like PM is basalt fibers based samples, then PP fiber, and of course like we also trying with some geosynthetics also now, which are not presenting as of now. So then micro characterization also has been done with SEM and XID, real samples of both the treated and the untreated samples. So these are some of the results of the analysis. So this is how, like after making the samples, after they get biotreated, then pocket pelorimeter we use at different locations to understand how the strength has been changing. So try to see how many cycles of treatment is required, so that required strength can be achieved with the required durability. So for that, like we use 2 cycles and 4 cycles in the starting. So of course, then we started looking at the samples. Mass loss was calculated after testing. So these were some of the results from this. So we tried with reinforcement, like reinforcement and MSCP reinforcement. So all reinforcement enhanced the CSO3 precipitation, that is respect to strength and durability both. And with respect to the performance ranking, we found it like basalt fibers are better, and of course when you compare with the bottom ash, fly ash, which samples that give more better results. And next one is like treatment cycles, how long we have to treat, how many cycles we have to treat. Cycle is like what is the frequency of giving the nutrient solution in the process of treatment of the sample for this one. So while like 2 cycles treated slopes, there are like resisting up to 22 hours of air exposure, with most remaining stable after 24 hours. So where we can apply this? Okay, so these are the application areas where we can use this part. One is like beach nourishment, and if there is any kind of loose sands or dunes, beach zones are there, weak zones, if you can identify this and beneath coastal structures, even like there is any small structure coming up for that also at the foundation level, which we did it for wind erosion and general coastal protection methods also. If you want any kind of okay, I did it for 8 years or 10 years maximum, so we can even bring for that. And we are trying with integrating with the different geotextiles because there are some requests from a fully based company, so where we are working, and
Questions, please, you are most welcome.
So we tried like artificially contaminating the sand. Okay, that's how we started in the lab to understand. No? So artificially we contaminated the sand, and then this bacteria will take that and immobilize. So we have very good 2 papers published. So in ASC journal also we have published. So please go and check it out. Because there are thresholds for the immobilization, especially as per the environmental law of the country. So we tried with that, like different contaminations we tried it. Okay, so they were very effective in doing it because maybe it's taking that heavy metal and reducing that contamination. Yes. Actually, MD Power is keen in that. Yes. I am working with MD Power for the 4 thermal plants up now. Okay. The plot is this core research, but they want something else. We have another meeting on 24th on this one. Yeah, it may be changed, but we didn't study about that because for us, implementation of ash is more important than how the ash properties are changed. Very lineup of works you can do there. It improves it. It improves both are actually complementary. Layers is also adding layers biodegraded and without layers biodegraded. So when we see the strength and durability, we found that layers is actually accelerating the process. So for 4 years, this question is very common. So 40% we can reduce. 40%. So that means like 60% costing. Cost effective is there. That only thing, and the bacteria we can buy, then just culture in the lab, or a bioreactor we can make it. So we had how to do this culturing in the field also. Not a controlled conditions. That also, so that was actually the favorite part. So there are a lot of companies who are actually showing interest in this particular part, especially to take it to the field and yeah, there is a Pune-based company who was with us. So, but for them there is a river, so there is a lot of erosion across the river, and there they want to implement it. So we have given them a solution, but the thing is like, of course, costing must be the issue is the costing, but here the issue is like we don't have time to do that fast, so we will only train people. That's so we are working on it. But if it can be implemented, that is implemented in Singapore in the field scale, and even Hong Kong has been doing it. So,
Because bacteria will survive some large scale field applications, I guess temperature of that area or the site would have a bearing on the life of the bacteria.
True. But in Indian conditions, okay, except winter also in Indore, we did this culturing. It was not very effective as it was other times, but let me finish. It was happening, calcification was happening, but effectiveness was not, like it was around 70% or something during winters in Indore. We tried the same thing in the field scale at 47 degrees in Jaisalmer. So it works. So for Indian conditions, except that very peak winters like Delhi winter or some northern part of the winter, may be less effective or very slow. Because when we do in the lab also during winter time when the precipitation or treatment process is happening, because students they wanted to maintain that, so they are doing under controlled temperature sometimes. That time it is less, but high temperatures it is not having that. It's doing that. No. But for our coastal part, like the southern part of the country, I don't think so that will be a problem. Because we did it at field at 47 degrees.
And what is the
vis-a-vis time.
Cost versus?
Vis-a-vis time.
What
So
time?
calcification will take some time now.
Sir, the maximum 21 days. 18, 21 days we did it. No, that's a maximum. We don't need strength. What happens is, I'll tell you in liquefaction. So if you want to do that in liquefaction, 8% if you get the calcification, that is enough to make it non-liquefiable. 8% calcification only. I don't need 100% calcification. I don't want all 100% pores to be filled with it. Only 8%. It's enough for me. So to achieve whatever the problem, okay, so I need to do that treatment cycle. For this one, we did it 18 days. For liquefaction, we did for 9 days also. Wind erosion, we did for 21 days. It depends upon the application.
Good. Thank you. So let's thank Professor Niruna. It's a very interesting research topic. So if any tech students are interested, please interact with her. And you will not get this type of opportunities very frequently. And especially if you want to do any project work or your internship, or if you are interested in continuing your PhD, please talk to her. And she is a very nice person. Other than professional life, she has very good interaction with all the geotechnical fraternity. So I request her to, if any student comes to you, please talk. Yeah. I think last year or 2 years back. Yeah. So our MTech students went to her last year or before last year for their okay. So thank you very much, and I have pleasure. We'll have a short tea break and come back within about 15 minutes. 2 years, I think before Anil Joseph, Professor Anil Joseph. Yeah, 2020 time. And he also organized several conferences at IIT Roorkee. And as you know, IIT Roorkee is the oldest engineering college in India. And they had a very long history. And he did a lot of work in the Himalayan region for the tunneling work and other works. So I invite Professor Samaria to speak to the students.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. Now, when it comes to the difficult or problematic ground, it is the rock mass also, because there are so many extraordinary geological occurrences which remain unnoticed during the investigation also, because investigation is a problem in hilly areas. Sometimes it is not accessible also. So I keep on saying that everybody has got an ego. So here Himalaya has also got ego. That is extraordinary geological occurrences. So if you want to get work done from someone, then you will have to satisfy his ego. So here in Himalaya also, so you have to satisfy the ego of the Himalaya. One more thing I keep on saying, that since I am teaching rock mechanics, especially rock mass, so it is not only for the rock mass, for the system, for a person, that strength and weaknesses go together. You will, in a system or a person, you will not find all the strengths or all the weaknesses. So we will have to treat those weaknesses accordingly, so as we can work on that. And one more thing, that is not my saying, I don't know where from it has come, that judgment comes from good experience and experience comes from bad judgment. So that leading tower of Pisa was the okay. And especially when we talk of rock mass support interaction, then there is again a statement that the support should neither be too rigid nor too flexible. Similarly, systems should neither be too rigid, too flexible, or a person should also not be too rigid. So there are some of the learnings from the rock mass. Okay, so the topic is rock mass characterization and support pressure. Okay. So the topic is rock mass characterization and support pressure for a head-raised tunnel. Now, especially in the case of tunneling, we still use the semi-empirical relationships or the classification systems, rock mass classification systems, to decide the support system. And after that we decide the support system, we go for the numerical analysis or other analysis, so as to corroborate whether what we have decided, these are okay or not. And after the analysis, if we find that there is some deficiency, then we go for the correction. So basically the support systems are decided on the basis of the rock mass classification systems. So we characterize the rock mass first. Okay. Now the case study which I am taking here is that of the Nathpa Jhakri powerhouse head-raised tunnel from Nathpa to Jhakri. Now in that tunnel there are several geological surprises. Now, starting from ground conditions, from elastic ground up to the highly squeezing ground conditions, because of the fact that somewhere you will find that the overburden of the tunnel is of the order of 1 kilometer or so. And as you know that the Himalayan rock, it is, you can say, very fragile. You will get all sort of discontinuities available. So for infrastructure project, because this is geotechnical solution for infrastructure projects, so all these water power projects are the major infrastructure project where we construct dam, then we construct the powerhouses, and in order to connect the powerhouse with the dam, we go for the headless tunnel. Now this slide shows what is the hydro potential which is available in the Himalaya, especially Himachal Pradesh and then Uttar Pradesh and also northeast region. So this is some data which is given in this particular slide. Now as far as the challenges are concerned, that Himalayan projects face issues of extraordinary geological occurrences, excessive support pressures, and somewhere in between also you may find the clay pockets, water seepage, and mainly the tectonic stresses. Now when we talk of the stresses, normally we know that it is the vertical stress and horizontal stress K times vertical stress, and normally this K is less than 1. Normally it is less than 1. But because of the tectonic activity, when that particular rock mass on that particular area, there is MBT, major boundary thrust or shear zone, then you will find that because of the tectonic movement, that K may be far, far greater than 1. Like in the case of Sardar Sarovar Parahus cavity, it is 2.6 times. The horizontal stress is 2.6 times the vertical stress. So we will have to align the tunnel in such a manner that the less and less support pressures are. So tunnel construction encounters mountain stresses, abnormal rock loads, and geothermal gradients also. That is another problem. Now, so this is some of the photographs of the Nathpa Jhakri project, starting from the dam up to the powerhouse. This is the powerhouse. Now, this is the power potential of Satluj Basin. This is situated in Himachal Pradesh, right? In the Satluj River, that is the dam. Now, its headrest tunnel stretches to about 27.4 kilometers. That is another, you can say, highlight. And the diameter of the headrest tunnel is of the order of 10 meters, and it is the longest power tunnel constructed in Himalayan region. So there, the engineers have faced many problems, all sort of problems they have faced, because it has to traverse rugged terrain, coping with rock covers of sustainable thickness, as I said, maybe 1 kilometer, and managing heavy groundwater inflow. So these were the problems, and because of that the failures were squeezing ground condition, the slabbing, and there were several shear zones which were present. Since most of them are students, so I will not be going in the details, which because I don't know whether you have studied rock mechanics or not, so I will not be going in all those details, but all these are given in the. So this is the layout of the Nathpa Jhakri project, starting from the dam. Dam is here. So dam is on this side, and that is on the right side. You can see that powerhouse on the right side, and there are different sections which they have called the khuds. Different sections, and for different sections there are geology is mostly different geology. Now this is the longitudinal section of the North Pachapri project, and you have the fall of this head which is available. It is quite large. Now this is the geological map. Normally geological map in which all the formations are. So there are the names given like Geori, Bangtu, Kharmada, and a number of groups which are there, and they have got different geology. So this is the geological plan along the alignment. It is as per GSI, Geological Survey of India. They have given the alignment, and then you have different type of rocks. I will simply read for the one like Nathpa holding. The rocks are medium to coarse grained gneiss, then mixed with quartz mica, that is also there, schist is there, amphibolite is there, and these are broadly anticline and which are having the fold axis at northwest and southeast direction. Similar to that, we have the Solding, we have Nigulsarai, we have the Badhal. So there are many sections which are available. So here that complete is shown here in this particular cross section, that is the geological section along the alignment, and you have the, as I said, the thickness of the cover is, so in order to estimate the support pressure, the first exercise which is done is following some classification system. So there are a number of classification systems which are available, like starting from Tarjagi theory 1948, and nowadays we are mostly using Q system or the rock mass rating system, although there are many modifications done depending upon the requirement of Himalayan geology, because all these systems they were not developed in Himalayan geology, but they were developed somewhere else, but they have been tested here, and because of that there were several modifications. We have also done one modification which is part of Bureau of Indian Standard Code. So this is in general description of different classification systems like Tarjagi theory, modified Tarjagi theory, then stand-up time classification. What is stand-up time? The time up to which that particular unsupported tunnel can stand without any support. So that is the stand-up time. And sometimes, because if you are excavating in massive granite, that stand-up time can be years also. But if you are excavating in the highly fractured jointed rock mass, then stand-up time can be even few days. So stand-up time classification is there. Then rock quality designation, that is also one of the classification system. But that rock quality designation system is not sufficient alone. So we will have to go for some other classification system. So here we have got the rock structural rating system, geomechanics classification system, which we call it as the rock mass rating system. But rock mass rating system is mostly used for the slopes or the shallow tunnels. Q system, that is the rock mass quality system, which was developed by Barton and his group, and that is being used in India in several projects. Then rock mass index system, it has been modified. Then we have the rock mass number and rock condition rating system also again modified. And nowadays we are using geological strength index given by Hoek and associates. So this, along with RMR, we are also using GSI, especially to determine the rock mass parameters. If you and if you know the geological strength index for that particular material, then you can get the strength parameters, because for any analysis you need mechanical parameters, whether you go for finite element or any type of analysis, you need material parameters. So for that we conduct test, we go for the rock mass characterization, obtain parameter, decide a value, and then we go for the support system. However, there are limitations of all of the classification systems, because they have been developed for a particular rock mass or in a particular area. So some of the limitations are also there, and then because of these limitations there are some gaps which are available, and those gaps because of those gaps there are theoretical gaps available. So we are going for not only empirical, we are going for semi-empirical system. So some of the parameters we determine from field, and then some of the empirical criteria which are available, we go for that. So the key recommendation is urgent need for region-specific modifications to RMC system, rock mass classification systems, and validation of new theories. And this we have worked long back in 1988. I don't know how many of you know the name of Professor Vani Singh. He has devoted his entire life for the rock mechanics, especially for the Himalayan geology. So I was also part of his team. Actually, I completed my PhD with Professor Vani Singh. So in this particular study, these are the classification systems which were applied: RSR, RMR, Q, and RMI, and additional parameters like SPTN value, although SPTN value is not useful especially for the rock mass. But even then you will find some reports in which they give the SPTN value also. So as far as the project-wide observations are concerned, we have analyzed 685 sections. Out of that length, 26 kilometer and all sections. Total length is 22 kilometer, in which there were squeezing ground conditions in about 50 sections, and total length of 1,133 meters, and the stretch length is ranging from 3 meter to 63 meter, means that the entire 63 meter sometimes it is in squeezing ground condition. There are several shear zones which have been encountered, number is 69, and then deep cover from, as I said, 1 kilometer up to 1.27 kilometers. And 800 meter tunnel length is very heavy, more than 1,000 meters rock cover. So this is the overview, different rock mass encountered. Now you have also steeply dipping transverse joints, and because all these joints occur in set, and not only one set, there are obliquely inclined. There may be 2 sets, 3 sets, and highly fractured ground. So this is the Chinese-wise rock mass, which is actually showing the degree of faulting and folding from 0 up to 2.27 kilometers. So, and different type of rocks which are also, so in the last column you can see that there is subshear zone, then axial region of anticline, and in solding cut. There are n number of problems which are associated. So it makes the difficult ground for tunneling. So rock engineering properties were determined in situ as well as laboratory. In situ tests were done by Central Soils and Material Research Station, New Delhi. and the laboratory testing has also been done by them, and multiple rock mass classification systems were applied so as to find out which particular rock mass classification system suits well to the Himalayan ground condition. And since there are so many sections which we have analyzed, so it was not possible manually, so we have developed a computer program, Roma C and C++ at that time, using different classification systems. Now these are the results of the laboratory test. I will just tell you about. Like in Nathpa area, you have the dry unit weight of the order of 2.598 kg per kilonewton per meter cube. Then, 25.98 kilonewton per meter cube. Then saturated unit weight, it is actually units are in gram per cc. Then water content. Then you have uniaxial compressive strength. So for uniaxial compressive strength, either we can take the core, conduct the test, or we can go for point load lump strength test and then multiply it by a factor depending upon the, and then we can get the, and also tensile strength was determined, that is determined using Brazilian test. And then the triaxial compression strength tests were conducted to find out the strength parameters of the intact rock. Once strength parameters of intact rock is known, then we can go for Hocken-Brown criteria, and then we can, depending upon the even the properties of the rock mass, we can determine it for the rock mass also. So for all the reasons, at different sections which we have taken, we have got the parameters, and then we have classified the rock mass. So here only few channels are shown here. We have n number of tables available from 0 to 27 kilometer, and then we have classified the rock depending upon the discontinuities or depending upon the problems which are encountered. So here, these are the range of the values of the classification system, RSR, RMR, Q, RMI in different challenges. And some of the challenges have non-squeezing ground condition, and some of the challenges have got the ground squeezing ground condition. And again in squeezing there are different type of mild squeezing, moderate squeezing, high squeezing, depending upon the ratio or the strains which we have. So all these were plotted. Here we have the correlation between different classification systems. Let us say somebody is very much conversant with the RMR system, so we have, you can classify on the basis of some other system correlations. We can use those correlations to find out the other classification systems. So these are some of the, you can say, plots between this is rock mass rating to the rock mass index, rock mass rating to the rock mass quality. Now you will find those who are involved in the rock mechanics projects. Now there are correlations available between Q and RMR. These are the correlations which are given by different researchers. So here we have also developed correlation between RMR and Q, because RMR sometimes it is easy to determine rather than Q, because in the Q system there is one parameter which we call it as the strength reduction factor, or stress reduction factor. It is very difficult to estimate. So from RMR we can convert it into Q system. So based on the analysis, you can see that there are so many dots which you are seeing here. This is the data, entire data which is there, and on the basis of that entire data we have developed these correlations, and these correlations can be used for the interrelationship between different classification systems. Then after the classification system, we have got the value of RMR or Q. The next step is to find out the support pressure. and depending upon that support pressure, we then provide the support. So, designing tunnel support is a highly complex task, chiefly because of the geological environment is unpredictable and challenging to assess also. So, modern engineers often depend on the empirical classification systems like Q system to guide their choices of tunnel support solution. In the Q system, as I said, there is stress reduction factor is recognized as a crucial yet frequently debated parameter, because in the Q system that parameter it is not very easy to determine, and when the SRF is selected incorrectly, especially in the case of moderately jointed rocks, there can be significant errors leading to unreliable support designs and potentially unsafe tunnel structures. So these are the classification system for different challenges. We have RSR, RMR, RCR, Q, N, RMI, and then the root support pressure has been determined based on all these different classification systems, especially RMR, N, Q, and RCR, depending upon the rock mass which is encountered in that particular challenge. And it has been found that there are some sections which are non-squeezing, less problematic, and there are some sections which are squeezing ground condition are problematic. Now, based on this different classification system, you will find that the area will be characterized as non-squeezing or squeezing, right? So this has been done using all these systems here, and this is the plot which is showing that how many percentage of the sections are coming in the non-squeezing or squeezing ground condition with reference to that particular challenge. So this exercise has been done, and it has been found that RCR shows highest, about 71.9%, but whereas other like RCR is underestimated. So these are the support pressures which have been obtained from the classification systems, and there is a need to adjust the SRF according to the Himalayan conditions. Now, similar to this, for the squeezing ground condition, and we have compared the support pressures which were determined from different classification systems. So this is the comparison of support pressure for mild squeezing. Then you have got for squeezing ground condition, that is moderate squeezing, and then you have got for the squeezing ground condition. Now, based on this, it has been found that the support pressures which we get from RMR are less than the support pressure which we get from RCR, and then Q, and then N. So different classification systems which you are using or we are using, you will find that we will be getting different range of the support pressure. So we will have to finally find out which particular support pressure we should use. Now, in this particular case, what we have done based on this entire exercise, we have given new SRF value for moderately jointed rock. Now here you can see that this in the Q, this SRF is coming into picture, that is R2D upon Jn into Jr upon Ja into Jw upon SRF. So SRF is particularly sensitive as its value is strongly affected by the stress conditions and rock structure, making it challenging to select accurately for each side. So this SRF problem was dealt with based on the Barton, Grimstead and Barton. So for moderately jointed, incorrect SRF value were suspected, and then we have got the overestimation of support pressure observed. So based on this, what we have done initially, we have taken this value of SRF equal to 1, so that the another system which is developed by Goel et al., including Professor Bhavani Singh, that SRF is the continuous parameter. You select a value of 1 so that other parameters you can use, and on the basis of that we have adjusted the SRF value in Q system for moderately jointed rock, and for that again we have compared the support pressures obtained from N and Q at different sections, especially for the N, Q and L category. So these are the plots. On the basis of these plots, we have compared, and finally we have given the value of these correlations for the SRF, for the moderately jointed rock, especially for the different categories, and then now these are the part of the Indian Standard Code. Now here you can see that in this particular case, now as per the original it is 5 to 50, but actually it is 1.5 to 2, especially for the Himalayan rock, for that particular stretch. So here for the category L, M and N, last one is N. So for moderately jointed rock under high stress, traditional Barton's SRF values greatly overestimates support pressure. So new lower SRF values and a new correlation are recommended. Otherwise, where squeezing is taking place, the Barton system was giving non-squeezing ground condition. So it ensures accurate Q value and safer, cost-effective support design. So in conclusion, comprehensive geotechnical data was compiled for over 685 tunnel sections, covering 22.2 km of the tunnel, enabling robust analysis and validation of the RFC structures. Then we have compared the support pressures for the squeezing ground condition and non-squeezing ground condition, and so this was the comparison, and then we have recommended the support system, and for when we use RSR or RMR or Q system. So these are the final Q observations, that the stress reduction factor, especially in the moderately jointed rock, especially in the categories L, M and N, so we will have to go for the new SRF values, and then finally we can use this, extend this to other geological or Himalayan geological conditions also. So these are the references, and I would like to thank Dr. Naresh Kumar, because this was the PhD of Dr. Naresh Kumar. He was Chief Engineer in CWC. Now he has retired. Now this much of data we can get because of Naresh Kumar, because it is very difficult to get data from CWC or some other government organizations. So thank you so much. This is our civil engineering department building, and in the first slide it was University of Roorkee. We have completed 178 years, and I am fortunate to represent IIT Roorkee in every forum. Because of IIT Roorkee I have got so many things, so I request you to visit IIT Roorkee if you find time. So, okay. So thank you so much, sir. I think I finished in half an hour. Because the time was limited, so I cannot go in the details. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Professor Samadia. Most of the rock mechanics work is done either at IIT Delhi or IIT Roorkee. Historically, that has been the case. And of course, NIRL is there, but not so much as at IIT Roorkee. And very interesting presentation. Maybe we can have just one question, one quick question, because we are running out of time. Anybody from our geology department? Andhra University Geology Department is the oldest.
Squeezing around, how exactly it affects the actual site condition?
Actually, it depends on the ratio of the stresses to the strength. If strength is high, stresses are low, then you will get if the stresses are high and the strength is low, so naturally there will be squeezing ground condition, and that depends on the because we have again depending upon the strains which are developed in that particular. If you excavate a tunnel, when you excavate a tunnel, what are you doing? You are releasing these stresses, and because of the relaxation of stresses, there are going to be displacement. So those displacement with reference to the radius of the tunnel, we can say that this much percentage, if it is within 1%, then we can say that okay, it is a non-squeezing, but if it is greater than 3%, then we call it a squeezing ground.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Present your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Actually, I teach this geosynthetics also. I started teaching geosynthetics maybe about 10 years back. So I used all the notes of Professor Raja Gopal. And verbally I took permission. He said, if you need something more, I will give it to you. Thank you, sir.
The last lecture of today's workshop will be on recent developments in deep foundation testing and analysis by Sri Ravikiran Vaidya sir. Ravikiran Vaidya sir, Principal Engineer of Geodynamics, has been instrumental in creating a deep foundation testing industry in the country and is considered to be pioneer of several deep foundation testing methods. His company, Geodynamics Engineers, is a market leader and well recognized for the extensive work done in the area of pile foundations. He has popularized methods like high strain dynamic testing, PIT, sonic logging, etc. for pile foundations in India. His work has resulted in the methods being accepted by all major bodies including bullet train, metro rails, highways, railways, marine, etc. Jointly with Dr. Jayakumar Shukla, he has also in-licensed and successfully demonstrated bidirectional load testing for large capacity piles, which is another milestone for the country. Thermal integrity profiling and instrumentation have been his other contributions. He has worked on almost all the prestigious projects in the country and in more than 20 countries worldwide. He has written various technical papers on the subject and has also been a recipient of 2 Best Paper Awards by IGS and DFI. He is the recipient of prestigious Dinesh Mohan Award by the Indian Geotechnical Society for excellence in geotechnical practice and also the IGS Leadership Award, which is exclusively for professionals. Now I request Sir to go on with the lecture.
Thank you. And I understand you are all very tired, eager to go home. You have exams in about 2 days' time. So I really don't want to trouble you because all your focus is what your teacher is going to ask you after 2 days. You will rather concentrate on what the teacher asks, because when you come back for interviews, people are going to ask what's your marks. So, but anyways, I did not take much time. I think some of them wanted to hear something specific. So what I'll do, I'll keep 3-4 slides for students, and then I'll talk of bidirectional static load testing, because and then if people are interested or if time permits, we can come back to some basic methods. So I can talk of bidirectional and thermal integrity profiling. If somebody wants to listen on some specific things, there are a lot of slides, so I can only go to those slides. That's also okay. If anybody has a specific area of concern or interest, basics like integrated testing also I can cover up. Okay. So for students, you're all graduating, doing your post graduations. So something very simple. When you go out in the field, you will find 3 or 4 arms of where you can get jobs, or where you can, in which area you can do business, or what you can do. So you can say construction. I want to be a construction manager. I want to really go on site, execute things, and see how see and do it myself. So that's like maybe constructing bridges, jetties, buildings, airports, dams, irrigations, roads. All need geotechnical. So irrespective of whichever area you are, you still need geotechnical engineering. Or you want to design them. I don't want to construct, but I want to design them. So, I design all the above structures, including structural, geotechnical, hydraulics, roads, pavements, drainage, water supply, whatever. And then the arm of testing, or the arm of civil engineering which we forget, is testing. So, I might design fantastically, I might construct something, and particularly geotechnical engineering, a lot of things, because for structural you can see what is above ground. For geotechnical, a lot of things is buried underground, or even with geosynthetics, as Anil Joseph showed in the morning and what we see in Kerala, there is a lot of failure. So there is a huge testing industry which has been created in the past 25 years, and that's an industry by itself. So there could be government testing labs, there could be private testing labs, there could be field testing, there could be laboratory testing. So that's an industry by itself now. So when I started 25 years ago, testing was not an option, but that is also an option. And although there is a plethora of labs, you will find practically labs every few kilometers, but there are still very few good laboratories in the country. So you can still create a niche for yourself. So if you are a student, spend first 5 years thinking. Once you decide what you want to do, select that field. Don't worry about your incomes. Now spend 5 years learning and becoming an expert. I'm sure what you lose in the first 5 years you'll gain in the later part of the 5 years. So that 5-year curve is a bit challenging, but now I think IT is no more as lucrative as it was, and civil engineering definitely is going to be lucrative because a lot of colleges closed their branches. So all those who have left, there is a supply versus demand gap. And even for my children, I tell them, if you're 100% intelligent, you might do AI, programming, but if you're 50% intelligent, become a civil engineer. Because there are very few people who are even 50%. So remember, if you are good, you are reasonably good, you will do very well in civil engineering. So rest assured, I'm only 50% good, so not even 50%. So you can take that as an example. Okay? Or you could become a very well-known professor like Professor Rajagopal or Dr. Srinivas. He has delivered the IJS annual lecture, well-known nationally and international. So that academics is also an option. But when you go to academics, you don't want a run-down-the-mill kind of teacher, who brings his old notes and starts speaking. So again, there is a lot that can be done in academics. Very few good academics, and I always say, I was fortunate to have a good teacher. What I am today is because I had a very good teacher. So you should be a good teacher. Okay, wherever you go, you should be good at whatever you do. And that's what our seniors are. They've been very good teachers, and that's why some of them are very lucky to have you have these kind of teachers here today. So that was something for the students. Now, Visakhapatnam and this area, it's a very classic area. You name a problem and you will find it in Visakhapatnam. You can get rock, you can get weathered rock, you can get sandstone, you can get sand. You go to Kakinada, you will get soft soils up to 20 meters. It's absolutely soft. You can get bedrock cavities. You can get. If I talk of plants, you have a steel plant here. You have naval base here. I think Varsha, which is a very classic project, submarine ship facility, which is coming up at Rambili. You might have flyovers, access roads. So everything that you find in terms of geotechnical, you might have band rings, you might have ground improvements. So everything actually in the vicinity of 150 kilometers is available from Visakhapatnam. And as students, you have now 2 months of leave as your exams are starting. So another 2 months and then your dissertation starts for the masters. Go and spend some time, just stand there. If you are piling rig, look at what's happening. If you are having something like a stone column, maybe Keller is doing something, see what is dry feed, what is bottom feed, what is top feed. Go and ask questions, don't worry, they may not pay you, but still, nobody can take your knowledge out of you. So spend those 2 months learning something. If it's geotextile, there's a lot of variety of geotextile. The soil classification and the soils that go inside, what is written in textbook and what is done on field, theoretically they should always be the same. So when you go as new engineers on site, people say it's different between theory and practice. I don't believe it. No. It's the same thing. What you learn in theory is what you apply in practice. And if you are doing some kind of jugaad, then you are actually taking a risk. So don't take that risk. You want to be a good engineer. So don't take that risk. Don't do jugaad. That's stupid. You are risking why our bridges fail or why our buildings don't stand long is because somebody did jugaad at some time. So don't do jugaad. Follow what you learned in your textbooks, what your professor taught, and that should help you to be a good engineer for the next 25-35 years. So I think that's the lesson which I wanted to say. And these are pile foundations. So when we talk of pile foundations, how the industry grows. So we started about 25 years ago, and 1 meter diameter, 1.2 meter diameter was considered to be a large diameter pile. And a load on the foundation was 500 tons was considered to be a big load. Today we are moving from 1 and 1.2 meter, we came to 1.5 meters. Then we went to 1.8 meters. Then we went to 2 meters, 2.2, 2.5, 3. 3.5 meters is what we did. 3.5 meters is the size of a bedroom in a flat, 10 feet by 10 feet, So we are talking of a single pile foundation ranging from 2 meters to 3.5 meters of diameter. And can you imagine the depths? Anything from 60 meters, and we did a test in Maldives and in Bangladesh is 120 meters of depth. So that's kind of extreme engineering. So when we talk of 3.5 meter diameter or 2.5 meter diameters, we are talking of loads like 10,000 tons, 15,000 tons, 20,000 tons on a single pile. And for example, a car would weigh between 1.5 or 2 tons, right? So for some of you want to imagine what is 10,000 tons, you can imagine what is 10,000 tons. So as we said, we are now, so the equipment industry says, hey, I can make an equipment, whatever diameter you want, I can make it. So the equipment fellow makes a large equipment which can drill 3 meters, 3.5 meters. So the design fellow says, okay, you made an equipment, let me design it, accordingly, let me go deeper. How deep can I cut into rock? So these days with reverse circulation drilling rig, you can practically cut into very hard rock. UCS value 30, 40, 50, 80, you can cut that. Okay, so the design fellow says, I can design it. The construction fellow says, if you want to design it to 10,000 tons and 100 meters, let me make my mechanisms, my concrete, my drilling tools, my liner casing, because I need to drive casing. So up to those kind of capabilities. So the construction industry says, well, if you can make an equipment, make a design, I can construct it. Now all the three have done something, but nobody has validated that. So here comes the testing guy and says, unless I test it, it's not perfect. So let us test it. So let us look at least one such method where you can practically test to large loads. Okay, so these are pile foundations, and this is what happens if you cast shabbily. So before I go into testing of pile foundations, there are a variety of methods for testing of pile foundations. Okay, if I want to know the diameter of the drilled hole, I want to know the concrete quality, then I have low strain, cross hole, parallel seismic, thermal integrity profiling, gamma concretoscopy. So for example, when Anil Joseph mentioned in the morning Kochi Metro, we use low scale integrated testing. So Bihar, you all saw in the television, the bridge collapsed, and now the question was whether we can use those foundations or not. The bridge is gone, but can I use the foundations? So we did camera source sonic logging and we did parallel seismic. So in some cases, they didn't yield good results. So recently in Dholera, we measured the temperature and tried to assess the integrity. So that was thermal integrity profiling. Gamma and concretoscopy is outdated, so we don't talk of it. Static load testing, old school of thought, I can test 1500 tons. For rock socketed piles, we recently devised a crown which can go to 5000 tons. So a single pile, 5000 tons. And bullet train, they did 5400 tons with static load test on a single pile with reaction mechanism. Instrumentation is something, it's like doctors take cardiograms, we take cardiograms. Doctors take x-rays, we take x-rays. The only thing that differs is the frequency. So you might operate at a certain frequency, doctors operate at a very high frequency. I might operate at a certain frequency because eventually it's a cardiogram, eventually it's an x-ray. So instrumentation is something which you should also look at when you get time, just go through some literature. High strength dynamic testing and then bidirectional static load testing. So let me go to bidirectional static load testing. Okay, so this is a reverse circulation drilling rig. Unlike a conventional drilling rig, you might have seen tripods or you might have seen hydraulic rig which walks in through a crawler and drills it. In this case, the rig is actually mounted on the casing. And then there is a central shaft and then bullets. So when you cut through, you can go deeper into rock. Of course, the requirement is you need a casing because you need to mount it on a casing. So how do you drive a casing? Using a vibro. So use a vibro and then drive it down, and then you mount your equipment on that. Okay. So a conventional static load test, putting reaction template, the older method. Really, I don't like this because that's too outdated, and given a choice, throw it out of the window. This is a reaction pile method. Now I don't know if it's clear or not, but we have this for the bullet train. So you can see this is a girder. There are jacks below this. This is a pile. These are cross girders mounted here. So when I apply the load, there is a hydraulic jack here, just like a car, What we do when there is a puncture, we put a jack below and we apply pressure. So the car gets uplifted and you can change the tire. So that's what we are doing. And the load goes to ground when the car gets uplifted, right? So I apply load, the load goes down and this system gets uplifted, reaction. But when it gets uplifted, it cannot because I have tied it down by U-bars on both the sides, right? So now I can apply practically the amount of load which is in the jacks and to a point where it does not get uplifted. So I can design a system to ensure that I can go to an X amount of load depending on the girder. So you can see it is kind of a trapezoidal girder because we studied in second or third year, right? Bending is maximum at the top center, and so that's why we designed it like a tapered system. I optimized it. I thought instead of having a rectangular cross section, my maximum bending is at the center and free end at the, so it's zero at the edge. It's like a free end, right? So that's what we did. So simple engineering, if you can convert complex things into simple things, it's very easy. And then I can now then, what is the problem? If your jack below the car is not properly under that coil, what will happen? The car will sit down, it will bend. So the jack will fall down. Same thing, you have to be sure that there is no eccentricity in the system. If there is eccentricity, the entire system will collapse and there will be a major accident. So even nominal eccentricity should be avoided. Okay, so that's a reaction pile system. And then this is also a reaction pile, but instead of pile foundations, I have used rock anchors. So currently we are doing in DRDO in Visakhapatnam itself, we are drilling some inclined rock anchors and doing a similar load test with rock anchors instead of reaction pile systems. I'll again skip this because of time. Yes. So we saw in static lotus what we are doing, we are putting a reaction at the top or blocks, we are putting jack and we are applying the load, right? Conventional way of thinking. Now, is there a better way? Because I cannot see the girder requirement is so massive, like what you saw in the picture. I need a 200 ton crane to erect that. Now imagine from 3000, this was about 3000, 3500 ton. If I have to go to 6000, 7000 tons, I simply cannot make a girder system and get a crane to erect it because the size will be too bulky. So for large capacity piles or so many reasons, is there a better way of doing a load test? So the original development took place actually in US 1980s and it was developed by Professor George Osterberg. So it was known as OCEL. Some development took place in Brazil and it was patented till 2016. So only they could do it. So 2016 the patent got over and then the ASTM was formed. So we have ASTM D8169 and then the Indian IRC formed its own document, IRC 78 Appendix 9 I think, and that also is similar to the ASTM and they came up with their own versions which is very similar to ASTM. So because the patent is over, actually we only worked backwards and we copied all what they did. We indigenized everything. So in between Fugro I had taken over the patent and technology. So 2016 the patent got over. We developed everything in-house. So what was coming from United States, now everything was available in-house and except the strain gauges we ordered from UK or US or Canada, but that's also available actually locally, but we needed more rugged strain gauges. So similar development also took place in other parts of US. So you had some expert in US now, somebody in India, somebody in England, somebody in Dubai and somebody in Europe. So we fully developed this indigenously since 2018 and we have used it extensively for projects to the extent that we are sometimes doing it or a lot of times we are doing it better than Fugro who took over the patent because we could do it more often and we could develop that expertise with time. So let's look at what the method is. Okay, so what we saw was you have a reaction system, you have a jack here and you are applying the load, right, in a conventional way. So instead of that, I know where this load comes from friction, from bottom, right. When I apply the load in a pile which is below ground, I get load from the sides and from the bottom. Now instead of getting the load from, now I know this F and I know Q, I can also calculate this from my soil bore log. Now I can do a static analysis and I can calculate that. So if I calculate that, let us say 2000 tons. No, so let us say 1500 tons is from friction and 500 tons is from bottom for a moment. Now what I will do is I will take this pile, I will calculate this F and split it into two parts such that this is F1 which is 1000 tons and F2 plus Q is another 1000 tons. I can calculate that now. And then I will cut the cage of the pile into two parts and I will put the jacks in between. Okay. So I will put the jacks here now instead of here. So what will happen is when I expand the jack, action is equal to reaction. So 1000 tons will go up, 1000 tons will go down, right? So 1000 tons goes up, so total load is now how much? Upward plus downward, right? And total displacement is upward plus downward. Rigid body displacement, okay? So, or I can put my jacks very much up, almost near the bottom, and if I can balance my friction against end bend, that's another option. Most common cases, something like this. So let's look at a schematic part of it. I can put a jack here. I can also put some strain gauges or I can put some sensors here to sense the load. You know, a strain gauge is like a sensor, so I can sense the load, okay, at various depths and at the bottom. So now I can get a instrumented or kind of a load displacement curve or a load transfer curve at each level, and when this goes up, this is a point reference, so this goes up and this goes down, okay. So kind of a butterfly curve. So now I am applying, now I don't need anything, I don't need girder, anchors, I don't need reaction pile, nothing. I am just putting the jacks in between at a point and then doing the load test. So let's understand this with a simple case study rather than going into the graphics part of it. So we had two piles of 2 meters diameter, a design load of 2650 tons. This was Mumbai Trans Harbour Link, Atal Setu, and 2500 tons was that, and 2500 into 2.5. So for geotechnical engineers, we normally have a factor of safety of 2.5 when we test foundations. So we wanted to test it to 6250 tons, and what the code says, you make provision for 25% extra capacity. I mean, you might want to test more at that point of time. So we had to make a provision for 7800 tons of load on a single pile. And what was the soil? It was 31.5 meters, including 8.5 meters of freestanding depth, 6.5 meters into marine clay, and 17.5 meters into weathered basalt. So there was a lot of rock socket friction, and I was really not worried. So they used a permanent casing up to top of weathered rock. So I know there's zero friction up to weathered rock. They used an RCD. So RCD does not require bentonite or polymer. Some of you who have touched bentonite, I don't know, students, if you have felt bentonite, it's like you use this bentonite, some kind of material to make Ganpati idols, sticky kind of. So for students, I don't know whether correct, Multani vintages are, yes. So sonic pipes were installed to check the integrity, and when they designed it based on code. So limiting value of friction 1.5 MPa, end bearing of 5 MPa. Now that's another limitation of the code. I might have UCS value of 30 MPa. The IRC or BIS says 5 MPa should be the design load. So 5 into 2.5, 12.5 MPa is the maximum. So it limits the end bearing irrespective of the UCS value. So if it's lower, of course you take the lower, but if it's higher, it's limited. So we did a simulation study, and we found that at 4000 tons I have a large end bearing, but the top gets uplifted. So 4000 plus 4000 is 8000 tons. So I thought, let me push my jack lower. This was when the jacks were at 5 meters from the bottom, 31 meter length of pipe, 5 meters from the bottom. So we said we will put it at 3 meters from the bottom, and because I still have a large end bearing, I know nothing is going to happen. So we pushed the jack at 3 meters from the bottom, and everybody agreed that yes, that's the right location. So it was not our decision alone. We ensured that everybody else was on the same page before we went ahead. So now 7,800 tons. What we did? We had 5 jacks of 900 tons. So 5 into 900, 4,500 tons. 4,500. When I apply the pressure, 4,500 tons goes up, 4,500 tons goes down. So total load I made provision 9,000 tons. Okay. Against the requirement of 6,250 tons into 25% extra, I made 9,000 tons. I have an inlet, I have an outlet. So I put my inlet pressure, I check my outlet pressure. Okay. This is my top bearing plate. This is a cutout for training. This is cutout for the hose pipes. This is cutout for concrete to flow. This is cutout for sonic pipes. And the plate diameter is slightly smaller than the cage diameter. So the concrete flows not only through this, it also flows from the sides, and everything gets embedded within the soil. So this is my bottom view, right? So now I cut my cage into 2 parts, as I explained. Action is equal to reaction. So I cut my cage into 2 parts. This is the top view, and then I weld a bottom cage. Okay, so top cage, bottom cage, and I put a funnel because for students, you fill juice in a bottle, you use a funnel, or you use ketchup in a bottle, you use funnel, right? So the same thing, I need a funnel because otherwise how do I pour concrete inside the pipe? So what is known as trimming. Okay? So to ensure that the trimming goes exactly at the designated point, I create a funnel, right? And then I bring the hose pipes. These are my telltale pipes because when the jack expands, I want to know how much is it uplifted, how much it goes down. So for that I use telltale pipes. We'll see more clearly in the next picture. So you can see here, this pipe is on the top plate, this pipe is on the bottom plate. So when I do concrete and apply load, this is independent, this is cut. So this goes up, this goes down. So there is a rod inside this, it gets pushed up. I can put a dial gauge or LVT at the top, and I can measure my top displacement. Or this goes down, and I can still measure displacement. Or I can put a crack meter. For some of you are familiar with crack meters. Crack meters will expand as the jack opens. So I can check my jack opening not only from my telltales but also from crack meters. Okay, so that's a little bit of instrumentation. Then these red wires, these are strain gauges. So from strain I can get load. Strain into elastic modulus into area is load. Okay, so now this assembly is ready for shipment. So this is a picture of a strain gauge. And this cage is ready. This is the offshore job. So we just take it to the platform, lift it and put it in the casing, lower it and continue with our concreting, and the concreting is done and the pile is now ready to apply load after 7 days or 28 days or whatever you want. Normally 85% strength of concrete is achieved, we can do the test. Okay, so these are LVDTs because when I measure it, I must measure against a reference beam. So this is a reference beam. These are sonic pipes through which I can get an X-ray of the concrete, what is called as sonic logging, before I do the test. I want to be sure that yes, the patient is in good condition before I do apply some pressure on him. Otherwise, the patient will die before the load is applied, or the pile will fail before the load is applied. Okay, so we want to check everything before we apply the load. So these are LVDTs, these are hose pipes, and then we apply the load in load cycles. So again, as students you will read IS 2911 or some BIS code. See, when you apply a load, some people say I want to do as per IS code, somebody says I want to do as per ASTM, and somebody says I want to follow the British code. Everything is okay because the pile really does not understand what is the code. So you just apply whatever they, so we say you decide what you want to do, we will apply the load. Correct? This is simple. It's just like left hand drive versus right hand drive. Which one is right, we don't know. So we applied the load and we reached up to 250% of the load, and because it was in rock, the jacks opened only 6 mm. Okay, and then we continued to apply the load because my capacity is 9,000 tons. Why should I stop? So we went up to 8,300 tons. At that point, the opening was about 8-9 mm, which is actually here. I'm sorry because of the distance you can't see it. And at that point there was a small leakage in one of the hose pipes, so we stopped the test. But my objective was achieved. And I compared it, now theoretical versus actual, predicted versus actual. And this was, because it was in rock, that was a good match, because I don't expect any unusual scenario that unless the concrete was bad. Now, I applied load from the bottom, practically 3 meters from the bottom. But actual load is coming from the top. When the vehicle is passing, your load is not from the bottom, it's from the top. So now I have to convert from a bottom load to a top load. So what do I do for that? I use displacement compatibility method. So say for example, at 0.5 mm downward displacement and 0.5 mm upward displacement. So total displacement of the pile is 0.5 mm. So at 0.5 mm of upward and downward displacement, what is the load? I add the load. Go to 1 mm upward, 1 mm downward, what is the load? So I keep on constructing a curve and then convert it from a bottom curve to a top down curve. Now that's a rigid body curve, because when I say 1 mm top and 1 mm bottom, that's 1 mm of the complete movement of the pile. But the elastic compression is still missing. So I calculate the elastic compression and then convert it to a top down curve. Okay, that's how the load is actually going to come. And then I use the same IS 2911 part 4 criteria and say whether the pile qualified the load test or not. So the criteria still remains the same. Then we also plotted friction from strain gauges, and some of you are familiar with instrumentation. This point to this point, the difference between this to this point is actually your unit friction. So you could see here, as we kept on increasing the load cycles, we had a lot of friction in this zone, and somebody might argue that there was hardly any friction here because there is hardly any slope. But actually, most of the load was taken in this zone, and because the jack opening was only 6 mm or 8 mm, that means the load in the upper layers was actually not fully measured, because the pile had enough redundancy. So probably they had done much more rock socket than what was required, and they could have done with a reduced rock socket what it looks like from the test results. So what we could say is that theoretically predicted results showed close match with the measured values. This method is very good for large diameter capacity piles or any capacity. I can do As long as I can find a balancing point, I can put my jacks inside, I can do it from anything from 500 tons to 20,000 tons or even more. Okay, so there are some limitations, like we select the pile in advance, like static lotus, I can put my girders at the top anytime. Here I have to pre-select a pile. Then say bottom gives away, action is equal to reaction. If bottom gives away, you cannot apply load at the top. If top is uplifted, bottom load cannot be transferred. So it is governed by weaker of end bearing or skin friction. Test results need interpretation because you are converting from a bottom to a top down load test curve. Then top of the pile is not structurally tested. See, imagine I am applying load from the bottom. If there is a defect here, nothing happens. But if there was a defect here and if I apply a load, this will get crushed. Right? So, but that we are verifying with sonic logging. And top load test curve. On the other hand, advantages, huge advantages. I don't need any external reaction system. So I really don't need anything. Just the piling fellow is doing the piling, I just put my jacks and that's it. No anchor piles, no rock anchors, nothing. No heavy cranes, no transportation requirements. Only half the stresses are applied because half the load goes up, half the load goes down. So only half the stresses are applied and significant cost savings because they were really struggling. The industry was coming up with larger diameter piles and they would know how to test it. Now it's so easy to test. We just design it and we could test it. Okay, so the method conforms to a variety of codes, not an issue. Calibration of the jacks, so everything, we have a mindset. Now, what is calibration? What is calibration? Any of the student? If you are not sleepy enough, there are we. So, what is calibration? Repeatability, correct? If there is a value, a gauge factor or anything, repeatability. You do it 100 times, the error is within 2%. That's all, simple. Okay? If you are checking a dial gauge using it 100 times, you should still get the same reading all the time. If it's a mistake 100 times. So 100 times cannot be a mistake. So that means repeatability within a certain margin of error which is defined by the manufacturer. So normally what we do is we apply load on the jacks, we check the repeatability or the calibration of the jacks, and before it goes out, that's checked multiple times and then it goes to the field. So we have a capacity to test more up to 2000 tons of single jack capacity. And then so how do you check load? Pressure into area or strain into elastic modulus into area. So what is the difference? One versus the other. So I would like to check that also. So what we do is we check both ways. We check pressure against pressure, we check strain against or load against pressure, and both should be reasonably similar. We know they are not exactly similar because material properties can play its own role. So few case studies like we did 3 meter diameter pipe, 10,000 tons, and we ended up with 3.5 meter diameter pipe, 60,000 tons. And this was from the crack meter. So we compared crack meter readings versus delta readings, and this was also similar. So what happens here? You see, the top is uplifted, and the bottom, because this was almost like an end pulse. So at some point of time, the top goes up, and the bottom is still a drop. This was the case. This is like an X-ray of a pipe. You see, and there is this is the jack, but there was a small partial defect here. Okay. And this is the jack. So when we did the load test, the bottom settles and the top hasn't even moved. So I think, there's a lot to talk. 6:30, the 6:29, we should stop. And thank you so much. And any questions, you could always write to me. Thank you for the time. Sacrificial. They lost poison. And we use water to power the jacks, not oil. So that's more challenging because oil leakage, one drop will not drop the pressure. Water leakage, it will suddenly drop the pressure. But because we are competing with the Europeans, so they don't want to pollute the ground. So they use water, so we use water. Sustainability. Yes. Yes. No, for this was 2 meters. For a 3 meter diameter pipe, we had 7 jacks, and for a 3.5 meter diameter pipe, we had 13 jacks operating in tandem. 13 jacks of 900 tons in tandem. So we had power packs, multiple power packs, pushing them at the same time through a common manifold. Sorry. It's still cheaper than a static road test. No, you can't do a static road test. How do you do a static road test 15,000 tons? You can't. There's no other way. You can't imagine. There's no way. Yeah, it is much cheaper. And safe also. There's no. It is safe, but you see these jacks are powered to 700 bar pressure. So if there is a leakage, it goes like a bullet. It can pierce through you. So you have to be away from it. Cost of one jack, I would rather say the cost of one test rather than the cost of jack. Okay. So depends on the diameter and the load, but it can be anything from 1200 or 1300 rupees a ton to 800 rupees a ton. Larger the diameter, like lesser the cost, because you see the transportation cost, the steel plates, the sensors, everything still is the same. The engineering is the same. So larger diameters the cost comes down. Smaller diameters it goes to slightly higher range. But that could be a broad range. And then Visakhapatnam, we have done a lot of tests. This Varsha project, Ramili we did. Then in and around we have done quite a few. Then we did Kakinada driven piles. So there is a technical paper. So driven piles is another entirely different ball game. We did 50 meter length of piles, 4 segments, 12 meters each. 16 meters plus 16 meters plus. Yeah, 12 plus 12. But initially it was 16 plus 16 plus 18. Then 16 plus 16 plus 16, and then 12 plus 12 plus 12 plus 12. Yeah, correct. So we did a lot of studies, and that was a very good paper because we could optimize things. So as I said, this is one region which will offer you everything. As much as you can study for your lifetime, and still geotechnical engineering will not be over. Yeah, unimagined. Yes. Very mind-boggling, very interesting. See, what we have also done, I mean, we would have taken strain gauges from 5 manufacturers and put it in the pipe. We want to check which manufacturer's readings are more stable. So we do everything, you know. So we will, even with rock anchors, there are 8 rock anchors. So as per bond stress theory, you will use, depending on the type of rock, you will use 0.3, 0.4, 0.5 or 0.7. But that is as per the conventional theory in the code. What is the actual bond stress? Nobody knows. So what we will do is, after we have finished the load test with 8 anchors, we will release 4 anchors and apply the same load on 4 anchors, check whether we are getting an increased bond stress. That kind of data is also available. Yeah,
sir, one doubt, sir.
Please.
Sir, which type of jack is used for bilac?
Which type of jack? That typically what you see in static load test, similar kind of jacks.
Hydraulic jacks.
Hydraulic.
How oil is pumped through the jack, sir?
Oil you can pump it through a kind of power pack.
From the top, sir.
From the top, so these jacks are slightly twisted in a way that instead of having connections from the sides, you have designed it to have connections from the top. I showed that 2 holes. So that's where I put my hose pipes, and then I pump from one and measure from the other.
Oh. And one more thing, sir.
Yeah.
Could you explain the principle of high strain dynamic test, sir?
Principle of high strain dynamic test. Sure, I don't mind as long as some of them again, you know, if you're tired, you can go. But okay. So as we measure load 2 ways. One is, as you see, by putting a static load. So you want 1000 tons. I put 1000 tons. I put a dial gauge. I measure load versus displacement, right? The second way is I can give a force of 1000 tons. And I can give a force of 1000 tons. And for a moment, let me imagine that the pile is like a cantilever, fixed at the bottom, free at the top, and no soil in between, right? So if I give a force of 1000 tons, that force goes down because the end is fixed. For a rigid body, you get a reaction back. So my return force is 1000 tons. can say in a very theoretical case, capacity is equal to force, correct? But for elastic body, my return force theoretically will be double the applied force, because just like a ball, you take a ball and you hit it, it will go even much more. So force at the bottom in an elastic body is double the force at the top. So I can say for a fixed end condition, force at the bottom is 2F, but the velocity is 0 because it's fixed end. So velocity is 0, right? Free end condition, opposite. Is free. So whatever load I apply, force I give at the top, 0 at the bottom. And velocity is double. Gravity. Okay. So the pile is now bound by soil. And in true sense, it is neither a fixed end nor a free end. It is in between somewhere. So whatever is my return force eventually is my capacity. And if that return force is within a certain mm of displacement, then I can say that the pile passes a load test. But of course now then it gets much more complicated beyond that, because when I say force going down, force coming up, you don't know, you are assuming that this is uniform. There could be bulges, there could be defects, there could be cracks. When we talk of soil versus pile, you have soil quakes, bottom quakes, soil damping, toe damping. As the pile goes down, the soil gets to push it away. So radiation damping. So all these things when you model, then you get your return force actually. And then you get your capacity. So that's why dynamic testing gets a bit complex. And people tend to think that I have given a blow and I got something on the field and that's my answer. No. There are guidelines to what is acceptable data and what is acceptable modeling. So if you are a student, you could read literature. If you are monitoring something, read again before you use it. Or I think that's the easiest way I can explain. I can go on and on, but I hope I have been able to answer it in a very simple way.
Sir, and one more doubt.
Yeah.
What is the difference between low strain pile integrity test and cross hole logging test?
Just like.
And what are the applications where it to use?
So just like between a cardiogram and a kind of a sonography or X-ray. So cardiogram, you put some probes, tap it, and you get some signals. So that's not conclusive, right? So what do? You do some, what do you call it? You put some probe inside angiography, right? Angiography or something. So you get now a picture. So that's exactly the difference between integrity and sonic logging. I can put a slide. So what we do is integrity, we tap the pipe, a wave goes down and it reflects back, and we try to analyze those reflections from soil, concrete, reinforcement, and we try to separate those P waves and S waves and then try to make a conclusion. Again, there are some simple rules when you do that. So a lot of times we see data itself is incorrect. It's like your probe is not sticking properly, you not put fluid, and then you get a cardiogram. So a wrong cardiogram, a wrong interpretation, a wrong medicine, something like that. So sonic logging, I don't want to rely on cardiogram, no? So I want a kind of a picture. So what I do is I put probes within the pipe. I took pipes and I do my concreting, and now I pull the probes at a constant rate. So I get a scan between the two probes. And imagine there is a void here, so when I am scanning it, if I see a void, it will show a patch. So now I am not dependent on interpretation to really tell you whether you have a problem. I have a much more clear picture. And that's sonic logging. So you need to put pipes in the cage before concreting. Yes.
Is it the better method, sir?
Sonic logging, obviously, you can see it clearly. So larger diameter piles, sonic logging is the answer. Smaller diameter piles, you really have a difficulty putting pipes and the cost part of it. You could do it independently.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, Dr. Kiran. I think in the morning we had larger crowd, but now I think we have better crowd. More interaction, and it's certainly very interesting lecture, and I hope the MTech students, I taught them foundation engineering and I told your name because you are an expert. And actually, as you said, IS 2911 is outdated, and especially for testing, for pile testing, we still teach about static load that takes ages and so dangerous. And I think this is the way to go. But just what's the cost testing in this way of testing and the normal testing like. Yes. Yeah. So actually some of the numbers that we have used, I'm afraid to even give them as example problems in the class. 5,000 tons. It is, I don't know whether I've ever given any 50,000 kilonewtons. Design a pipe for 50,000 kilonewtons. No, actually, yeah, the numbers that we give in the classroom are much smaller. And I think it's very excellent lecture. And I've not slept in your lectures. So that is, that shows your presentation. And it's actually, I've given excellent. Your first slide was very good. And it's mainly meant for the students. And I think, I hope they have also enjoyed as much as the others have enjoyed, and it is definitely eye-opening. And incidentally, one of my PhD students who works for Sumesa, he did similar work, but not exactly the same. And he works on offshore pipes. And in the morning we had another lecture by Sarvi, similar things. And I hope, I think we should thank the speaker. It's a very excellent lecture, and you have shown the confidence of New India. That is, I think that you have brought up. And even in the morning, Professor Raju was mentioning about our ancient culture. And
that's another area where you could look at. We all learn from only what Karl Gazani taught.
Yes.
I have really, you imagine our temples, South India, 1,000-year-old temples. And there was geotechnical engineering. There was no such stress-strain theory, but they still did all the geotechnical engineering. And we don't have real literature to tell us, there are methods that they have devised, but we really don't have documents. So I think he was really perfect in that we had our technologies, we had our methods, it's just that we need to combine and apply.
Yes.
Maybe we lacked in instrumentation at some point of time. In the 16th century, 18th century, mechanization came, and that's when we lacked at that point of time. But anyway, you could write to me anytime.
So thank you very much, and as Professor CNV said, tomorrow we are meeting at our new lecture hall complex, not here. So be there sharp by what time? By 9 o'clock you'll be there. Okay? So we'll meet tomorrow. Okay? Thank you very much.